Dude, the weeks are starting to blur together.
Dude, yeah, I mean, especially like the weather changing, because like it's already, the first day of fall is like what, Tuesday?
Yep.
Like really, but I mean, I've already for the past couple of weeks since I go to work so early, and when I first got to work like early in the summer, it was still light out when I would park my truck, and then now it's just like it's dark for almost a half hour, and sure as shit, not too long ago or not too far near in the future, it's going to be an hour before we get to do anything. It's going to be too dark to go out there. So,
Yeah.
I mean,
It's weird.
it just changes that fast.
It's weird. And with the fires and with COVID still going on and everything happening,
I'm just happy the smoke's over, dude.
Oh, me too.
I washed my truck for the first time like a month earlier today because it was so bad. Like I sprayed it off, and I'm trying to get some of the extra ash. I was like, I'm not gonna wash it because like it's gonna build up more stuff.
Yeah, you're just gonna have to wash it again.
Exactly. So I'm just like, I'm not gonna wash it, but I'll spray it off. So me and Zach went down to the car wash and just sprayed it off or whatever. But then my buddy who's the detailer, he shared this thing on his Instagram story or something like that, and he was just like, don't spray it off because it's gonna the water's gonna mix with the ash and it's gonna eat your paint. I was like,
yeah.
Well, when I get to my truck, there's dew all over my truck anyway, so I mean it's already getting wet, like it's already getting mixed. I mean I can't really do much more damage, but it was really nice to like have a clean slate and have it actually
Fresh.
shine, because it was just, I hated it.
I've been rolling around in the yellow car, and it's just coated. Today was like the first day I can actually see the yellow paint. I was like, oh my God, okay. This is going to get dangerous, dude. I'm over here sweating. I'm dying already, and this drink's going down too smooth.
We just walked mine's going down super smooth too. Like I told you, it's kind of strong, but it's just like,
Yeah. For those just listening, we're drinking Crown and cranberry juice. And it sounds, everyone I tell about it, they're like, dude, that sounds like it would be disgusting.
Horrible, yeah.
Yeah. And I'm like, dude, you just have to try it. And then you're going to be like,
It's
oh
delicious.
my God,
Like,
it's life-changing.
And once I started doing that, I started finally, was able to buy alcohol and stuff. I love, like a couple weeks ago, I was like really craving eggnog and whiskey. Like I love that.
Do they have eggnog back in stores?
I don't think so yet.
Okay. I was going to say it's a little early.
I think it's a little early, but hopefully within another month or so, like maybe
Be back in business.
Maybe mid-October, hopefully. But usually I think it's like November before they bring it out.
Mm-hmm.
But I love eggnog in general.
Eggnog and whiskey.
But like I've already tried it with whiskey. Like your dad's told me like Kahlua is really popular with it. I want to try rum with it. I swear I'm not an alcoholic. I just really.
We just like, you got to be diverse with your alcohol. You can't know what you don't like unless you start trying things.
Well, I tried the premix stuff last year, the Braden and Mary. I looked forever for it. I even looked at Costco, didn't find it. I eventually did find it at Costco.
Was the premix good?
I liked it.
Okay.
Braden and Mary didn't like it, and they like eggnog. They thought it was too strong.
Risky.
I thought it was risky too, because like when you buy eggnog, it's in a refrigerator.
Yeah.
Whereas like you buy the premix stuff, it's not in a refrigerator.
Oh, that's weird.
No, it's just like out on the floor.
Oh, that's a little weird.
I mean, I didn't mind it. I was just like, I put it in the fridge when I get home, so I drink it cold. But I thought it was really good.
Dairy. Like, how do they not have to refrigerate that?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, it's just like, I know it's fake dairy, but I mean, Cheese Whiz is like on the shelf too.
That's a good point. That's really fake dairy. Cheese Whiz is
I
like,
hate that, dude. Some people.
I've never tried it.
I haven't had it since I was a kid, and you think that's probably when you like it the most because it's kind of fun and cheese comes out of a can,
Squirting cheese out. Yeah.
But like I was just, this is disgusting.
Yeah, no,
I did not like it.
I like those. Do you remember when we were growing up? They had those. I don't know if they're still around. It was like a little packaged cracker, and it had like cheese.
I didn't like that either.
You didn't like those?
No,
oh, man.
I remember kids calling me weird because I didn't like it. I was just like, when they had like the chocolate ones with like the icing, that wasn't too bad, but like those little like breadstick looking things with the I thought that was so gross. This sucks.
That's how you knew you were cool when you went to school that day, and everyone's like, "Oh, you got that?" And you're like, "Yup." That and a Capri Sun.
I always had school lunches, so I never really brought that much to school, honestly.
School lunches weren't that bad.
I remember them not ever being terrible. Like there was always something there I could have, Like I remember like when I was probably kindergarten or fourth grade or something like that, they had like the chicken patties like once a week, and those were so good.
Yeah.
And then they just stopped making them, and then I remember in high school when the high school started to make their own pizza, that was bomb. Me and my girlfriend just talked about it yesterday, where like they had like the hamburger pizza, and I thought that was the best one they made. I loved that. That was so good.
I have a faint memory of the hamburger pizza. But that was like once a week, wasn't it?
I think
like
so.
Every other Friday or something.
Yeah, I
like
think
that.
they had like they usually like always had like pepperoni and cheese, but like usually I think once a week they kind of like threw in like a weird one. And but, like
Yeah.
I loved the hamburger one. I thought it was so good.
So yeah, they weren't bad.
Because remember they had Domino's. Like I heard like when we were in middle school and I heard that the high school gets Domino's for like lunch. I was like, oh shit.
Setting the bar high.
Because before we had those stupid little Circle Tony's fake ass pizzas.
Yeah.
And those some days those would hit real good. And some days I would be like, oh,
You'd
that's
be like,
disgusting.
I can't even finish this.
Yeah.
Like, I'm
but
just-
when I heard they had Domino's, like, oh shit, like that's awesome. And then we get it. I'm like, this tastes like cardboard because they got like the whole wheat stuff. And
It's rough.
it just didn't taste that
Just
great.
eating cardboard.
I mean, it was still pizza, you know, but
Yeah, that's a good point. It's better than like a salad, but sometimes it was just rough trying to get it down. And you're like, this is not food.
No.
Like, what are we doing here? That's what I loved about Student Gov was occasionally we'd get pizza. Like Mr. Kitab would go, remember when he'd go and buy like 15 pizzas from Domino's or from Little Caesars, and then we'd just be eating pizza. It's like, oh, this is way better than school lunch.
well, even if we didn't get a pizza, we'd get a 2-hour lunch because we'd always leave anyway.
Man, those were the days. So yeah, I don't feel like going to fifth period today. We're gonna take a long lunch, go up to Don's. Dude, I haven't had Don's donuts in years.
It hasn't been years for me. It's been a while. Like I gained probably almost guaranteed since 2020. I haven't had it just because for one, I don't even know if they were open, you know, during all the pandemic stuff when it first hit. But then with it being walk-in only, I didn't know if they would have that or not because we always have at my work we have this donut rule where it's like if you're late you have donuts. It doesn't matter if you're a minute late. So if you're late you have donuts, or if you mess something up, you know, something like that, then
That's
basically
a solid rule.
basically if you fuck up you get donuts.
Yeah.
And there for a while, like recently I had like within the last like month and a half I had to buy twice because
really?
once I was late, like that was like the first or second time I'd been late in like a year and a half, and then the other time I actually backed into, what was it? I think I was in the dump truck and accidentally like just bumped into my coworker's dump truck.
Oh,
And
okay.
I didn't do anything, you know, just had like I just bent the step a tiny bit, but it was just enough. They're like, nope, donuts.
Donuts. Hell of a lot better than backing into somebody's car, though.
Yeah, but ever since that, I haven't been to Don's because like that's something, you know, since I live in Eureka and drive to McKinley, I drive through Arcata.
Yeah.
Well, I mean on the highway, but Don's is right there. But I haven't even been in there since, so
I wonder how they're doing with COVID. And
That'd have been
everything.
something to ask
Selling
Sarah.
donuts. Yeah. Yeah, we didn't talk about donuts. We were talking about life-changing
More important
policies.
stuff.
Yeah. We were talking about life-changing policies and trying to clean up the streets.
For a sec, okay. Before it goes any further, like, I'm a huge fan of your podcast. I'm not saying that
Oh,
just because,
man.
dude, no, I'm serious. Like, I'm not saying that
man.
because like
we're already going to Kaz. At least Kaz, it took us a few beers to start.
no, like I'm
going
not
off on
saying
each
that
other.
since like, you know, we're really good friends, but it's just like I've listened to almost every single one of them. Like I really enjoyed Soraya's. I really enjoyed listening to Sarah's. Sarah like didn't really. It got me as the aspect of more she was a history teacher, you know, and like hearing what she had to say about current events and like past and everything like that. You know, good luck for city council, but you know, just that like the history teacher part of her really pulled me in. So I really enjoyed listening to hers. I listened to hers most of it like all of it yesterday. There's a couple of them I haven't watched yet, but I've pretty much watched all of them. Like
Well,
I
thanks,
really
man.
enjoy it.
Thanks. I appreciate you, man.
Mhm.
It's been a lot of fun and a lot of like growth. Like I could feel as I'm doing them, like, oh man, I'm becoming a better, like not in a weird way, but like I'm becoming a better person doing
Well, I feel like
this.
you're getting a better like mindset of like current events or even stuff that you never
Yes.
would have thought of by talking to these people you never would have talked to had it not been
How many
because
of
the
them?
podcast.
Yeah,
Like,
how many of them would I actually have bumped into and been like, hey, and started talking to them
had a
about these
legit
policies?
conversation. You know, you
Yeah.
can walk into anyone, you know, at least once maybe, and just say, "Oh, hey, how you doing?" But like, as far
Keep
as
it
like
moving.
having a deep conversation, you're not gonna like.
Yep.
It's just that's not how life works for most people.
Yeah,
You know, just on like just compared to like you never knew him before, so you're not gonna carry on a deep conversation with someone you never had before.
especially with like a touchy subject, like talking about race or talking about like the homeless problem. Like
Mhm.
these are things you don't even really talk about with like close friends unless you really are cool with each other.
Well, and sometimes because it's hard to understand too. Like it's just like one person can know a bunch about it, or one person can think they know a bunch about it, but absolutely does everything they said was wrong, or you
Yeah.
think is wrong. It's just there's so many touchy subjects out there with so many touchy people. You just don't know
gets
how it's
dicey.
going to go.
Yeah.
So
The real problem is when somebody really thinks they know and they're like trying to convert you to their side and you're like, I don't know about
see,
this.
and I don't like
what are
that.
we
It's just
doing?
like, I'm totally down if I say, opinion, like, whether if it's on here or if it's, somewhere else, if someone doesn't like what I said and they want to talk about it, more than willing, to set a time and place to sit there and talk about it, have a discussion, because I'm a really firm believer. It's just like, if you disagree, arguing doesn't do a damn thing. Like, you sit there, you yell at each other, you argue, and at the end of the day, they're going to leave what they're going to leave. You're going to believe what you're going to believe. Nothing's getting done. But if you guys sit there and talk and explain as to why you feel this way or as to why they feel that way, you might actually reach and get into someone's, I don't want to say emotions, but you could like sit there and actually explain where you're coming from, where they're coming from, and get a better understanding of, where each other's coming from.
Yeah.
But, that doesn't happen in everyday life because, like I said, unless you're talking to friends, you're not having these deep conversations with people. So when people, say things over social media and stuff like that, it just doesn't, you really don't know where the person's coming from, because even though they could say something you totally don't agree with, chances are they didn't say the whole thing, their whole viewpoint of the subject. They didn't they didn't voice their opinion enough, and it's over a screen too and you're typing. So it's just like, unless you talk to someone face to face, see their facial expressions, see their body language, hear how they say it, what expressions they use, you're not going to really fully understand. And I feel like that's what's a lot of issues become way out of hand, is because over social media, they say one thing and they might actually mean it, but if you said it and delivered it a better way, pretty much in person, like, you wouldn't be having this argument with that person as you would over a screen. Because a lot of people are tough behind a fucking screen.
Oh,
So-
everybody is. The problem, and on top of that, because that is a huge problem in and of itself, but you don't know who's on the other side. What if
No.
this is like some 12-year-old
Mhm.
who's sitting there laughing with his friends, like, oh my God, we got this person so riled up, and you're going back and forth in the comments, and you think you're really making an impact, and you're trying to deliver these points. Lo and behold, it's some 12-year-old who doesn't even know what they think. They're just
Saying just under your skin.
yeah,
And there's a
just
lot.
because they know it's gonna rile you up.
Yeah, and there's a lot of, sometimes it's pretty easy to spot like a fake account, especially like first comes to mind is like on Instagram.
Mhm.
It's just like, I switched my Instagram to private because, like, I don't care what anyone, sees on my Instagram. It doesn't bother me anything. But it's just the fact that I kept getting all these like follows and they weren't real accounts. They were from like,
Fake
girls,
prostitutes,
yeah,
like,
like,
yeah,
chicks, models, stuff like that. It's just like, there's no fucking way you're gonna like follow me. I don't even know you. Like, if we knew each other and lived in the same town, maybe, but you're like, you started your Instagram last week, already have 20 different likes, and you have like 3 different people who are liking your, your stuff over and over. You're obviously fake.
and
but
there's
then,
such bad pictures.
yeah,
and the
it's just-
message is like, "Hey, big boy,
dude, I hate
let's
it.
chat."
I
And it's
hate
like,
And then now,
what?
and because when it wasn't private, it was public,
Mhm.
they would just follow you and then they would message you and it would just pop up right there. But now it's just like, now it's private, it's hidden unless, you'll have like, 1 request, 2 requests, whatever.
Mhm.
But then, they can't actually follow you. It's just like, I'm done.
Have you seen the Social Network on Netflix?
Is like, isn't it like the story of like Mark Zuckerberg starting up Facebook, like the movie about him?
No, that's the.
That's a social
Oh,
network.
that
too,
might
isn't
be
it?
this. Oh, maybe they have the same.
I
Yeah,
never did.
No,
see
I know what
either
you're
way.
talking
I've
about.
never seen it.
It's I think it's called the Social Network too. I think you're right. I think they both have the same name. But this one is about. It's got all these tech people who, like, one of them's the guy that created the like button for Facebook. One of them's like a co-creator for Google. One of them's the co-creator for like Gmail. Like, they've got Pinterest people. They've got Twitter people. Like, all high up people that
Mhm.
really know this tech. And it was a fascinating little documentary they did, and it's all them just saying you need to get off this. Like, this is changing so
The
much
people
more.
who are creating it are telling you to get off of it, and
right?
like,
What does that mean?
well, because some people are just like so infatuated with Facebook and
It's
stuff.
addicting.
It-
It is a real problem.
Yeah, and it's just like, like I am addicted to my phone, like straight up. Like, if I don't have it, I'll go camping. Like, I went camping like last month, didn't have it for a whole weekend. Like, in the weekend it was nice, but it was just like when I got home, it was like I was going through
You
2
gotta
days
check
of
it.
shit. Like,
You got to get that rush, man.
and it was just, and honestly, I tend to stay away from Facebook. Like, a lot of it is more just like I get notifications like to stay in touch with my family and stuff like that. But as far as, post, like every once in a while I share something on there, but as far as like doing something every day, always getting in like an argument with, within a group that you're a part of on Facebook and stuff like that, it's just like, I don't really do it. Plus, what really gets me about Facebook is like you see a lot of ads that repeat themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Like it'll be 10 in the morning when I first check it, and then I'll go through a couple more times in the day, and it's the same ad or even it's the same article over and over again. It's just like I've seen this 5 times within 2 minutes of scrolling my phone.
Like I don't need to see it again.
This is ridiculous.
I'm not going out and buying tires right now. Like, why am I getting these? What's happening?
Yeah, it's not like I don't want to not read it or hear about this, but it's just like I don't need to see it 5 times within 2 minutes of being on my phone.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, as far as Facebook goes, I'm not really on it a whole lot. Like I do check it every day, but like as far as like posting stuff like that, and Instagram, I like Instagram a whole lot more.
Mm-hmm.
Because like there's not
you got some pictures.
There's not as much bullcrap. It's literally just pictures with a silly or stupid caption, and that's it. You're not fully in depth with a bunch of stuff. You're not getting into touchy, like a lot of it isn't touchy subjects and stuff. So
it's not really political.
Yeah, which is nice.
Except for the blackout thing.
Yeah, that's something I can really...
That was like the only time I saw it get real political on Instagram.
And that was fun. It didn't bother me at all. I was just like, go for it. It doesn't hurt anyone at all for you guys to do this. Like it's a good, it's a good thing you guys are doing. So who cares?
Yeah.
But yeah, other than that, I don't really see a whole lot of political stuff. I mean, you'll see, pictures of truck, they'll have Trump flags, stuff like that. But a lot of it, it's not really, I guess it is a political post. So they just like, oh, Trump 2020 or whatever. But then like, they're not going to a deep description as to why Trump is the best or why, stuff like that.
Yeah, they're not backing up with like facts.
Exactly. So it's just them posting so it's just a picture of them posted with a truck.
Yeah.
And a Trump flag is all, but
I don't know, man. I'm genuinely worried about the tech situation. Because usually we would have people regulating this. I had an ice cube. But the problem is the people that would be regulating this, all the people that are in Congress, that are in the Senate, that, should know that this needs to be regulated, they don't know anything about it. You've got all these old people that don't really understand technology, and they're like, how do you make money? And it's like, well, through ads. Like, did you see them talk to Zuckerberg in Congress about that?
Mm-mm.
Oh man, it was brutal.
I remember I did see something like that where it was like one of the, I forget, I don't know what position or who, just some older guy was asking, and he was just like,
over his head.
Yeah, he was just like, I've either already explained this or like, you just don't understand what I'm saying. Like you're just, yeah, he was just like, this is pretty simple weird. That most people understand, but since, you're old, it's going right over your head and you don't get it.
Yeah.
So,
well, I mean, if you're, in your 60s or your 70s, you're not like scrolling through Instagram all day. I feel like if you are, then I
think most old people are on Facebook. Honestly, I think a lot of the younger people, especially our generation, like they might still be on Facebook and have, an account. But as far as like, like me and you, it's just like we have a Facebook, but are we on there every single day voicing our opinions on different? No, that's mostly old people or even middle-aged people. You don't see a lot of young people on Facebook doing that kind of stuff because either they have Snapchat, Instagram, Twitch, all the other stuff that like older people usually don't have anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So
Facebook's made some changes because when we were young, man, like Facebook was like you'd go there and like you'd talk to your friends and like you'd be like tagging each other and like posting videos on each other's pages, and now it's like everyone just, I don't know if it's just because of the climate, like it's all so political or what, but it's just different.
A lot of stuff that I see on Facebook is honestly just more of I think it's usually mostly sports. Like if there's like a headline or something like that, that's going on in the sports world, I'll hear about it. Whether it's an ESPN, Fox, NBC, whatever platform it is, like I'll see about it. And some of it is political because it's just like, when, so and so team is kneeling or so and so's like the Washington team. Like that was a big headline that I saw for a few days. They just got rid of the Redskins. They're just called the Washington team now. So I mean,
how wild is that?
I mean, it sounds like it's been a long time coming.
They got rid of Uncle Ben's rice too. It's no longer Uncle Ben's.
See, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know about that. I knew
rice. That rice was
I heard about like Aunt Jemima, like the syrup.
They pulled her, man.
And it's like
a really good syrup too.
I never looked into it, but it's just like, why?
I get the sentiment. I really do. I really understand where they're coming from, like perpetuating, you know, racist symbols or these symbols that kind of feed this oppressive ideology. I understand that. But I mean, we all kind of know it's BS on things like that. Like, nobody's really looking at Aunt Jemima syrup and being like, yeah, that's keeping black people down. Or that's keeping, or looking at like these, there was a Mexican taco one that they were like, no, you can't do that. And it's like, but like beans or something. Did you hear about that? Some bean company they were going after or something. But it's like, this isn't really, like, we have bigger issues than syrup.
What I always thought growing up is just like, you know, when I saw a box of Uncle Ben's or I see a bottle of Aunt Jemima, it was just like, okay, well, like that's probably like a portrait of like the people, like of the person like who created it, founded it, whatever, you know. Like, that's what I always assumed. I could be totally wrong, but that's what I always assumed. So it's just like, and now since they've been around so long, chances are they're you know, they're gone, like they're passed away. So now it's just kind of their name as a brand, and it's kind of, you know,
like a legacy.
Their legacy. You know, it's just like, so I didn't really understand how taking that away was a big deal. But you know, some people feel that it's a big deal, then whatever. I mean,
I want to talk to a Native American and be like, what do you really think about the Redskins? Like, is this just a bunch of white people saying that this is racist, or do Native Americans really feel like this was a problem?
Something similar to that was, so like when the Redskins were, you know, taking down their name or whatever, because that's been a long time coming. Like, a lot of people,
it's been in the works for
a long time. Like, people, so many times the people are just like, you know, you can't call them the Redskins. It's like, well, I don't, you know, obviously you should not call a Native person a Redskin. Like, that's just something you do not say, something that should never be, you know, that's terrible. But like, I don't think, you know, I mean, maybe when it was founded, might have been a derogatory term. I'm not sure when they were founded. But that's been a long time coming but you know, of them wanting to change their name, or of the people wanting them to change their name. Up until now, they were just like,
screw it. Yeah.
And the same thing happened because in hockey, there's a team called the Blackhawks. They're the Chicago Blackhawks. And people were going after them also to change their name. And they're like, screw you, we're not doing it. If you actually do the information, our team is named after, you know, a very significant person, or a Native American chief who was in our region. And he was very inspirational. He had a very big part as to why things around this area happen.
So that's interesting.
Yeah, so it's like a lot of people, and like the team came out and said that. That wasn't just someone, you know, making something up, or someone just like, oh, actually, it's like the team actually came out and just like, no, our team is named after a specific Native American chief. I'm pretty sure he was a chief, and this is kind of our way of honoring him. We're not
that's cool.
Changing our name. Screw you.
Yeah.
All the people who are just, because a lot of people just assume, you know, since they're Blackhawks, it's just like.
But even that Blackhawk, like, what is that?
Personally, I don't think Blackhawk is nearly as bad as Redskins. I can see Redskins, but Blackhawk is, I don't get
Blackhawk is a stretch.
Yeah. So
like, where are we going with this?
And that's just, you know, so not far too behind it. There's like, you know, you got the Cleveland Indians in baseball. They're just called the Indians. Are they going to be,
where are we going?
Are they going to be changed to change their name? Because like, I don't think, personally, you know, I'm white. I'm not a Native American. Can't really say about it, I guess. But they're called the Indians.
Yeah.
You know, what's so bad about that? Like, I don't really fully understand it. You know, again, if someone, you know, Native American or whoever else was just like, oh, this is why it's bad. Like, all ears to hear what you got to say. It's just, you know, before I talk to anyone else, my own opinion is just like, I don't see anything bad about it at this point in time.
Yeah.
And a lot of it was just like, you know, the logo. I know that was a big deal. It's like it's a smiling Indian with a feather sticking out of its headband. It's like, okay, well, and you know, the Indian is red, you know, bright ass, you know, red, you know, I get it. So that I could see how that could be, you know, as like, you know, Redskin. But other than that, I don't really see what the big deal is with the logo. But again, like, I'm white, not Native American. So how much of an opinion can I really have on the matter is a thing.
That whole sentiment is so wild to me. And I've come across a few people now that are saying it, that like, oh, you know, I'm this color, so I don't get to speak on these issues. You know, I need to check my privilege and recognize that I shouldn't have an opinion. And I'm like, where does that lead to? We're all only going to speak to things that affect us personally. Well, then we can't speak on 90% of what's happening ever.
Exactly. And I think that's, you know, weird about it too, because it's just like, you know, I feel like low key, if you only talk about things that affect you, and like white people can only talk about things that affect white people, you know, African American people can only talk about stuff that affects African American people, and so on and so on. I feel like that's going to create segregation again.
Yes.
I feel like that is it's a valid thing to say. And in the future, it's just like, is our world evolved that much to where that can never be a thing again? I don't know. But if we keep talking, it's just like, oh, you're black, so you can't say things about white people, or you're white, so you can't say about, the struggles that black people go through. It's like, to a sense, you are right. Like, I am white. I will never know what it's like to walk in a black person's shoes. I just won't.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, there's certain things that I, have no right, I have nothing to say about it because I don't know. But other things, just like, you take away the skin color, like at the end of the day, like, it's still people. You're a person, they are a person. It's like you can understand to some extent as to why certain things would affect them and affect you more because you're all people.
Well, yeah.
So, I mean, I can totally understand, some people, like, you and I are never going to know what it's like to walk in a black person's shoes. Know, if they go through a struggle every day because they're black, what struggle that is like, because you just don't know.
Mm-hmm. But it's to a point, right? Because, I mean, I almost don't even want to say this because people get all weird about it. But, like, I've experienced racism as I'm brown, but a lot of people don't know I'm brown and some do. Like, I've experienced racism, but I keep it moving. Like, I hit that wall, and that I don't look at that as a reflection of me. Like, if someone's racist, even if it's not to me, if it's to somebody else, or if it's to me, I hear that and I think of that as a reflection of them. Like, I'm like, oh, you have some problems you need to take care of. Okay, I'm going to keep it moving this way. And I wish you the best, but I can't, like, I'm not going to ride.
And I feel like that's that's kind of the high road to take. I really feel like, and I could, kind of see how, like, you having to do that every single day
would be tough.
Well, yeah, it'd be extremely difficult, but, again, it's just like, am I really allowed to say for sure? Because I know for a fact, like, it, going back to when you had Soraya on and you asked her if you can be racist toward the white person.
Shout out to Soraya. Super smart. If you guys don't hear that podcast,
I really enjoyed Soraya's podcast. I really enjoyed that. Yeah. That's probably like
she was really cool.
No, I really enjoyed her podcast. Like, I straight up almost wanted to, like, message her privately and just like, dude, I really liked your podcast.
Oh,
like,
that's
cool. It was so cool. Like, I
hope she hears that.
I didn't want it to be so, like, weird, but like, I really liked her podcast.
Oh, cool.
I thought I'd like to hear what she had to say. I thought it was really good. But one thing, like, she didn't, fully say you can't be racist to white people. She was, I forget exactly what she said, but
yeah,
it's like, you can't be racist to white people. I was like, it's called racism for a reason. I was just like, if I went, because I working for the county, they have a road crew in Hoopaw, and we go there, Willow Creek, Hoopaw area, Orleans, to go and help them out every once in a while. Nothing's ever happening, because we're white, but it's just like, you do feel eyes like stare at you when you walk into a store or when you are just driving. It's like they're just like, oh, like, it makes you feel like you shouldn't be there.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the only time I've ever experienced anything like that. And that's not saying everyone in Hoopaw is like that. That's just certain people. So it's just like but the feeling of me feeling sort of uncomfortable like that, kind of like, I never go through it every day. That's, only when I go over there. Sometimes when I go over there, I feel that. Not even every time. So, it just goes back to, you don't know what it's like in another person's shoes that's of different color, Yeah,
but I like to think that people are smart. I don't think that everyone's stupid. But I think that we can easily be persuaded to ideas if someone is intelligent enough to be able to put it in a way that we can ingest it. Mm-hmm. And so I think sentiments get passed around that are kind of dangerous because we should all be able to speak on issues that are American issues.
Right. You have freedom of speech. Like,
And even more so, like, racism specifically is, well, all of it specifically, but racism is like, it's not just one race that's perpetuating it.
It's
like everybody. It's everybody. You can be racist to anybody. And the idea that only one color or one person can speak on an issue, I just worry about where that leads us. Because then, you hear people saying, oh, well, abortion should be only talked about by women. It's like, well, you need two people to have a baby. Yeah. And I completely support women's rights. I think they deserve the ultimate say. But, like, if I really want to have this kid and you don't, your vote outweighs mine.
Exactly.
Which it should. I recognize it should. I completely believe it should. But like, I haven't been in that situation, but I can recognize that would be hard.
And
I think you need both perspectives. You can't just have one, because then where do you go with that? You're going to miss out on all these other dynamics that really influence the discussion, because you just want one person talking about it.
And I feel like that's what makes, like, you know, especially like this time and age, like, you know, this day and age is really kind of hard, because it's like you're walking on eggshells. Like, you're on a slippery slope almost every single topic you talk about, and it's just like,
it's scary.
It's scary. Really, it's just scary. Like, you know, it's crazy. You know, like I remember, you know, just in high school, you know, when, you know, the movie WALL-E.
Yeah, with the trash robot.
Yeah, and like when I first saw, like, you know, it's just like, even when it first came out, we were pretty young, but as I got older, especially when I watched it in high school, I was recognizing, like, dude, this is gonna happen. I was like, people are gonna go out of, you know, this is scary to realize that this could possibly happen, and that's just, you know, technology, unhealthy American, you know, people and stuff. That's not even taking into account all the other problems that, you know, we have in the world.
You gotta keep talking. I'll let you rip this now.
I mean, it's just, it's kind of sad that everything that you talk about, or the potential to talk about, could be, you know, misconstrued, could be a touchy subject, and it's just like, that's really unfortunate, because, you know, like you said, you can miss out a lot on a bunch of, you know, topics that you never would talk about, you never would have opinions on. But so, I mean, it's really unfortunate that everything we talk about, it's like on a slippery slope. It's sketchy. Like, you could, yeah. You're making them strong this time. Yeah, we're going for it.
Oh, man. You gotta keep talking. We're still going, man.
I know, but I don't really know. You gotta talk too.
Right now.
Oh, that's a lot of pressure.
I don't know if they can hear me.
Yeah, they can definitely hear you.
Oh, you can hear me?
Yeah. Damn.
Yes, that's why I feel like that's why I really feel like, first off, I get a lot out of this, really, just for me. Like, it is a really selfish thing, because I need to have these conversations. Like, mentally, like, I can't, like, I gotta do this at this point now, especially having gotten a taste of it. Like, I need this real, authentic talk, because so many people are not getting it. But, like, I don't want us to be a society where we can't talk about hard topics just because they're hard. Like, where does that lead us? Like, we have a number of really, really severe issues coming our way.
Mm-hmm.
We have global warming, which I don't think people really understand, that global warming is not just the earth warming. It's fungi that are able to withstand higher and higher temperatures. And that could have drastic results for us as humans, because our body temperature, there are a lot of scientists that think that our body temperature is 96 degrees or whatever, because that is the perfect temperature where you're not spending too many calories, but like heating your body, you're not spending too many calories, but it's hot enough where if fungus gets inside of your body, it will die off. It can't withstand that temperature. But as the earth is getting hotter, this fungus is able to withstand higher and higher temperatures. And if it gets to the point where it crosses over, like,
no one's going to survive.
We're going to have a real problem. Like, fungus is an incredible, I don't even know what you would call it, but it's like, we have so many real tangible issues. The Uyghur situation in China, where they just built 300 more education camps, or they're trying to build 300 more. Like, we have some real issues coming to our generation.
Yeah.
And if we can't even handle talking about race and religion,
how are we going to handle any of that?
What?
Yeah.
We're going to get lost.
And part of it is just like, too, like, you know, like, how do you pronounce it? Yuga? Or
I am not. I think it's Uyghurs. It's Uyghurs, Uyghurs. I don't know. It's like Uigyhurs.
Okay, however you pronounce it. Like, I never even heard of that.
Most people have not
until last night when I watched yours and Sarah's podcast, and I was just like I paused it and I was like, "What the hell is this? Like, what is this?" And I went and looked, and, you know, granted, I didn't spend more than 10 minutes looking up on it, so I know next to nothing.
Oh, me too.
But it was just like,
I'm not an expert by any means.
Like, it just sounds like it's just a really big issue in
It's
China.
Insane.
And then it was just, okay, well, if it's an issue in China, it's not an issue here. So is that a big deal to us, or should we care about it? So like, then that raises another question. And that's a lot of things that happens with this day and age, especially with technology being so, advanced. You can hear what someone else says in China right now over Facebook or whatever else, and it's just like, it's weird to think about.
That's a really good point. And I was having this conversation with, someone very close to me recently, and we were kind of talking about like where we as a society have to have a real fundamental discussion about who we are and where we want to go. Because with technology and everything, like we are hearing what is happening around the world. We're choosing really not to do anything about it right now for, a variety of issues. We have our own issues, which I get, but like there's going to come a line, because it's like if we were back, it's like with World War II, like would we have gotten involved if Pearl Harbor hadn't happened? Sarah Schaefer really got me thinking about that. Was like, would we have been invested? And it's like, I don't know. I like to think like, that we would have.
Yeah. Like, who knows?
I like to think morally we would have been, we are compelled to help people, which is how I feel now about the China situation. Is these are people who are defenseless in a way, and we have the power. Like we could help them if we wanted to. But are we going to do that? Where do we want to go as a nation?
And that's a tough question, because,
it's a really hard question.
Okay, I don't know. This is all going to be very vague, what I'm about to say, because I just remember, so like when Obama
here for it.
Like when Obama was president, we obviously, I remember we were in 6th grade when he was elected.
Crazy time.
Yeah, and then when he was, we were he was in office all the way up until we were what, juniors? No, seniors. We were in Pursuit. Yeah, because we were in Pursuit.
Shout out to Pursuit.
Yeah. So, towards it's like the first term, we, obviously weren't, all mentally there as children to really comprehend what's going on. Like, we don't give a shit about politics. We don't care. It's like, when are you going to feed us? When are we going to go to the park? Like, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then, but, a second term, we all could have been, we all were a little bit older to understand it as he was going out. But even then, it's just like, I never did pay attention to his presidency, like hardly at all. I just remember, it was always, headlines of Obama doing this, this, and this, but it was always other places.
Yeah.
I remember, and nothing specifically, I just remember him, doing a lot for the world and not for the country. And, even as a kid, I was just like, a teenager, whatever. But it's like, okay, well, you're the president of the United States. You're not the president of the world. So why are you doing all this stuff for everybody else, but we have issues here that, it's almost like you're not taking it into account, or you're not paying attention to. And again,
yeah,
we were children and we were teenagers. So we, don't really have a whole lot of comprehension of what his presidency was actually like. We could go look, online and stuff. But, I was seeing it, someone who's 20, 30 years older than us, our parents' age, they know what he was about or stuff like that. And it's just like, it just seemed, as a child, teenager, he was everywhere else but here. And I always just thought that was weird. I was like, your job is to
lead the U.S.
Lead this part of the world. This is your job. Mm-hmm. Your job's not anywhere else. You got to keep peace with other countries, and you got to, be part of trade, stuff like that, keep everything alive. But when it's all said and done, when it's all said and done, you are here. Like, this is your job. This is your home. Mm-hmm. So to an extent, you should be worried about what's going on around the world, but to an extent, and it's just, who's to say what extent that is?
That is a really good point. And a lot of people feel that way, especially about Obama's presidency.
Yeah, and the same thing could be said, about Trump, because he said I feel like he's done, whether good or bad, he's done more stuff to the United States than Obama has. But also, I do recognize that, I'm older. I can pay attention to that now.
You could actually see it more.
Yeah. And as a, child, teenager, whatever, you didn't really understand it then. But at the same time, he's done that. He's also been, in Ireland, how many days of his presidency playing golf? So
in Ireland?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
So, yeah. He's like, you can't say so much. It's probably more days now, but I think it was like 130 days.
He's a big golfer.
Could be wrong, but I could have swore it was some article that he's been, some odd days in Ireland playing golf for some of his presidency. And, 130 days doesn't seem like a long time, but like out of, just the 4 years he's been president, that's quite a bit, it seems like.
Well, I'm pretty sure it's like taxpayers paying for the flight.
Maybe. I mean, he's a billionaire. He can pay for it himself.
I don't think he's paying for jack shit. I think that he is riding the gravy train of the presidency right now, for sure.
I mean, he could be, but I mean, it's just like...
Who knows? I mean, maybe he's not.
Yeah, but I mean...
There's a real possibility of that.
So I just, as an adult, I've seen, Trump doing stuff, good or bad, for the U.S., however you want to view it. It seems like he's just done more stuff to the U.S. than Obama has. But again, I also recognize I was a child, teenager when he was elected. Wasn't really up to snuff exactly about how he was doing things and why he was doing them.
Yeah.
So, I'm sure there's plenty of people out there who would argue that he's done way more for this and way more for that than the U.S. than Trump has ever done, like Obamacare, stuff like that. But I just don't know. And could I look it up online? Probably. Am I going to?
That'd be too easy. Yeah,
sure.
Come on.
Am I going to?
Yeah.
I don't care that much. I mean,
that's the problem, is you have to overcome human nature to really try to get the information that you need. I've heard a lot of sentiment recently that, even black people were mad that Obama didn't do enough for the black community, which there's an argument to be made for that too. But
because I remember also about Obama's presidency is when he was elected, we watched on TV at my school. I don't remember if you did that at your school or not. But I was going to Lafayette, and again, I was in the 6th grade, and we watched it on the TV in the corner, and we all watched him, do the presidential speech, shake the hand. Congratulations, you are now the new president of the United States. And we didn't watch Trump's.
Yeah.
So it's just like,
well, there's no way.
Well, I understand his is, Obama's, you could argue, is more significant because he's the first African American man to become president, which is a huge deal, a very big deal. But if we're gonna watch his, why should we not watch Trump's? Just because he's not.
It's a good point.
Just because he's not a black man.
It's a very good point.
Or just because he's a lot more, yappy, doesn't know when to shut his mouth.
Doesn't fit the narrative that you want.
Yeah, so it's just like,
good point. It's a good point. It really is.
I think it's a very easy thing to say that, our school system was very
dismissive.
Well, I was going to say democratic.
Oh, yeah. Well, absolutely.
I think, most teachers, just from what I've seen, most teachers, are Democrats, whatever, not a big deal. You have a right to feel whatever you want. But I feel like Pursue specifically, calling you out, I think that he was upfront that he was a Democrat, which can be good, but can also be bad, because I know as a teacher, you're not supposed to really talk. I don't think you're supposed to talk about your political views, your religious beliefs, stuff like that, to your students, because you have such a strong, influence on them, whether you realize that or not, whether they like you or not, you could still have influence on them,
It's dangerous.
Yeah. So really it's just like, dangerous. And I think that honestly, a lot of it, affected me too, because I remember when Trump was announced the president, I was at work, and then you, me, Kaz, and Braden were in the group chat, we're just like, Braden was like, dude, he's president. Like, how the hell did this happen? And we were all just in shock and awe. And we were I was just like, this guy's going to ruin everything. He's going to cause World War III. But, that was then. I'm not saying I'm a Trump supporter by any means at all, but my opinion has definitely died down on him than it was when it first happened.
It's not the end of the world.
Yeah. And it's just and there's another thing. It's just when Obama was president, it seemed like it was a very peaceful transfer of power. But then when Trump was elected, it was not peaceful whatsoever. People
were pissed.
To this day, they're just get him out of there, kick him out. They're doing anything they can to get him out. It's just I don't remember, again, I was a child teenager, but I don't remember that happening to Obama. I really don't. Remembering, I'm sure a bunch of people were pissed off, that a Democrat was president, but, I remember not even too long ago, this year, the Republican headquarters was fucking destroyed. People threw rocks, spray paint, just vandalized it.
Yeah.
And it's just what's that going to do? I don't remember as a kid, the Democratic headquarters that, that being done too. A lot of people are just people who support Trump, they're gun owners and, they're violent and all this stuff. Well, it's are they? Because that didn't happen in Democrat headquarters, but it sure as hell happened at Republican headquarters.
Dude, I remember we were out at Wolf Creek, which was a campground.
Mhm.
Yeah, we were
I
out
went there.
there when Obama won, when like they counted all
Oh,
the ballots
really?
and found out that he
Okay.
won.
Okay.
So I remember we were, boys had one house, girls had another house.
Yep.
We were all in our bunks. Well, it was late. We were about to go to sleep, but it could have been like 8 o'clock. Like I don't know the time. But I remember our teacher running in and saying Obama won, and we all like, we even at that age, we were young, but even at that age, like everybody cheered.
Yeah.
And like I don't think we even really grasped the magnitude of what happened, but like we all cheered. And I remember going to sleep and I was happy just because like I don't even know, like I don't know, because I can't remember what it was like to
Because
be
you
at
were a
that
child,
age.
you don't know. And
Yeah,
the
but I
same-
remember realizing like this is a moment.
Like the same
this
thing
is
happened at
something
my school.
important.
Like when he was elected, it's just like, there was kids at recess. I mean, it was only for a few minutes that I remember, but it was just like we were all running, Obama.
Yeah.
Oh, it's like we had no idea what the hell we were talking about. And it's just like, my teacher at the time, she was, and this didn't click, as a kid, but looking back on it now, it's like I remember a very distinct moment where she's just like, I hate Democrats. I cannot stand them. So I mean, and I'm pretty sure, her being our teacher and everything, when we were running and doing that, it probably didn't bother her because
She's like, these are just kids.
yeah, they're kids. Who cares? Like they're just
Yeah.
like whatever. And I'm sure she probably thought it was a big deal that an African American man was elected president. I think everybody did, or maybe not some people, but I feel like most of America was just like, okay, well, like at least even Republicans or who were disappointed that Democrat went in. I'm sure they could at least acknowledge this is the first, like you said, this is a moment. This is the first African American president that we've ever had.
It means something.
Yeah, it's
whether
like it
you
does.
wanna,
Like it's
whether you want to look at that or not.
exactly.
it
Whether
does.
he's what party is, it shouldn't matter. Like, the fact that he's just an African American man, when they were slaves to, we now have a president who's African American. Like, that's very significant. So I mean, it's like I said, I'm sure she didn't even mention or didn't even care that we were doing it because she's like, oh, they're kids, they're just doing kid stuff.
Yeah.
But I'm sure watching her, doing that, she probably realized the significance of it. But she was just like, Democrats in there.
I am really, 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 and I can't emphasize this enough, I'm really afraid of what education has become. I'm really, really terrified. I don't think enough people realize that these kids are being indoctrinated into this far left belief.
And I that's why I kind of said earlier, it's just like a lot of teachers are Democrats and like pursue, whether he meant to or not, did have an influence on a lot of kids in there.
Man, you're so malleable at that age. You don't even know really how to think.
Exactly.
Or how to form
So
an
it's like
opinion.
when teachers are like, I think
feeding you this stuff.
Exactly. That's all like I have a guy I know, his daughter is, just a couple years younger than us, and she's in college now, but he's just like, she's so, like such a Democrat. And he's just hardcore Republican, like everything about, he just loves it. And him and his daughter clash on shit. Like it's just, they send, text each other, doing all this stuff. It's just like, he's probably going to watch this. So shout out. But it's just like, and and he's like, he's told me, he's like, I have the mindset is like, if you believe a certain way, that's fine. But it shouldn't be because someone else told you to think this way.
Yes.
It should be because you think this is the best way. You should believe that you think what they're doing is right. It shouldn't be because you're, a follower or...
Don't be a sheep.
Exactly.
Just don't be a sheep.
Just don't seep into it. And that's why it's just like, whether people realize it or not, I think that happened a lot, especially in public school. It could happen in private school. I don't know. I've never been in private school.
Oh, it is.
But...
More so. Well, I don't know about more so.
I don't know.
Continue.
But public school is just like, when, I'm just going to use Pursue as an example,
Sorry, Pursue, we're really laying in. You're a good teacher, man.
He's just the
you
only
got
one
some values.
He's just the only one I can really, understand because he's the one I had that was like really open about
Yes.
his political beliefs. But it's just
He was not afraid to tell you how he felt.
Exactly, which I think is good. But at the same time, as a teacher, I don't know. Is that good or bad? Who am I to say? Yeah, I was a student, so I guess I have a right to say yes or no. But who really knows? Because it's just like, how do you decide whether he said or how he said things was good or bad? Because I honestly believe that, we were all, whether he realized it or not, is like you said, our minds are clay and he's just molding what in his own way, intentional or not. It's just that happens. And I feel like that happened a lot across the country because a lot of teachers are Democrats. Honestly, I have no proof as to that's true or not.
We don't need proof. This is the podcast, baby.
No statistics whatsoever to support that argument. But it's just a thought that I have.
Feel it.
And it's just a thought and a feeling that I have, about how things are run. And that's why I think a lot of older people and younger people think.
Yeah.
And it's because you're surrounded by these people who think one way and then they teach their kids to think the same way, which, makes sense, but at the same time, you need to really give the reins to your kid at a certain point and make your own choices. If we disagree, we disagree. If we agree, we agree.
Yeah.
I mean, you said this thing on Sarah's podcast, just like if more people agreed to disagree, this world would be a lot better off in a lot better shape.
Wouldn't we?
That's why I think arguing does nothing. That's why you're just yelling at each other. If someone's yelling at you, screaming in your face about their opinion, of course you're not going to care as much about it. You're not really listening to what they're saying. You're just realizing that there's someone yelling in your face, and nobody likes that.
Nobody does.
That's why I don't think arguing really does a damn thing. It's just like you need to sit down and talk, but that's never, sometimes it's not an option. Sometimes it will never be an option. It's just like...
It's not promoted in our society right now.
No, and I think, it's... because a lot of people that I know are, extremely Republican, which is fine. They'll say things and I can either agree with them or not. But it's just, on certain things, like I talked to one guy, it's just like, he didn't believe in gay marriage. He's like, almost 60. And I'm just like, I kind of, he doesn't have any kids. And I pointed out to him, just like, if you had a son or you had a daughter and they were lesbian or gay, would you not want them to be happy? Would you're married to your wife? Would you not want them to have that same feeling that you have for your wife?
Yeah.
And it was just like, he kind of pondered it and it's like, it's almost never been brought to his attention,
Because so many people are too busy yelling at him, calling him a racist bigot.
I know. It's just like,
or sexist or homophobic that you're not getting to them.
I know. And it's just like, it's sad. It really is sad because it's just
heartbreaking.
And and it really is because just like, if it had been brought to his attention, like he still may feel the same way. I don't know.
Yeah.
We haven't really talked about it since, but like when we did talk about it, it was very, very brief, but it was just something I pointed out and I could kind of see the wheels in his head turning, I'm just like, okay, well, I think he's never really thought about that before.
Yeah.
And, he can believe the way, because he has a reason as to why he believes that, whether if it's because his parents thought that way and he was raised that way, whatever his beliefs are, he has the right to believe that for a certain reason. So it's just like, I think it's very important. Like when people are just like, don't, I forget what it was. Like you need to educate people rather than like argue with people or something like that, but it's just like, you need to talk to people. Don't argue with people. You need to simply have a conversation. If you guys, can talk for 4 hours and never agree to anything, okay, shake hands, agree, disagree, go on your separate ways, never talk to that person again. It's pretty easy. And people act like it's the hardest thing to do in the world, and people think it's their, they really need to do it. They really need to show people the right path. It's just like, get bent, okay? Seriously, get off your high horse. Get off your high horse. You're not in charge of what to say they can believe or not.
Well, that is a real problem with the left, is they have this fundamental belief that they're superior to anyone who disagrees with them because of their beliefs.
And that can't happen.
Well, you gotta take a look at, why are we talking? Like, why are you talking to the person that you're talking to? Are you trying to persuade them to your side? Are you trying to make an argument so that they stop believing what they believe and come to your side? Or are you trying to talk to them to actually talk to them? Are we having a conversation where, I'm coming in with my beliefs, you're coming in with your beliefs, and we're going to talk, and maybe I'll sway your way because you've got some really good arguments, or you'll sway my way, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because we're talking about the issue. Or are we going in because I'm trying to persuade you to my side? Like, what are we doing?
I really enjoy, like, when I talk to someone and they disagree with 100% disagree with what I said. I really enjoy to sitting there and talking with someone as, okay, you feel this, okay, so you feel this way, you disagree with me, but why? And then I'll tell you
that's the key that nobody's asking.
And I'll tell you what I think, and then we'll go from there, like have a discussion. But it's just like, I've seen people, or just like, if you are, a Trump supporter, if you are a Democrat supporter, just like, don't even talk to me, unfriend me, don't ever talk. Like, what?
It's so
Like
narrow-minded.
I can understand why people do that because they don't want to affiliate themselves with people who think so far differently than they do.
Mhm.
But like, again, like that's a good thing, but that's also a bad thing because you don't want to surround yourself by a bunch of people who disagree with you. But at the same time,
You got to have your thoughts challenged.
exactly, you have the same they have the right to think the way they do. You have the right to think that you do. So I mean, it's just I feel like when people close themselves off like that, it's like that is to me that's narrow-minded.
Yeah.
To some people it's not, but to me that's that screams narrow-minded. That's just like you're thinking one way, you're not accepting anything else. You're not going to change, and that's fine. You don't have to change, but I think it's important to sit there and take in information here and there. And that is really hard, especially with the media, because I think a lot of these problems nowadays is the media. It's not the problems themselves; it's the
insane.
media.
It is so bad.
I think it's terrible. Like we talked about it, I think a little bit on the last podcast was just like, if you watch nothing but CNN, of course you're going to believe everything they speak to you. But if you watch nothing but Fox, it's the same thing. But if you watch both, you can kind of have
At least an opinion.
yeah, like
a slightly well-informed one.
that way you hear both because, like it or not, media is biased. That's well known. It's not new news. That's been a fact forever.
That's why I'm so worried about schooling, man, because I'm reading this book. And I plugged it with, I think I was talking to Spencer, and I gave it a shout out. It's called Irreversible Damage: The Transgender Craze Seducing Our Daughters by Abigail Schreier. It is not a hit piece for transgenders. It's not anti-transgender. I'm not anti-transgender. I'm not anti-LGBTQ. But this book looks at the problem of kind of the human mind and how we are malleable and how, the transgender craze is kind of morphing into the lives of these teenage girls because their friends are saying they're transgender and then they're grabbing onto it because they want to be a part of the clique. You really want to be whatever you think will make people like you when you're young. Like I fell victim to that. I'm sure you fell victim to that. That's just part of growing up and realizing who you are.
Exactly. Like it's funny you said that because like I thought of that just actually earlier today.
Mm-hmm.
I, for whatever reason, went back to a flashback at, middle school at Zane. And, I had a very specific set of friends, but I always got to school before they did.
Mm-hmm.
And so I didn't want to sit there by myself and, look like a loner or look like a loser, whatever it was.
So then you start showing up late.
Well, actually, no. I started hanging out with another group of people.
Oh, that's good. That's how you should handle it.
I started hanging out with another group of people who had, they had no interest in really hanging out with me. It was just, my really good friend at the time was, somewhat friends with this dude. And I, had been introduced to him, hung out with him a couple of times. And he was, you could say maybe pack leader of some other kind of group.
Mm-hmm.
So I hung out with them before school started because they were all there and stuff. But then, a couple of times, I'm sure, it was fine. But after a while, they're just like, okay, here comes this kid again. And then he was like,
towards you.
Yeah, like straight to my face. And he was just like, oh, I'm just kidding. And like, as he laughed and smiled, I'm just like, okay, well, you're
that's shitty. My bad.
Well, no, it's fine. Like, I was like, and at the time I was like, I knew in the back of my head, I was like, he's probably not kidding. He probably really wants me to go away and leave his friends alone. But it's just like, I do not want to go by myself.
But see, that's the thing.
It's like, I'll be so
afraid of that.
Exactly. And it's like, I'll be sit here and like just talk down to kind of, and just, take that because I don't want to be alone and I don't want to be left out of things.
People will put up with an insane amount of abuse or mental turmoil to just be part of a group.
And that's not healthy.
It's so bad.
But, again, like, I was lucky enough. I honestly, really fortunate to recognize, even in middle school, what was actually going on. And to what, like I said, he probably was serious about what he said. But I was just so afraid of being left out and just being by myself alone. It was just like, I'll just take it on the chin and just, stay here anyway. Because usually when I hung out with them, I was just, standing with them. Whenever they walked somewhere, I'd walk with them. I kind of like, laugh at jokes here and there, like try and make myself,
small. You're just trying not to stand out.
Like you're still trying to be there, but you're trying to be small because you really have no idea what the hell they're talking about or anything. And it's just like, it just makes you feel like crap. And I was lucky enough to, to recognize that, even at that young of age and then get out of that and just like, you know what? It's fine. Like I can just, I can find other people to talk to that I actually enjoy having a conversation with and actually want to have me around, or, I can be comfortable with being by myself for a few minutes. Like it doesn't really matter.
But that takes a certain mental fortitude that a lot of people do not have.
No, yeah, because then, I think you could argue that a lot of people have, that's a certain, that could take a certain upbringing to realize that kind of stuff.
Could.
And, if you've already been through, certain things at like a harder life,
maybe you're not up to
you're
that
gonna, you're going to handle things differently than that. And so, I mean, I feel like, that really takes, especially at that young age, like your upbringing really takes into account as to how you act and what you do. And so like how that, I really like to think that, like, unfortunately at the time I put myself in a situation, like let them kind of like talk down to me in a way, like I said, I'm not sure if he was kidding or not, but I'm pretty sure he like was serious, but played it off not to hurt my feelings or not to be too mean about it. But it's just like, it really makes me happy that I recognize that, that was what it was. Like I recognize that, how he said, probably what he meant, probably how, like, how I felt about it, but like, I'm going to stick with it anyway, because I'm just afraid to be alone. I feel like that, that really, in my own mind, I don't really want to sound like arrogant, but it really felt mature to myself to really understand what was happening in the situation, but then going down which path, like however I wanted to handle it.
Yeah.
But just the fact that I could recognize that, I was like honestly proud of myself that I was just like good for you. You recognized the fact that,
you stood your ground.
Yeah. I mean, in a way, I still hung out with them. I still let them talk down to me,
but you're a kid.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to cut yourself slack because you're a kid. You're still.
And I do looking back on it now. It's just like, okay, it's not that big of a deal. It doesn't affect me who I am at all.
Because you grew from it.
Exactly. But it's just like, some people don't have the same. Some people do not have that same mindset. Some people do not have the same opportunity, to think about that.
That ties back to what I was saying about the book. Like, that's the perfect example is in these schools, and the book shows this, like, in these schools, these kids are being pushed into this belief. And in the book, there was a quote from, like, the head of education for California that really freaked me out. And she said that, schools are taking on this new role. Excuse me. Schools are no longer just about education. Schools are about building activists who are going to make positive impacts in the world. And I'm reading this, and I'm paraphrasing. There was more to it, but that freaked me out because who are you to decide what is the plan? What is the best plan for the world? Like, you could be, leading these kids down this really bad direction, thinking that you're doing something really good, which I think is what we're experiencing. Mm-hmm. Like, the left has to accept that part of the reason why Trump is in office is because, well, you shit on half the country for so long that they finally found a candidate who they could back that rose up against it. Like, we are creating a lot of the hatred that we're trying to get rid of. But you can't, like, these... Dude, I'm really freaked out about it, and I don't know if I'm just, like, too in it to, like, have a clear head. I might be too close to the subject. It's very possible. But, like, in reference to the transgender thing, like, these schools can let these kids transition and not tell the parents. So maybe they're calling them by these different gendered names because the kid wants that. They can give, like, universities can give these kids hormones, which are extremely... really damaging to your body, really damaging. They can make you sterile. They can, have all these adverse health effects. But this school is letting these kids have access to these without the parents' knowledge, without letting the parents know, for really cheap because it's under their under their health plan. And it's all in the name of, pushing diversity and pushing acceptance, which is really good. That's why people haven't really woken up to it yet, is because the branding is really good. I mean, who doesn't want a more inclusive, a more accepting world? Mm-hmm. Like, we all want that. But the steps that we are taking are hurting people. Like, 80% of the kids that are transgender will grow out of it. So what does that say if we're giving them these hormones that are hurt? Like, I don't know. I got to bring on somebody that knows more about it, because I don't know enough. I know enough to worry me because I didn't know, but I don't know enough to, like, really start making something happen. But there are things in the education sector, and I've been to 5 different schools, like in my college career. Like I know I've been on the West Coast, I've been on the East Coast. I know things are radically different, but this sentiment, which is where I was going with all this, I apologize for dragging it out, but where I was going was that these schools are pushing this really radical doctrine of the left that most people don't agree with. Most people are more in the middle, but these kids, they go away to college and all the teachers are saying, you have to be this. You have to be this activist. You have to fight the racists. You have to fight the fascists. Everyone that disagrees with you is a racist bigot. And it is your job. You were put on this earth to stop them. Like, that's what you have to do. You have to make this world better. And it sounds so great in theory, but it is detrimental to our society.
It's funny that you say that because, like,
I just got really worked up with that.
It's funny. It's the alcohol.
It's the alcohol. We're gonna blame
it's
this
funny
whole
that you
episode
say
on the
that because,
alcohol.
like, when you and Sarah were talking about it, about how there's like slips here and there of Nazi Germany, I was just like, kind of agree with that because just like, you know, like that right there, like that almost screamed a little bit of like, you know, Nazi Germany to me.
But nobody wants to recognize that because it's coming from the left.
Exactly.
So they want to paint a blind eye to it. They're
And
like,
I'm
no,
not-
it's modern. It's the left.
And like, I'm not saying, you know, the left is, you know, Nazis.
Yeah, we're not
That's
making
what I'm saying.
generalizations.
Exactly.
We're not going to paint anybody into a box.
But it's just, you know, the fact that, you know, some people think like that, that is like, you know, you're put here to do this and nothing else. Like, that's, you know, especially if you start that at a young age, that's brainwashing. And that's,
Yeah.
I remember watching Schindler's List.
I have not seen that. Is it a good movie?
Really?
I've heard it's really
I
powerful.
remember Miss Bush in U.S. history sophomore year. She showed it to us when after we learned, you know, like, you know, about Nazi Germany, stuff like that, and we watched it over a few days, and it was really good. I haven't watched it since, but I remember it was a really good movie, and I remember that, you know, there was kids, you know, in uniforms that were, you know, watching and listening to stuff over and over and over again, brainwashing them. And it's just like, you know, to the extent, you know, if that's actually like what you said is actually happening, you know, for some people, then it's probably not to that extent. Like, they're not, you know, trap someone in a room and like brainwashing people.
Yeah, it's not
But-
that wild.
Exactly. But it's just like, it almost seems like it is happening.
It's effective.
Exactly. So, I mean, if it even the slightest bit on a child's mind has such an impact on, they may not recognize the impact until, you know, 20 years down the road, but they could look back. It's like,
What did I do?
exactly. I
What did
was
I
just
do?
crazy, you know, and that could be said about the right too, not just the left.
Oh,
That could
yes.
be said exactly about the right. You know, you have to look at it, you know, you have to look at it fairly.
Yeah.
And it's just, there's a lot of stuff, you know, certain subjects that, you know, one person, like I think you and Sarah touched on it again. It was just, it's one person will vote for somebody because of one specific topic, but won't look at the other, you know, 5-6 things that they want to do. And they could totally disagree with those,
Yeah.
but love
one thing.
the fact that they are on that one on their side.
And that's all.
And
that
that's
matters
all
to
it
them.
takes. And it's just
Yeah.
like, you need to look at everything. You need to look at this side. You need to look at this side and just decide what's better. And like, some people are going to say that, you know, if you vote libertarian, which it really seems to be kind of the perfect mix between the right and the left, is never going to happen. And I feel like, I honestly hope we see it in our lifetime. I really feel like we will, but I really hope that we do.
Mhm.
Because there's like, I've looked into Joe Jorgensen.
Oh, have you?
Yeah, and it's just like, because I've always believed, because like there's certain things on the Republican side that I personally am just like, yeah, like that needs to change, that needs to happen. But there's certain things on the Democratic side, I'm just like, that should happen also.
That's how it should be. You
But-
should be able
but
to
there's-
see the good on both sides.
Exactly. And I get it. You know, you're a lifetime Democrat. You've never done anything else. You're a lifetime Republican. You've never done anything else. And you know, no matter who the candidate, because there's a lot of people that are like that. No matter if they think the candidate is bad or good, they will vote for that. Like Pursuit said that.
Yeah.
I remember that specifically. He's like, I don't care who the Democrat, you know, person is. I will vote for them because I am a Democrat. Okay, that is kind of good, but that can also be bad because
Kind of scary.
yeah, it's just like you disagree with them, but you're going to vote for them anyway because as a whole, you are a Democrat, which I could totally understand. but it doesn't seem like the right way of thinking to me. It could seem perfect sense to somebody else, but to me it doesn't really seem like that.
Yeah.
So that's why I started really looking at Joe. Like, I'm kind of undecided as to who I'm going to vote for, because this is the first election. This is the first election I'm going to be old enough to vote for.
Oh yeah, you didn't get a vote.
Yeah,
in
last
the
time I missed it by 2 weeks. My birthday is November 18th.
I forgot about that.
So I missed it by a couple weeks. You know, it was very short.
This is a big moment for you.
Kinda, because I really do believe that like everybody should vote. You know, I do feel that to some extent as to it doesn't matter what you think or what you vote for, because prime example, Hillary won the popular vote, but Trump's president.
But that's a whole other issue.
Exactly.
That's the electoral college that people have to.
That's a whole other issue. But it was just like, you know, that was my mindset. It's just like, okay, because I've been told to a young age, an older guy, when I first got hired on the county, he was Republican, and as a joke, he was just like, if it has an R, you vote for it, because he was the same way that Pursuit was, but on the opposite side. He was like, I will vote for whoever Republican, whatever. But he was just like, really, you should vote. He's like, no matter which way you vote,
just vote.
You should vote, because he's just like, people died for that. He's just,
it wasn't a right.
He's like,
for a long time.
He was just like,
for
people
you to be able to vote.
He's like, people die for that right. He's just like, you need to do it. And he felt really passionate about the military dying for that, because he was in the National Guard. And so he felt really passionate. He's like, no matter what side you choose, you should vote, have your voice heard, because that is your right. That's what makes America America. You have that right.
Yeah.
Ever since day one, we've been a society where like your voice matters. That's why America was founded. So it's, to an extent, you need to hear your voice heard, but then it's just, to hear stuff like, whoever wins popular vote may not win president. It's like, well, what the hell?
Well, what's crazy about that is,
like you said, that's a whole other issue.
Yeah,
that's not,
only like 100 million people voted, if that, and we have 350 million people. Like, I'm a huge proponent of the belief that if you don't vote, whatever you're complaining about is partly your fault, because you're mad about the police, you're mad about all this stuff, and you want to attribute it to Trump. Attribute it to all the members of your community that didn't vote.
I remember,
because I guarantee if you're pissed off about how the police are discriminating people, which we should all be upset about, because police brutality affects us all. But if you're upset about that, it's not Trump's fault. You should be holding your congressmen, your congresswoman, your senators, you should be holding them responsible, because guess what? They're screwing you. You are electing these people on the belief that, this is going to happen and this is going to happen. And if they let you down, don't vote for them. Vote for somebody that's going to do some real good for you now. It's not Trump's fault. Trump is responsible for a lot of bad things. I understand. I'm not making light of that. But people really have forgotten that, first off, a lot of people died for you to be able to vote on both sides. Whatever race you are, it doesn't matter. A lot of American lives were lost so that all of us could vote. All of us. And if you don't vote, and you don't like how the situation is right now, well, what do you expect? You didn't freaking vote, man.
And that's on a grand. I remember on last time you had me on here, we talked about how, in student government, there was people who were complaining about not doing things done. It's like, okay, where were you?
Yeah,
we had to be.
And that applies to both of us too, because we weren't there for a lot of shit.
This is on a grand. Obviously, this is on a grander scale.
Yeah,
but
it's the same principle.
It's the same concept. It's just like, you weren't there. You didn't voice your opinion. So do you really get to say?
Yeah.
Do you really get to complain about what happened or didn't happen because you were not there to voice your opinion as it was happening? So, I mean, yes, you get to voice your opinion because, you're an American, you have a free speech, all that stuff. But you didn't actually vote. Yeah, you didn't actually voice your opinion.
The people what you want to happen.
Exactly. So it's just like, it's give and take. It's like, yes, you get to complain, but to how much, to what extent do you get to complain about because you did not vote? You didn't.
Listen, I am all for your right to be able to complain. You can complain all day. I will support that. But there comes a point where you have to take some personal responsibility. That's what upsets me about like LeBron James. And I'm very uninformed on this. So if I'm wrong, somebody shout it out and I'll listen and I'll do some more research. But he was saying, black people's votes don't matter. Well, guess what? A lot of black people aren't voting. So, yeah, your vote doesn't matter because you're not voting. A lot of Latin votes don't matter because you're not voting.
I feel like that's a valid point. It's like if you don't vote,
then you can't be surprised that your voice isn't heard if you're not voting.
I'll tell you one thing. I was, up until probably last month and a half, I remember, I was just about to go to bed. I'm sitting there with my girlfriend in bed, and like we're both on our phones, and I see, I'm on Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
But it's on an NFL, ad type deal. And it's a tweet or a quote from Patrick Mahomes, the quarterback of the Chiefs. And he was just like, I'm encouraging so many people he's basically saying, I'm on my social media. I'm everywhere to get more people to vote. He's just like, you need to vote. It matters. You need to vote. And I was so sure that Trump had it in the bag to just be reelected, because I'm not sure exactly when the last time a president wasn't given a second term.
Mm-hmm.
I was wondering if this topic was going to come up, and I was going to.
Okay, Times, we gotta pause. I gotta go to the bathroom so bad, dude.
Okay.
Or it's gonna get ugly. Time out, because we're gonna go deep.
Okay.
Oh man, I'm gonna fucking piss my. Oh wait. Right. Yeah, now we're back.
Back at it. Okay, so
Patrick Mahomes.
Okay, so I was
sorry about that, guys. We gotta. Sometimes you gotta just take 5 and go to the bathroom real quick.
So I was so sure that, Trump was going to be reelected. I don't know when the last time.
You thought he was going to be? You think he is going to be reelected?
I thought he was for sure.
But you don't now?
I don't know.
Okay.
I thought for sure that he was going to win, be just in the sole fact that I don't remember the last time, and I haven't done research on it, who the last time the president was that only served one term.
Mm-hmm.
As far as back as I can remember, which, obviously isn't that long, everyone's had a second term. So I thought for sure he had it in the bag for a second term. And then I seen his, again, it was on Facebook, on the NFL page, and it was a quote or a tweet from Patrick Mahomes that said, tell people to vote. And up until then, I don't think he straight up said, some, to the extent of get Trump out, elect Biden, stuff like that. But it's just like, it made it seem like he wasn't going to vote for Trump, and he was encouraging, obviously he was encouraging whether or not you're going to vote right, left, middle, vote.
Okay.
But it seemed like a lot of people are going to, vote his way. And I feel like that's the way a lot of us, and I've been noticing since then, a lot of celebrities, now more than ever that I've noticed, have been pushing people to vote, which is good.
Yeah.
But I think, it goes kind of back to the teacher thing, whether they intentionally mean to or not, they're encouraging people to vote their way. So now I was like, again, I was straight up certain that Trump was going to win the election. Mm-hmm. Now I really don't know. Because a lot of people do not like him, and a lot of people want to vote for Biden just to get him out.
That is a real problem. Listen, I don't know. I'm definitely not a pro-Trumper. I just want to put that out there. I don't know if I've ever made it seem like maybe I support him a little bit. But I can recognize good and bad on both sides. And Trump, I think people are ignoring a silent population of the U.S. A silent, moderate population that is reasonable, that is looking at everything going on, the protest, what Trump is doing, all the chaos, and is saying, what the fuck is happening right now? What are we doing? And I think a lot more people are going to vote for Trump. I think it's going to be an upset like it was in 2016. And the reason I think that is because the left has gone too far. You've lost the middle. There's this radical portion, and it's not all the left. There are a lot of really reasonable people on both sides, a lot of bad people on both sides. But there's this faction at both ends, right and left. Both factions have gone too far. But on the left specifically, I think a lot of left-leaning people who are, Democrats and believe all the sentiments, I think a lot of them are going to vote for Trump because they think he's the only one that will stand up to the radical beliefs of the far left. Like Trump just announced that he's going to push back on like critical race theory and the 1619 Project and all these projects that a lot of people think, there's not really a lot of science yet to justify what you're doing. And teaching kids about gender when they're in elementary school, like these are kids. Let them just be kids. Who cares what gender they are? Just let them be freaking kids. I'm all for you transitioning or doing whatever you want to do when you're 18, when you can make that decision. But up until then, let them just be kids. What does it matter?
I feel the same way because like I remember like when I lived at home, my mom would watch, Dr. Phil, Oprah, stuff like that. I remember there was he was a very young boy, either 9, 10, somewhere in there, that he was saying that he was gay.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, you have no idea. He might have had an idea, but like, you have no idea who you are. You are a child.
Think about all the dumb shit you did when you were a kid.
Exactly. It's just like you have, he could have changed, he could, I maybe thought that and now he thinks a different way. I have no idea. I don't even remember the kid's name. I just remember the story happening on that show and I was just like, at this point I was, I don't know how old I was, but I was definitely a teenager. I wasn't 18 yet.
Mm.
And I was just like, you are a child. I was like, and his mom was encouraging it. I remember that. I was just like, you have no right to do that to your child. I was like, let him just worry about recess. Let him worry about when he's going to see his friends next time. Let him worry about sleepovers. Don't let him worry about what he, if he, likes men or women. Like that shouldn't matter at this point in his life. It should have nothing to do with his life. Should not affect him whatsoever at that point in his life. I was like, when he gets, a little bit older, sure.
Yeah.
But, at that point, you should just be considered about you should just be worried about having a kid. Mm-hmm. Being a kid.
Yeah, being a kid.
You shouldn't be worried about, real life stuff. You need to enjoy your childhood. You need to,
be a kid.
Yeah, exactly. You're never, as a kid, you can't wait to be an adult. But, like, as an adult, you're just like, wow, I really wish I would have done more stuff as a kid. Yeah. I really wish I would have been, not so worried about growing up. Because, like, it doesn't, as a kid, it doesn't come fast enough. And as an adult, it doesn't slow down.
You don't realize that is the problem.
But, it's just like, people push that so young. Because I remember the first time we ever did anything sex ed related was in 5th grade. And we learned it was in the 2 5th grade classes at my school, mm-hmm. there was a male teacher and a female teacher. And all the girls went to the female teacher's class. Well, whether you were in that class or not, you went over there, and the boys went over to. And I had the male teacher. All the boys came to my class, and we were separated. We learned about our anatomy. We didn't learn about their anatomy. A women's anatomy. And at 5th grade, I kind of learning about yourself. It wasn't about I don't remember if it was making babies or anything like that. I just remember you learning what your stuff is, and them learning what their stuff is. Mm-hmm. And I don't think it lasted all that long, but maybe a couple, maybe 2 weeks, 3 weeks. But I thought that was, looking back on it now, I kind of think that's appropriate, because I feel like, you should, you're growing up, so you should learn to know, you should know what you are. But as far as, that young, I still think it's too young to talk about whether you're gay, bisexual, stuff like that. It's just,
well, there's a radical distinction is the problem. And nobody wants to accept nuance in the conversation. There is a problem in that what's really weird is you can have your kid not participate in sex ed, which sex ed is very critical. Sex ed prevents a lot of things that will happen in your life that are hard lessons.
I think it's very important for you to learn sex ed.
Yes, but you can't back out, at least in California and New York and these very liberal states, you can't back out of these gender identity instructional courses. It's not optional. You have to go through it. But the problem's not with that. The problem's not teaching kids oh, how do you feel? Are you a boy? Are you a girl? That's not necessarily the problem. The problem is the sentiment behind it. They're teaching these kids that, if you feel awkward, if you don't fit in, well, maybe you're transgender. Or, which nobody's talking about, or maybe you're just a freaking kid. Maybe you're not fitting in because you don't know who you are. Child development is so nuanced. There were times where I felt like I didn't fit in, and I'm sure you feel the same, and I'm sure mm-hmm. most people feel the same. That's just part of growing up and being a kid. But what they're teaching these kids is, if you don't fit in, or if you're stressed out, or
it's probably because you're this way.
Yeah, it's probably because you were trapped in the wrong body. Which none of this has come. I really want to preface this and get this point across. And I know it's not going to do much difference because people are going to take and run with what they want to run with. But I really love everybody. I really care and want the best for everyone. I don't care what you identify as, who you are, what your beliefs are. I want the best for you.
Mm-hmm.
Like I want us all to move towards a better future, whatever that better future is. I want us all to rise to our fullest potential and just be good people at the end of the day. But we have real tangible problems with this, and with gender especially. Is like, there's got to be some nuance, man. They're kids. Being a kid is a hard time. You have awkward experiences, especially for girls, which I'm not the person to speak on because I obviously am a boy. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I've only ever been a boy. I don't know what it's like to be a girl, but from what I've read and what I've heard, it's a hard time growing up as a girl because you have
Different things going on.
Yeah, and you see Instagram and all these beautiful women that don't actually look like that, and it's hard for you. And I understand that. And so I'm not the person to speak on that necessarily. I would love to bring somebody on to speak on it, but we're pushing these kids towards this idea that every problem they have can be solved by, looking. Maybe you're really a girl. Yeah, I know you were born in this body, but maybe you're a girl. And instead of letting kids naturally come to whatever conclusions they might when they can make those decisions, we're forcing it on them. And most people don't realize it's going on. Most people don't realize their kids are being taught this in schools, or this is being forced on them. And I really want to reinforce this. Like, I identify more with the left. I believe in like certain conservative ideals that, sometimes you have to want better for yourself in order to achieve better. The Second Amendment is very important. Like, I believe ideas on the both. I identify more with the left. But this is all coming from someone who, growing up, you could feed me any left ideological belief and I would run with it. I didn't form my own opinions. I recycled what I heard. And I was like, I wouldn't want to be, like, I'm so glad I'm not who I am when I was in high school. Like, I feel like that person, if it was a left idea, I pretty much pushed it. And now I'm like, okay, well, how do I feel?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm not tied to any idea, but I want to talk it out.
And
like, let's talk about it before I start latching. And I'm willing to hear out any opinion because I'm not tied to anything. I don't feel any personal attachment. I don't have any skin in any of these games. I'm just looking at it and I'm like, okay, well, this is what's wrong, but maybe it's not wrong. Maybe I'm not seeing it right. So if you want to talk to me about it, we can definitely have a discussion.
Exactly. So
But we got to talk about it first.
I remember, so kind of what you were saying, like how you were, brought up and like how you see things, like always supporting the left no matter what in high school. That kind of leads back to upbringing.
Yeah.
And for me,
and teachers and
upbringing was like, at home, my parents are not political whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, my dad, he can sit home and complain about, he watches, NBC, he watches the Today Show a lot.
Yeah.
And it's just, he thinks Trump's an idiot. But up until like Trump's been elected, I don't remember my parents ever voting. I don't remember them ever talking about politics. I don't remember them talking to other people about politics, up until Trump, because Trump's a very radical person.
Yeah.
And so up until that point, my house was very neutral on the subject. We never talked about that. We never, watched stuff on TV. Every time, a presidential person was up on stage doing, a speech or doing, something like that,
Mm-hmm.
we switched the channel to something else so we could actually watch and enjoy.
Yeah.
So my house is the house I grew up in is not very political at all. So I think that helped me as a person, always being neutral, always being uninformed as to what's really going on in politics, always turning a blind eye to politics, because I form my own opinion that honestly politics it could turn good people to bad, because there's so many. Someone could start so good, want the purest things, want the best for everybody, but then over time just go slowly left or go slowly right and then become radical. I remember in high school in Pursuit's class, it was, I thought for a fact it was going to be Bernie versus Trump. I knew from the get-go I thought from the get-go that America was done with moderate presidential candidates. I thought that they were so ready for either it's going to be Bernie, who's radical on this way, and it's going to be Trump, who's radical this way. When Hillary was like the presidential candidate, that was a blind side to me. But I also remember in that class, Aaron Lester, he was just
he called
dude, he was the only one in that class who was like, Trump's gonna
I gotta
win.
reach out to him.
He was like, I was the only one, he was the only one.
He said it. He called it from the jump. He thought Trump was gonna win.
He was like, Trump's gonna win.
Straight up, before anybody
plain and simple.
Idea.
Whether you like it. Pursue whether you like it or not. Trump's
going to win. This is coming
win.
from a kid that showed up to maybe
not even half.
third of the class.
Yeah, not even half of the class. Like that kid was never there, but he was just like, even before the second semester, before the election actually happened, when Trump was just a candidate, not even like the guy
running, like when there were still other Republicans.
Yeah, he was just like, no, Trump's going to win.
Yeah,
suck it. Like he's going to win, and
it was insane.
He was right, and I was at the time. Insane. I was afraid he was going to be right. The little voice in the back of my head was just like, he's right. Like it's either going to be him or it's going to be Bernie. It's going to be somebody
again, man.
It's going to be somebody radical. It's not going to be someone who's moderate. It's not going to be someone who's here and there, on the left, right, slightest bit to the right or slightest bit to the left. It's like you're going to be radically to the left or you're going to be radically to the right. It's
what the problem is with that? Is a lot of very sensible people that are in the middle aren't saying anything.
Exactly. I think a lot of things are falling through the cracks. When you're radically left or radically right, everything in between
gets lost.
Exactly. It's falling through the cracks and it's forgotten about. And honestly, sometimes the ones in the middle are the most important things.
I really believe. I don't know. I'm worried. I'm really worried that Trump is going to win again. And it's going to be because there's a silent majority that lies in the middle, that is sensible, that is seeing what is happening, and they think Trump is the only one that can stand up to the left. And I think they're going to come out and they're going to vote, and it's going to be for Trump. And just like in 2016, a lot of people are going to be like, what the hell happened? And it's like, well, you guys, these voices at the extremes are the loudest,
So, I mean, I don't mean to pull my phone, but I was pointing out because...
Just make sure you don't have it directly under the mic because it picks up static. I learned that the hard way with Camellia is I had it out and it was under the mic, and for like the first 20 minutes we were talking, it was all static because my freaking... Shout out to Camellia Spaghetti for figuring that out. Thank you.
I just want to point out that I found this website. Like when one night I was like, you know what? The election's in, 3 months, something like that. Like, I should really look into who I'm going to vote for, because I do want to vote. I think it's very important that everyone votes. I just think it's very important that everyone makes an educated vote.
Yeah, we talked about that last time too.
And I found this website, and correct me if I'm wrong. I think when a website is a .com, it's definitely more biased and it's paid for by certain people.
Well, anybody can have a .com.
Whereas a .org is like more informational, less non-biased, stuff like that.
I think it's government.
Exactly. So I found this website on Google, and it was just like, it's called ballotpedia.org.
Okay.
And I'll send it to you, and you can add it up in the link at the link at the end of the video or whatever. But I loved it. I thought it was very informational and stuff. It has on here. Sorry, it has all three candidates. It has Biden, Trump, and Joe Jorgensen, and you can look through. It has an option to select a candidate, and it says Democratic, Republican or Libertarian, or even says green, withdrawn candidates, all that stuff. You can click on all these people who have, it has all of their, you can say stats on there. Mm-hmm. It has how they feel about certain issues. It has stuff from immigration to what they want to do in the next 4 years to, abortion, to all these different things. And it's kind of what I've been looking for, because
is it like unbiased?
Exactly.
That's important.
That's how I feel it is. It's unbiased. Because I really don't like how, you watch NBC, all they talk about is how bad Trump is. But when you watch Fox, all they talk about is how good Trump is. Mm-hmm. It's like, you need to have a middle ground. You need to have a news media who's unbiased, who has just the facts. You decide for yourself. Yeah. And it almost doesn't exist. It's really hard to find. So I was stoked when I found this website, and I looked up on it, and it was just like, it has a lot of facts about, even has their personal information. It has how Biden grew up, and, a little bit about himself, and about every candidate about themselves. But then, it has, probably close to a dozen topics about how they feel on certain things. Mm-hmm. And it's like, this is really nice. you can literally side by side compare how
That's
this person
so
feels, how
important.
this person feels, and how this person feels.
Yeah.
That's so nice because there's a lot of fake news out there.
Yeah.
There's a lot of shit that's just like, it's just thrown out there and people run with it, and it could be totally fake. It could be, some people get their facts off of Wikipedia.
Mhm.
I remember, I was told as a kid all the time that, a lot of crimes in America are caused by black people. I've always heard that, but I've never seen any statistics on it. And so I went and looked it up one day, and I couldn't find any actual statistics that most crimes are caused by black people other than Wikipedia. And I'm like, that's not a valuable source. Like, that's not a good source to get information from and spread the word that, hey, black people cause more, harm and destruction than any other race. Like, you can't say that because it's on Wikipedia. Anyone, a 10-year-old could have done that 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
And so it just goes to show that, a lot of stuff out there is like, they can access the first link on a Google search, and that's the truth.
Well, a lot of people are just spewing shit that they make up too.
Exactly. Yeah. And that could be the
there's
same.
no fact.
And
behind it.
that could spread like wildfire. Whereas you have Wikipedia, as far as I know, anyone can go on there and change it.
Anybody.
And, they could purposely, I doubt a lot of people honestly put their opinion in there as fact. It could happen. But you have a 10-year-old doing a research paper on that, and they come
That's why you
across
can't
that
pull from Wikipedia.
and they spread it as a fact. It's
Yeah.
just like, it's not true. Or it may be true. You don't know because Wikipedia is not a good source. So when I Googled that, I literally could not find any information as to support the statement that I've heard my entire life that black people cause more crime than any other race. Like, there was nothing to support that I found.
I think even if that were true, which I have no idea because I've done zero research, but even if that were true, I bet you could attribute that to poverty. I bet it's not.
Yeah.
It's not black people. It's people in poverty, which, dude, we have. Oh my God, do you know anything about the Breonna Taylor case?
Okay, so I talked a little bit. Like, I've heard about it since it like first brought big, but I thought this might be a topic on this. So like, I asked my girlfriend, like, because I've heard what people I've heard other people's viewpoint of it, but as her and me one-on-one last night talked about it. And from what I understand, what happened was the cops had a search warrant, a non-knock or a whatever search warrant that they could just break into the house, take whoever's in there into custody for whatever, but they ended up, just shooting her while she was asleep, or when she woke up, then she got shot, however it happened. But, from what I understand, she was an EMT. And
oh my God,
that's pretty much all I know, which is like, they just pretty much killed her in cold blood. No knock, nothing, because like when I first heard about it, it was, like the cops didn't knock, but they said, this is the police, then broke the door down. And then she was just like, they didn't say that. There was nobody saying that this is the police. And he's like, the cops are still out there and they're not in trouble. They're still policemen. They're still in charge of enforcing the law, but they killed a woman in cold blood.
See, this is the problem right here. Regardless of how you feel about everything that you just said, regardless of how the listeners feel, this is the real problem, is that the narrative that you heard and the narrative that I have been exposed to
are different.
Are completely different.
Well, even the two narratives I heard were different. Like, even just the slightest detail
that's the problem.
Even just the slightest detail that they announced that they were this is the police, we're coming in, or they didn't say anything at all. The slightest detail goes a long way.
But see, nobody wants the facts, because the real facts are the police did have a no knock, but they did knock and they did announce themselves, and there are witnesses to corroborate that. So they did knock, they did announce themselves. The boyfriend fired the first shot. He didn't see anybody. He just shot in the general direction of the door. Is my understanding. Maybe I'm wrong too. I'm not. Who knows? But I know that there are different pictures being painted, and this is the fullest one that I have been informed. She was not currently an EMT. A dead body was found in her rental car. She was dating. And listen, because we're going to go in on this for a second, but then I want to get to some other stuff because I do have more I want to talk to you about. But she was dating a drug dealer, which is why her house was a target. It was called a soft target because they didn't expect the drug dealer to be there or something, or they knew he wasn't there. So it was a soft target, which they all knew. But she was dating this drug dealer. There was a dead body in her car. She was stopped by the police. It was a rental car. She said that it was, the boyfriend drove it more. So it was not her first run-in with the police. This is not she should not be dead. It is a tragedy. It is horrific. But is it because she was black? I don't think so. I really don't think so.
And before we go any farther, like I just want to, I just remember some stuff about certain stories. So the first story I heard was that her boyfriend was a drug dealer, and they also,
which is true.
And they also had
ex-boyfriend. I don't know anything about the current boyfriend that was in the apartment with her. Continue. I just wanted to preface that.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to. So when I first heard about it, like when certain people told me about it, which was just a couple days ago, and last night I talked to my girlfriend about it herself, but anyway, certain people had told me that they at first had the wrong house,
which is not true.
They knocked on, it was next door, and I'm like, okay, well, and when they told me that, I'm just like, well, how does the police get the wrong house? Like that, really,
which is what. To be fair, I heard that too in the beginning,
and that really seems like that wouldn't happen. You seem like
that would be a gross mistake.
Exactly,
on the police,
like that
would be a different conversation.
Exactly, and that would be 100% on the police. But anyway, the fact that or just what I'd heard, they had the wrong house. Her boyfriend, ex-boyfriend or not, but her boyfriend, was a drug dealer. Yeah, had a gun.
She had been laundering money for him.
Had a gun, and then, and that's all I heard on that side was just like, they broke in. He had a gun. They shot, and she ended up dying. And then on the other side that I heard was that I think again, could be wrong, from what I heard on this side, that they had the wrong house again, and that her boyfriend had a gun. Yes. But it was because, if you walk into someone, if you hear commotion outside your house, or if you hear someone break in, of course you're going to grab your gun.
Yeah, but would you shoot?
And that's what, I've heard on this side. It's just like there was, they didn't fire anything. Yes, he had a gun, but he didn't fire anything. They just killed them because he had a gun. But, they made it sound like, someone's breaking into your house, of course, if you have a firearm, of course you're gonna, bring it out and do something with it because someone's breaking into your house. So everything about it on the side that on the other story that I heard was that it was pretty much all in self-defense and like instant reaction, as to the other story, which is, somewhat similar, but at the same time completely different. And is that their fault? Is it their fault? Is it no, it's the media's fault. There's so many different medias out there who are saying that this is 100% true. This is 100% true. Yeah. What do you believe?
And you can accept that something is a tragedy and is horrific that it happened, and also accept that, not everything is tied to race.
Exactly.
Man.
Like when George Floyd died, he should not be dead. He should be.
He shouldn't, and nobody's arguing that.
He should be 100% alive, and I've heard, again, both sides. He was innocent his entire life, didn't do anything wrong. He was convicted. He was a felon. He was on probation. He was on drugs.
He was definitely high.
He was on drugs. When
that happened.
And then, some people are just like, and I think a lot of people can agree that, I've heard that the cop posed for pictures and the videos by other policemen when he had his knee on his neck.
Oh, I haven't heard that.
And he was just like, oh, I can't breathe. Obviously I can't breathe and everything else. But, and I believe him, probably, the from what I've heard, that, positioning, that, enforcement is not police trained. It's not, you don't learn in the academy to put your knee on someone's neck.
That's the problem is in some, it is in some.
And that could be a problem.
But that's what I'm saying. In some police stations, like that is a commonly practiced technique,
and that can be a problem when if a huge news media like NBC or Fox says that it is not a police thing.
Yeah,
there's going to be close to 100% of people who are going to believe that because the major news media said it. But regardless, I had heard that it wasn't a practice police thing. He was, almost posing for all that, picture stuff like that, because they thought it was funny and he was just a dirtbag. But
listen, Derek Chauvin should be locked up. I think we both agree.
And is that the cop who killed him?
Yeah, that's the cop who had his knee
on
George
exactly.
Floyd's
so
neck.
He should be. And from what I've heard, his wife divorced him. Like,
but nobody's arguing that. Isn't that weird? Nobody's arguing that what happened to George Floyd is horrific. No, first off, nobody's arguing that. But then nobody's arguing that what Derek Chauvin did was acceptable. Everyone's on the same page right now. So why are people burning down? Why is all of this happening if we all agree, man?
So
if we all see what is happening.
So when I first saw the video and like I had first talked about with certain people, and
wait, time out before, because we're going on George Floyd now. Back to Breonna Taylor. What happened, according to the research that I've done, which I dug into it a little bit. I've tried to create a more complete picture. I could be off, and if I am, somebody comment, somebody reach out, somebody say something, and we'll readdress.
Look into it, yeah.
But the cops were issued a no knock. They did knock. They did announce themselves. That is corroborated. The boyfriend fired first. Supposedly he didn't see anybody. He did hit a cop, and so they returned fire. Now, if Breonna Taylor was white, I really don't think anybody would be upset. But she's black, and we're in a situation where race does matter, but particularly race really matters if it's a white person killing a black person. And now we're getting into some dicey territory, because everything I just said, there are going to be people that support it, and there are going to be people that think I'm a racist for saying that. We have to be able to start looking at facts without our emotions. Otherwise, the whole conversation is gone.
And that can be really hard to do as humans.
It's extremely difficult.
A lot of the way you do things, a lot of why you do things is because of emotion. So that can be really difficult to do, but you need to act, it needs to be done.
You have to do it.
Exactly.
But more so, we have to start getting upset with the media for they're race baiting people. They're making race way more of like a primer to get people to go out and start doing horrific things, man. We have to really start talking about this. And because we're talking about this, it doesn't mean we're fucking... Listen, I'm of the view that you can call me nobody's called me racist yet. And I know I'm not a racist, so that's why I'm saying this, is because you can call me racist if you want, but I'm not. We have to start accepting that just because someone calls you something does not mean you are that thing. Now, there are some people who are racist and get called racist, but I think there are a lot of people who get called racist and are nowhere near racist. And we have to start pushing back as a people, as a community, and say, hey, if you call somebody racist, you better be damn sure that they are racist, because that word carries weight.
That's a serious accusation.
It's enough for you to be thrown out of society. So if you you can't just call everyone that disagrees with you a racist. Okay. If you call them that, you better be damn sure that they are racist. Otherwise, listen, violence is not the answer. People don't understand that violence really leads to some dark places. Even I, saying that, don't grasp the full reality of that, because I haven't gone to these places where violence is real yet. But I recognize that a lot of people that are being called racist are nowhere near racist. You're only calling them that because their views differ from you.
And, I know people who are, it's no secret that, if someone is a Trump supporter, other people are going to call them racist because they're a Trump supporter. Like, that's not exactly fair. I'm like, you could,
you could be.
You could somewhat argue that.
Yeah. But maybe they're not. I've talked to a lot of people that aren't racist that support Trump for a variety of different reasons.
It's just like, dude, you can't solely label someone as racist just because who they think should be the president. That is not fair. You cannot do that. You cannot say someone. You just can't do that. It doesn't sit right in my mind, to think that someone can.
They're discrediting your whole argument to try to get you to stop talking.
Exactly. And it's, I think that, you know, I think most people can agree that racism should not be a thing and, you know, can't be a thing. Obviously, unfortunately, I will say that a lot of that racism will never fully go away.
It won't.
And that's really unfortunate because racism is stupid. The fact that you can actually hate somebody or hate someone on the sole fact that they are black, white, Asian, Mexican, you know, whatever, is ridiculous. The fact that you can actually just, you know, lash out at somebody and tell them, you know, off just because of the color of their skin is absolutely dumb.
It's retarded.
I think that is ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's so stupid. And I think us as a society has actually like done extremely well over the past 50, 60 years on that. Like we have done so good as to dim that down. But at the end of the day, I fully believe that racism will never fully go away. And that's really sad. It's just, it's really unfortunate that that's the way it is. It's just that's how I personally feel, is that, like, you know, I can never imagine someone, you know, I can never walk up to somebody that is, you know, you and me are best friends. Like, you have a different skin color than I do. And I can't imagine, you know, someone else hating you solely because of your skin color.
Yeah.
Or me hating you because of your skin color. But I understand that, you know, some other people, you know, and some other people, probably mostly white people, could think that. And I can't imagine that that's how they feel, because I just don't feel that. And then I remember, you know, a few months ago when the whole white privilege thing come into effect, when I first thought of white privilege, my first thought was the fact that, you know, I can do better in this life because I'm white and the other person is black, so they cannot do as better as me. And I just didn't agree with that. I'm like, you know, if someone from, you know, a beat down part of LA, you know, who lives in a rough neighborhood, who has a bunch of family who is drug dealers and gangsters, stuff like that, you know, just the worst of the worst, there is no way that they can't go out and become, you know, let's say a lawyer.
Yeah.
And that I have, you know, in a middle class white family, I have more of a start than they do. And I guess I shouldn't say that, because, like, you know, being, you know, a middle class person who's raised in a very nice family, you know, you could start out life better, but there's no reason that I will do better than this person over here. I would not have to work as hard for it. This person who's raised in LA and has, you know, a rough family background and, you know, stuff like that, they will have a harder time getting to the same spot. But when I first heard of white privilege, I first thought that, you know, they were saying that, you know, black people will never amount to the same thing that white people do. And I'm just like, there's a black president. At that point, there was a black president. I'm just like, that is not true. The fact is, and there's proof, the president is black, but then I realized, you know, that's not what they're saying.
Well, you know what's really true is that we have a poverty issue disguised as a race issue. Your race is not going to define how far you can go in life. It's not going to define where you can get to. In my lifetime, I've seen a black president. I haven't seen a Mexican one. I haven't seen a Japanese one.
I haven't seen a woman one.
I haven't seen a woman one. I've seen a black one. And this is my own bias. I recognize this. And this is a very new, I literally just talked about this last night with some people I care about. And so this is a growing thought, and it's changing, and it's very fresh right now. So if it's a little rough, bear with me, because it's not, we have to accept that, you know, ideas are changing constantly. They're not finite things. They can grow, they can change. But my current idea, like I just said, I've seen a black president. I supported a black president. I believe that race is not a defining characteristic in our life anymore. I haven't seen a Mexican one. I haven't seen a Chinese one. I haven't seen a Japanese one. I haven't seen a woman president. And I think we will get there, but, like, we're instilling these racist ideals in a generation that would not know race if we would just shut the F up about it for a few seconds. Because where are we going with this? Right? Like, where? I'm almost hesitant to bring it up because I know that there's gonna be
there could be backlash.
There's a backlash for anything though, which is why I'm like, some things have to be said, right?
Exactly.
I know more racist people that are black, that are Mexican, that are Chinese than I do white people. And so I feel more bad for like you and like my white friends because you guys are getting the fucking short end of the stick right now because you're being lumped in as all white people need to shut the fuck up
and
take the back seat. And I'm over here like, I am brown. I'm proud to be Mexican. I'm fucking pissed off that Mexicans are being sterilized at the border right now and nobody's talking about it because everyone's too up their own ass right now to recognize a real problem. And don't get me wrong, we have a lot of problems right now. But we also have a problem with fake shit. We have a real problem with fake shit.
Really
Not all white people are racist. It's as simple as that. There are racist people. There are racist Mexicans. There are racist black people. There are racist white people. But I can tell you what, I've met a lot of racist white people in my life. I've met a lot of racist black people. I've met a lot of racist Mexicans. Everybody is racist. Most people are. I don't think racism is going to go away, but goddamn, we can make progress if we all unite for something, but you can't. I've been trying to think about the Black Lives Matter movement, and I've been trying to remove myself because I agree with the sentiment wholeheartedly. I have issues with the leaders because of the Marxist ties. And I will be 100% honest, I don't really understand what that means. I'm in the process of buying John Marx's book about Marxism. I want to read the Marxist ideology so that I can understand. Not enough people are reading fucking books to try to understand.
Myself included.
Everybody, myself included. They're hearing things and they're running with it. We got to start reading again. Start sharing books with people. Start telling people, hey, go check this out and form your own opinion. But regardless, I agree, every life matters. But man, if all we have to talk about is race in the face of all these other problems, not to discredit race, because race is important, but if all we have to contribute to the world is just talking about race and talking about gender in the face of these real problems that we are facing, pesticides? Man, don't even get me started on pesticides because most people do not realize what is happening to their bodies. You can turn a bullfrog, I think it was a bullfrog, gay with pesticides. People are ingesting these pesticides and you want to talk about mental health? You want to talk about the reality of why, people are hurting more mentally today than they have been in the past? We can talk about pesticides. We can talk about real tangible effects that might be contributing to why we are where we are today. But talking about how if you choose to believe everything is racist, you will find facts that support that. If you choose to believe everything is not racist, you will find facts to support that. You can see whatever you want to believe. And it's never been easier with social media, with the internet. You have to go beyond that and say, yeah, maybe this is how it is now. But where do I want to go? Where do I want the country to go? What do I want being an American to mean? And I was talking to my dad. I feel really bad for my family because they're the ones that are getting the blunt force of all of these ideas. Because I'm at home every night and I'm just like, raging against the void with them. But like we have the power to make some real tangible change as a generation, but we are getting hung up on things that don't matter. Race is not important. It really isn't. What color you are should not matter at all.
It shouldn't matter, for anything because you are a person. You are a person, whether if you're black, white, Chinese, Mexican, whatever, or you're even male or female or somewhere in between.
Sex shouldn't matter.
It should not matter. It's just whether you're not, you are.
Are you a shitty person?
I said it's whether or
are
not
you a bad person?
That's
Because
exactly
then we
what
can
I
have
was
a
gonna say.
talk.
It's like whether or not you are a good person. Because I know, there's plenty of people that I know that, they, I guess I would say, bluntly, the Black Lives Matter movement is stupid.
Mm-hmm.
They're just like, all lives matter,
But see, people that say that will get called a racist.
Exactly. And
you can't say that.
I can understand where it's coming from, but at the same time, it's just like, I feel like them saying all lives matter isn't racist because they all, when you say all lives matter, everybody matters. They're not saying, black people don't matter or anything. I of course people are going to disagree with that. And, when people say Black Lives Matter, they think, that, black people are saying when Black Lives Matter that they are more important than you are. They're not saying that.
They're just trying to bring light to the importance of all life.
Exactly. Literally
Black lives do matter.
Everybody, just wants equality. They're saying Black Lives Matter, but they're saying Black lives can't matter. Or I'm sorry, they're saying Black Lives Matter, but then this side is saying Black lives can't matter, because all lives matter. And it's just like, relatively, in my mind, and it's going to get backlash. People are going to disagree. In my mind, they're saying the same thing. They're just saying it differently.
Yeah.
I think the best way to describe it is just end racism. That should be the biggest thing. It's just like,
but
I can try and understand that some people will agree with that and some people won't because, they're just like, you're white. You can't say, end racism when.
But that's such a fucking joke.
When you're not black, and it's
just so sad.
And I can kind of get that, but at the same time, it's just like I can't imagine, everybody hitting one other, person because of their race. And it's just,
listen,
I understand there's some people like that and it's really unfortunate. And it's just like, as a white person, I don't ever want to be labeled racist because I'm just because I'm white. And, I know that's happening in some parts of the country. I know it's not happening in, most parts of the country, but it's just like, it's really shitty because everyone just, it seems, everyone wants equality. It's just everyone's saying it differently. Everyone's trying to get there a different way.
Yeah.
But, over across the board, it seems like everyone just wants equality. It's just the way it's going about it is just terrible and awful.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's just, I really believe it's just like, it doesn't matter if you're, black, white, male, female,
whatever,
or somewhere, anywhere in between, anywhere, race or sex. Your life is not more important than my life.
That's how it should be.
Your opinion is not less important than mine. Your opinion is not more important than mine.
Yeah.
It is all across the board. We are all human. We are all people, different shapes, sizes, colors, it doesn't matter. We are people.
But I feel like we are making race into what it is today. Because I feel like under Obama, especially, like, we weren't having these huge race debates. Maybe it's because we were younger and we weren't apparent.
Exactly.
That could be.
That could be a fact, but I just don't remember it. But it also could be because I'm a child. Like I was a child.
We're talking about race so much now because, Trump. I watched what really started to really solidify the position of, man, we are not in a good spot. I watched a podcast last night, and it was like 5 white guys, which it shouldn't even matter if they were white, but they were 5 white guys, and they were from the South, and they were talking about how back when Don Lemon was saying, everyone that supports Trump is like retarded, they're inbreds, they're stupid, all this stuff. And I can't remember how I got down this rabbit hole, but I was watching them talk about it, and things kind of clicked for me. And that you can't shit on half the country and call them retarded and call everyone who votes for Trump stupid and say all these things about this group of people because they're real people. Like, they have real feelings, they have real beliefs, they have attachments to things. And just because you don't align with their ideals doesn't mean they're retarded or they're stupid. And trust me, if you would have asked me when I was in high school, we'd be having a completely different topic. Like, I would not be able to step outside of my own BS
Right.
to see somebody else's point of view. But now I'm trying, which I feel like we should all be trying to just see, even if you don't agree with it, just hear the other side out and then make an informed decision. But like where was I going with that? I heard them talk about Don Lemon laughing at them, and I got it. Because if someone's making fun of you for supporting somebody that you believe in, you're going to ride even harder for that person.
Exactly.
If someone's shitting on you and they don't even know you, man, I'm going to go out and I'm going to be 10 times more for this thing because you don't even know me. And how long have they had to put up with people shitting on them because they're from the South or from these flyover states where people are really just passing by to try to get to the West Coast or to the East Coast? Like, the whole world is not California. The whole world is not New York. The whole world is not the West Coast. It's not the East Coast. There are people and lives in the middle that have been suffering, and nobody's listening to them. And so Trump came along and sold them a dream, and they bought it. And I can't fault them for that, because if you're in a hard spot and somebody says, yeah, I'm going to do something for you, regardless of if they do or not, you're going to back them because you're in a hard... Yeah, you're in a hard fucking spot. Like, we need to have real conversations about what technology is going to do to the U.S. because it's going to replace a lot of jobs. Automatic cars, all the trucking, all the food industry workers. Like, people are really going to be hurting in the next 5 to 10 years. And nobody's talking about that. Nobody's going to say what is going to replace that. And so these people are worried.
And that could be shitty because, again, it's stupid. But going back again to earlier where, we mentioned the movie WALL-E, it's like everything's done by machines. Literally everything. The only thing you do is sit there and eat and get fat as fuck. And that's scary to think about that, with technology that could be going that direction with more it just raises the question of how much is too much. But at the same time, science is literally to prove the boundaries of what we can or can't achieve.
Yeah.
But if you can achieve it, does that mean you really should achieve it? If you can't, does that mean you should really keep pushing towards it? Or does that mean you should just really back off and just leave it alone? And it's just, who's to say as to what's right or wrong? Because, if you can, I've always wondered, if, some people, you could some people who are vegan, they could say, we were never meant to hunt animals. You look at our teeth, we're meant, we can't kill a deer with our bare hands and not have a tool. We can't tear into meat, with our bare hands. You need to have a knife. You need to have a spear. You need to have a rock, something to kill that and eat it with. Some people argue that we weren't meant to eat animals. We're only meant to eat plants. But you could also argue that if we weren't meant to eat animals, how are we able to come up with how to kill them and how to eat them?
Man, we are going so deep right now.
And it's just like, you need to look at that side of it too, because I've had that situation with my girlfriend. She's just like, humans, I've never thought about it, but she's like, humans are only meant to eat plants because like, what are you going to kill? What are you going to, even the smallest little thing like a squirrel, how are you supposed to catch a squirrel, let alone, you can kill it easy enough. You can just, if you grab it, if you can catch it, but how are you supposed to catch it without using a tool? But if you weren't designed to eat it, how are you able to come up with the idea that you could have a tool to eat it?
Yeah. Well, there's, a lot of people attribute to the reason why we are who we are today is because we eat meat. Because meat is calorie dense. And in cooking it, we're getting more of these calories. And that's why we are people today. And the simple fact is most people, like 90-something% of people that go vegan, switch back for health reasons because your body really needs meat.
And I feel like, you could argue that is because over time we've evolved to need meat, whereas when we first started, we didn't need it.
That is a fair point.
You could argue anything.
The problem is there's a lot of bullshit in the ether right now. And I will always argue that you should be able to put out whatever you want. Just because someone disagrees with it, you should still be able to put it out. But it gets difficult because like flat earth, vegans, all this stuff, religion, I mean, you can try to disprove whatever you want, but where does that leave. I mean, there are people who fall on the opposite spectrum of, man, we need to go to the carnivore diet. We need to only eat meat. Like, I want to try keto. I'm going to go, starting tomorrow, I'm going to be keto for a month. I decided. And I think people just need to try it and see. I don't think vegan is for everybody. I'm a strong believer that you need meat. I think people are also diverse enough that some people might perform better on a vegan diet. I think some people might perform better on a meat diet. I personally feel better when I don't eat carbs. Like, my body performs better if I cut down on carbs. I think pesticides are a real like, we have all these issues attached to information, and I'm a huge proponent that you should put out the information. Yeah, put out flat earth stuff, put out this stuff, but we need to teach people how to form their own opinions, because otherwise you're going to see that first flat earth video and you're going to think the earth is flat.
And then, that you could link that back to, upbringing, because if you're just like, if you're taught that the earth is flat, like if your parents tell you that the earth is flat,
true,
and you go so many years with believing that, and all of a sudden some random Joe is just like, hey, the earth is actually, a sphere, it's a globe in the middle of space, you're just like, the hell? No, it's not. Like, you're going to argue tooth and nail that it's flat because you were taught that. Everything you know is based on the fact that the earth is flat.
Yeah.
And it's just like the same thing, that could be said with anything. If you're taught that the sky is green and someone tries to tell you that it's blue, you're just like, no, it's green. You're like, you are dumb. Like, that is green. They're just like, no, it's not. It's blue. Like, it's just, there's so many things, so many topics in this world that, everyone's going to disagree with you or agree with you. And it's just like, you can't please everybody. And it's just, there's two sides to every coin.
Yeah.
And there's just certain things that you should always follow. And it's just like, treat people the way you want to be treated, and this world will be a lot better. But, and myself included, like, there's plenty of things out there that, it's just, I would talk to someone a certain way that I would not want to be talked to, but it's because in that moment I feel a certain way, and in that moment they feel a certain way, and they feel it was totally uncalled for, but in that moment in time I feel like it's completely called for.
Yeah.
And it's just like, we always, we tend to lose sight of that, but it's just, I feel like that's honestly human nature. And I don't know if that's going to make any sense to anyone who's watching or listening or whatever. It's just, I think it just is what it is.
No, it makes perfect sense. There's a weird phenomenon that happens when somebody disagrees with you, because it's not them disagreeing with your ideas. You feel like they're disagreeing with who you are as a person. And so in order to balance that, you have to convince them to come to your side, because otherwise you feel like something is flawed with you. Like, people are so attached to these ideas and what they think and what they hold to be true, then when someone comes along and presents them a differing opinion, it's not two ideas and the best idea is going to win out. It's two people, and the best person is going to win. The smartest person is going to win. And that's why people don't want to let go of these ideas, is because it's not your idea. It's a reflection of who you are. Mm-hmm. So if I'm wrong, it's not just my idea that's wrong. I'm wrong. And I can't have that happen. I know I'm right, so I better bring you to my side.
Exactly. And that's a lot of people are just like, when they are even if they're proven wrong, they
can't let go.
They take it really personally. Yeah. And it's just like, it's hard for a lot of people to accept the fact that they were wrong, and the fact that, what they thought was right was actually wrong, whether if it was really wrong or just, the slightest bit off, but still wrong. It's like a lot of people have a hard time connecting with that.
It's scary.
And it's just, you could argue that the fact that it's, it's a human emotion.
Yeah.
Or it's just human nature, I guess is a better way to put it.
All right. We've been talking about race for 2 hours. Have you seen Cuties on Netflix?
No.
Do you know what it is?
No. As far as I know, Cuties is just a little orange.
I haven't seen it. Okay. I haven't seen it. And I don't want to, but at the same time, I kind of want to. It's this Netflix, I think it's a movie or some taboo documentary about the hypersexualization of kids. It's these kids like twerking or something and dancing and doing these provocative dances, and people are furious. Have you heard of any of the outrage?
Nope.
People are furious that Netflix released this because it's
Kids
the hyper,
dancing?
Yeah, it's over sexualizing kids,
Which is fair.
which is a problem. It's a real problem in our society,
Mhm.
and I don't want to watch it because I don't want to see that, but I kind of want to watch it
Because you want to know what the hype is
I
about.
want to be able to have a valid opinion on it.
Exactly. And I guess, knowing the hype about it isn't a good way to put it. A better way to put it is the way you just did, with
Form an opinion.
exactly. And so that's a better way to put it.
But people are upset. People are really upset.
which I could totally
I
understand.
can get it. But from my opinion, and I'm not well informed. I can't stress that enough because I haven't seen it. But it sounds like they're over sexualizing kids. And I get that. And I get why people are mad because that's a bad thing. But in our lives, we are over sexualizing kids. So why are you not carrying over that same energy? Because I could show you, I've seen like a few like 30-second clips, on like Instagram of cuties of people being like, this is ridiculous, and posting it, And all the clips I've seen, all those uncomfortable dances that these kids are doing that are like really sexual and not okay. Like, it's weird. As a guy I'm 22, like, it's weird to be seeing this. Like, it makes me uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can feel that this is weird. Like, I shouldn't be watching this. They shouldn't even be putting this out. But this is out in society. Like, these beauty pageants that we're doing with these kids, TikTok. I've seen some very uncomfortable TikTok videos on Instagram of these kids doing these really sexual dances that are like 13. And I'm like, this is not okay. So why are people upset about Netflix? And maybe I just don't have a well-informed opinion about what is really going on, but why are they upset about Netflix portraying something that is really happening in our society that everyone is turning a blind eye to right now?
There was it's been a few weeks ago, maybe last month, where it was
You gotta keep talking because I'm gonna make this drink right now.
It was a podcast show, and I don't remember his name or her name, but it was a duo of a guy and a girl. And they were the topic they were talking about was some other male was saying that he's basically a sexual predator, and the guy on the podcast was just like, well, was he just pointing out that kids can be cute or kids are like actually sexually attractive. And he was just like, I myself went up and looked at sexually attractive kids or, cute kids, something to that effect. And I believe he was like removed from the podcast. The female has her own podcast now. Like, he was like just buried because he, basically admitted to looking at child porn or looking for child porn. And it's just like, okay, well, I see where you're getting it. Like, he was intentionally looking for, good-looking children, but it was also to, kind of form an opinion on it. I guess you could say, he was just, trying to understand more of where the actual sexual predator was coming from. And I say it, hearing it now, it's making me sound like I'm like trying to defend the dude, but like when I actually heard it in real life, like they played the clip or whatever, what he said was it just, I could almost tell that he was trying to be, actually trying to understand the dude that was actually the predator. But at the same time, it was just like what he was saying about what he actually went and looked at was just disgusting. You're a grown ass man looking for, cute children. Like, I get, you're trying to understand where that dude was coming from, but it's just like, what you just said was just disgusting, and it makes me feel gross. And I don't know if he regrets saying it or not now because I don't remember the dude's name, but I would hope he would regret saying that. And the chances of him ever getting a podcast or whatever again, probably slim to none. But it's just like, he was trying to understand where the dude was coming from, but what he just said was just disgusting. And it's just like, you obviously, he probably didn't realize it in the moment. You can't say that, but like looking back on it, it's just, you can't say that. Like, that was just nasty to say and listen to.
We have a real problem. Like, sex slavery and like child, like pedophilia, like these are real problems.
And it can be, you
that
know,
are hard to address because like that's bad.
it could be one of
man.
those things that you don't, it could be, you know, anything could be one of those issues that, you know, you hear about, you know, on the news, you read, you know, you read in books, you see on, you know, in movies and TV, you think it's never one of those things that's going to happen. It's always going to happen to somebody else until it happens to you. You know, that could be said about anything, but especially, you know, pedophiles, sex predators, human traffickers. You always think it's going to happen to somebody else until it happens to you. And you're like, shit,
Yeah.
I'm here. I'm in it. Like this is horrifying. This is terrible. And, you know, coming from someone who's never experienced any of that, it's, you know, I can't imagine
It's terrifying.
of what it's like. You know, there's no way I could ever imagine as to what it's like to go through that kind of trauma, either as an adult or a child.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, that's hard.
I'm genuinely worried about having kids, man. Like that's why I'm trying to do this podcast. I'm trying to push just conversation. Even if you don't agree with me, like I just want to spark a conversation because I'm worried. Like I really am worried about what is happening. Like I heard the other day that, you know, Epstein's Island, that there was actually an island similar to that in the 70s called like North Fox Island in Michigan, and it was this millionaire that bought this island, and kids were going out there for like summer camp, and then he was, you know, forcing them into child pornography and like, killing them and doing weird things, and I haven't dug into it enough yet to see, but like they're really uncomfortable bad things that have happened and are happening, and like we need to
And sometimes it's
do
not even,
something.
yeah,
I
and
guess
like
I don't even know how do you stop that though? Like how do you find a pedophile in the first place and then lock them up so that it, like how do you solve these problems?
Well, one thing could be like, you know, the question of how to solve these problems is really prominent because just like, you know, let's say you catch a sex predator. Let's just say, you know, someone, you know, was accusing someone of sexual allegations toward a child and, you know, they end up catching them in the act. You know, they go in their house and they are about or are doing something to a child, you know, and that person is caught. They are a sex offender. They are a child predator. They are a terrible, horrible excuse of a person. Now, how do you deal with it? Do you lock them up in prison for the rest of their life and you end up paying for them? Because in reality, when they go to prison, you're paying for them to get fed. You're paying for them to still be alive. You're paying for everything they have because they're in prison. Or do you, you know, send them to the death penalty, which they get, you know, injected with whatever they get injected with, and it's expensive to do that, and they learn nothing because they're dead. You know, so it's just like, how do you deal with that crap? Because first of all, it's just, you know, as far as like getting injected with crap and that's killing them, I've always wondered, like, why does that have to be the way to do it? Why can't you just line up a bunch of dirtbags? You know, let's just say you have a dozen sex offenders in one prison and the law or whoever has decided that they are all sentenced to death. Why can't you just get, you know, just load up a clip with a gun and just pop each one of them in the head and be done with it? If that's how if you're going to kill them and you're going to send them to the death penalty, why does it have to be so expensive? Why can't you just take a round, you know, one bullet that costs, you know, I don't know how many, you know, I don't know how much ammo costs, but, you know, you literally take one clip of a simple pistol, you know, it could be standard issue, the cheapest gun you can get, and just pop them. If you're going to kill them, just make it quick, make it easy, make it cheap, but people don't do that. And also, it's just like, you know, if they just die, how are they learning anything? They're not learning anything. You know, it could scare other people because, you know, like, you know, other sex offenders could be like, oh shit, you know, people like us are being killed for this and they don't want to die. That could stop them. Or if they're just like, fuck, I'm not afraid of dying. Yeah. Who cares? Like if all they're going to do is shoot me and I'm not going to feel anything, I'll just do it until I die, until I'm caught and I'm dead. Like, you know, there's two ways to look at it. And it's just like,
good argument
it's terrible
for that. Because how do you handle that? Do you just get rid of everyone who is a pedophile, or do you try to discourage them from doing, like, 'cause
And I can
nobody,
fully understand both sides. I'm just like, if someone's caught fully proven that they are a child sex offender, it's just, I'm fully for them just, getting the worst of the worst
take them out.
Just honestly, if they're just going to be in prison, you literally just give them the bare minimum,
Yeah.
to just to stay alive. You give them one meal a day, and that meal could be complete shit.
Mm.
And basically, you basically make them want to die.
Yeah.
But I can also understand, because we are paying for that. We are, that is we're still prolonging their life, and we're making them pay for it. But we are also paying for it by making them pay for it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like, our money, our tax money is going to that to make him suffer. Is it worth it? Is it just easier to kill him, but then, quick, easy, however you want to do it, whether you want to euthanize him, whether you want to just shoot him, or however you want to kill him. It's just like, how does it have to be, like, how are you going to penalize them? Because if they're dead, they can't learn anything. And if they don't fear death, they're not going to give a shit whatever else happens to them. Like, they're not going to care wherever they get caught for. They know they're going to die with a bullet to the head, or euthanized, or what, however they're going to die. They're going to know it's going to be quick, easy, and it's going to end. So they're not going to be punished for it. So who cares? Well, it's just, and that's a really, I've been trying for a long time now to wrap my head around that. 'Cause, like, I can completely understand both ways. It's just like, I am obviously not a parent.
Yeah.
But if I was, I would imagine that, I would want whoever hurt my child to have the worst of the worst. I would want them to suffer till the day they die. But it's just like, but I also want to kill them. You want to be the one. I feel like there's a bunch of people out there who, they are the ones who want to end their life. They are the ones who hurt their child. They want to end their life.
Mm-hmm.
To almost avenge what they did to the child. But, like, at the end of the day, that's not going to that's not going to take away what happened to your child.
Yeah.
It's just, it's a terrible thing to talk about, and it's a terrible thing to, almost discuss, and how to deal with it. But it's like, it almost needs to,
it's a real discussion we have to have.
Exactly. 'Cause it's just like, it's, and I'm undecided as to whether, 'cause I believe that they need to suffer to the day of time, until they naturally die, or however they, die. But it's just like, I'm paying for that. The money that comes out of my paycheck the rest of my life goes towards their punishment. It's like, is that really worth it?
That, if any conversation is nuanced, that's pretty high on the list. Because I'm not even a parent. I don't have any kids. I'm not, but I would easily kill somebody rather than them do something to my child. And I think that, like, that is a really serious, like, even saying that, and I don't have kids, so, like, I'm not even in this position, but I can recognize how serious that statement is.
Like, you really don't know what you would do because you're not a parent. And
Yeah,
even
like,
some parents out there who have kids may not even know what they do, because
nobody wants, or it's not even in their realm of somebody, like, if you're not a pedophile, it is so outside of the norm for you to picture somebody wanting to do something like that to your child. Because
in your own mind, you're just like, who would do that? Yeah, who would do that? Who could possibly have something so fucked up in their head that they would actually go and do that, or think that that's okay? And it's really hard for a normal person to comprehend that. But for them, it's like, I don't know. Even for them, I can't even think of an excuse as to why they think that, because it's so horrible and terrible that I really think there almost is no excuse to think like that. But they think like that for some reason. It's just, am I going to try and take the time to actually understand why they think that way? Or am I just going to be like, you're a terrible person, take them out. Yeah. Or, make them punish. What it's it's a very hard thing to comprehend. And there's a bunch of topics in this world that are like that. Not just, this one, but plenty of others that are equally as bad or possibly even worse. I'm not entirely sure what's worse than, child sex offenders, stuff like that. That's a totally different issue. But, there's a bunch of stuff like that. That's just like, how do you deal with these things and who gets to say how these things are dealt with?
I don't know.
Because I've heard arguments, some people are saying that prison is too good, because, they get TV privileges, they get 3 meals a day, they get to go outside. It's just like, okay, well, if you, obviously certain things you do are worse than others. And let's say if you went to, prison because you got a DUI, you didn't hurt anybody, you didn't, you just, let's say you crashed into your own house and you were obviously under the influence, you went to prison for however long, but then there's someone who's a child sex offender is in there and they are sitting right next to you on the couch in whatever room you're in the prison watching, a TV. It's like, okay, well, how the fuck is that fair?
Mm-hmm.
Why did, this person obviously did, a DUI is obviously not, that's terrible. Like whatever, you could have, hit somebody, you could have killed somebody else. You could have, you affected however many things for your selfish reason to drink and drive. But I would honestly argue that a lot of, a sex offender is worse than a DUI, especially if you didn't do anything. Especially if you only affected yourself, but that's another issue again. But it's just like, how is this guy going to sit next to me and watch TV and give all the same privileges that I am when what he did is way worse?
Yeah.
I don't know if that makes sense or not. But...
No, it makes sense. We have to... we have to have a real discussion about what we want to get out of the prison system. Because do we want people to go in and rehabilitate and then come out and be members of society? Or do we want them to go in and that's it?
Exactly.
And that's what they are, is they will be.
And that's hard to... And that's hard to really determine.
It's really hard.
It's really hard to determine, especially considering, what they did depends on what the punishment should be.
Yeah.
But it's just like who decides as to who gets to decide as to what punish or what crime is worse than others.
Yeah.
Because sometimes it's obvious, but sometimes it's not. Let's just say, I don't even know if I want to go down the rabbit hole. But
shit.
But it's just like, some things are just, who gets to decide what's worse than others?
Yeah.
And stuff like that. Because I'm fully for, prisons being absolutely, honestly, sometimes I've never been to a prison. I think you can do some of them are tours. I think you can go to Pelican Bay and you can do a certain thing where they'll show you around and they'll, tell you what, prisoners, what time they eat, pretty much your everyday prison life.
Yeah.
As to what it is. And I think they do that. And
I think you're right.
And I almost want to just go and do it because I want to see because everything I know is just either, a lot of it's just from TV, which is honestly, it's obviously not a source. It's not anything. It's just, what I've seen for entertainment is my opinion, and that's, very flawed. But what if what is shown on TV and in shows is true, then it's just how is that okay? They are sent there for a reason, and their reason is to suffer. And some people, the guy that I know, he talked with his daughter, and she was saying that prisons were too rough.
Yeah. That
they were too, hard on them. And it's just well, you're not going to take it easy on a sex offender, would you? Why would you?
Well, do we want?
But then the argument is do you want to make them better or do you want to make them suffer?
That's the thing.
And
right?
that's a hard thing to grasp, especially if you're the family of the child who was, messed with by an adult.
Or even not even just that stems not even just from pedophilia and stuff like that. Even murder or rape or home invasions or things like that. we need to have a real discussion as a country what we want, because there are examples of it working, right? You can go to like the Netherlands, or I think it's like Denmark, and they have like really low recidivism for jails, but their prison system and their jails are structured way different than ours are. Like they're focused on, really rehabilitating these people so that they can become productive members of society. Whereas ours, it seems like once you commit the crime, that is now who you are. Like you are that crime. Like you can get out, but some of your rights, they're just gone because you did that in the first place. So you lose certain things and a certain standing before you went in. And maybe that's how we want it. I don't know. Like I'm really uneducated on the prison system. I know that it is swayed in a lot of ways, but what do we want from it as a people? Do we want people to come out and be better, or do we want them to suffer? Like, where do we want to take that?
And personally, that's hard for me to grasp because it's just like, I want to see both.
Mm-hmm.
I really do want to see both. I want to see someone come out and be better and want to, maybe not go back to the community that they hurt, but go back to some community and give back and actually do some good, considering they did so much bad before they went to prison.
But you kind of want them to hurt a little bit.
I want them.
I get it.
I want them to have the punishment because what they did was
bad.
It's terrible. So it's just like it's hard to understand and it's hard to talk about. And it's, for me personally, it's just I really don't know as to whether or not I would rather see someone punished or see someone killed. One thing I do kind of wonder about is just like, I've heard the saying, if they get the death penalty, they want it to be humane. It's like, well, you're basically, when you kill somebody, you're basically putting them down. So what's it matter how it's done? Honestly, like, does it matter if they get euthanized, or is it just, would you rather just go the cheaper, more, I wouldn't say more effective, but the cheaper way as to just, shoot somebody? Just have one person be the executioner and shoot somebody. But at the same time, I can totally understand how that's inhumane because, you go to medieval times, they had the executioner, behead somebody with the guillotine and axe, whatever. And it's Game of Thrones shit. And the whole fucking place is just watching somebody die. I understand how that's terrible. It's just, who gets to decide as to what is good and what's not.
You want to talk about something serious? How bad did they blow the last season of Game of Thrones?
Okay.
Like, that's the greatest tragedy we've experienced in a long time.
I'm on season 2.
You haven't seen it?
I haven't seen it because I haven't.
My bad.
I haven't had HBO. No, don't. You didn't say, because I've already heard that the last season is atrocious. It's terrible. They ruined it. Like,
we're gonna have to talk after. You're only on season. Oh man, you gotta catch up to this. Well, man.
To be fair, like, I didn't have HBO, and
you have some good seasons ahead of you.
And the only reason that we've had HBO is just because, we're using someone else's account. But like, and before, and like, we were watching the Big Bang Theory, and
good show.
I love that show. And we started watching it, and then we're just like, the Game of Thrones is on here. Let's watch it. Let's watch a few episodes. And we got, like halfway through season 1, and we're like, okay, this is good. We're definitely going to come back to this, but we need to finish the Big Bang Theory. Yeah. Let's finish that. That way we can spend all of our, extended time, all of our media, like all of our TV time towards this show, and then we can go to something else. Because we both don't want
to. Where are you at right now in Game of Thrones?
We are right where, I can't remember his name, but we're in season 2, and I want to say we're about halfway through season 2, and we are where the Night's Guard, that's people on the wall, right?
Yep.
We're the Night's Guard.
The Night's Watch?
The Night's Watch, yes. Yeah. We're on the Night's Watch where they leave the wall and they're walking through to go out actually into the...
Oh shit! Wherever. You're still early.
Like, man. We just watched. We're real early. Like, it's just like, because there's like 9 seasons, isn't there?
It's
9 or 10.
8.
Okay.
8.
Okay. Well, Yeah, we're right.
Oh
so
man,
we're-
you got some good stuff.
I mean, like when they killed Lord Stark, we were like, what? Like that's crazy. And then like right now, like my favorite character, I don't know if he turned out to be good, bad. Right now, my favorite character is actually I can't remember his name, but who they call the imp. He's Lord, but he's the
Tyrion
he's-
Lannister.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like
He's
him.
like the midget.
Yeah, I like him a lot. Like he's
Yeah.
like my favorite character so
Yeah.
far. Sabrina's favorite character I think is Arya
Okay.
Stark.
Yep.
She really likes her. But we're just in the fact where Khaleesi and what's left of her villagers go into this new city, and the guy there who cuts his hand to let him in offers her hand in marriage. Like, if you marry me, I can, we will get to the Iron Throne. We will rule everything, but you need to marry me to do it. Because he's like, I've married for love before, it didn't work out, so I'm just going to marry you, and we can just power together.
Yes.
And-
oh man.
But I mean, the
I'm
dragons
drawing-
are.
that's like
I mean, the three
way
dragons. I mean,
back.
I don't know if there's any more than 3 dragons or not, but there's 3 dragons as of right now where I'm at, and they're really little. And like, I'm.
Oh man, you got some good.
Yeah.
Those the first 7 seasons are really, really good.
I mean,
like
there's
a
parts
real
of the-
testament to how far we've come.
There's-
with like writing these really gripping stories.
There's I mean, there's parts of that show where like, what the fuck are we watching? Because like, even in
Right.
season 2, like early, I think it was season 2, like early on, there's just like, the Lord who has the whorehouse.
Yep.
He's like, talking with 2 of the prostitutes, and he's just
It's a
like
wild
one of
show.
them is how like one of the prostitutes is like legit having a conversation with him while like she's teaching this girl how to fuck a man, and it's like, what the fuck? Like,
Remember
who?
when Game of Thrones was like all we were talking about like 2 years ago? It was just Game of Thrones. What a simple time compared to where we are now.
Yeah.
There's that meme that goes around. And it's like, man, remember when our biggest problem was season
The last
8
season
of Game of Thrones? And then here we are.
I remember like yeah,
It's
because
such a good freaking show.
yeah, with season 8 being such a dumpster fire that it was, that I've already heard, like I'm already expecting that. Like that was, it's almost like but obviously I just started watching it, and
Yeah.
so but there's some parts of the show where like it's unavoidable.
Yeah.
Like what and what you find out is unavoidable.
It's such a good show.
And so
though.
like I really enjoy it so
It's-
far, but like it makes me think of like other shows that don't get as much credit because they kind of take place in the same time period. Like there's a show called The Frontier, and it has Jason
Momoa,
yeah.
that was a good
I
show.
really like that
was
show.
a really good
I'm
show.
waiting for them to. I think they've had either 2 or 3 seasons. I'm waiting for them to come back with another one. I don't know if they will. I really like that show. I really like Spartacus.
I
That
haven't
one's.
seen Spartacus. Is that good?
I really like it. Yeah, it's like it kind of steers away from like kings and lords and stuff, and actually goes towards more like gladiators, and then like rising up against the people who own them,
Mhm.
and then like overthrowing them, taking their their own storyline and like making it their own and stuff like that, which I thought was a really good show. It just reminds me of like the Game of Thrones remind me a lot of Spartacus, with the fact that there's some gay people, but it's really secret, and there's like women who are just straight up objectified. They're just sex objects, nothing else. Like unless you're a queen, you have nothing to say. The man's always in charge. It just stuff like that just makes me really think back to Spartacus, and I really enjoyed that show. I think obviously the Game of Thrones is on HBO and Spartacus was on Stars, but I mean they're pretty similar in the fact that they have more adult content and more in-depth stuff on there than just TBS stuff like that.
Viking. I think it's called Viking.
Yeah, on
Vikings is supposed to be
I've
really
heard.
good too.
I want to watch that too. Like when I still lived at home, that show started, and it was on the History Channel every week. I really wanted to watch that. I still do.
I've heard good
I
things about
haven't
that.
watched it yet, but I've heard good things about it too.
Modern Family was a really good show.
I
That was like a cool show you could just flip on
and
when you're eating dinner or something, or sitting with your family and just watch and just
and
laugh.
I haven't gotten into that show. I've heard good things about it, and I want to. Like I've seen a few episodes here and there, and I don't really get it because I haven't really watched it.
Mhm.
But the same thing was said with you can say the same thing about a lot of shows, but it's nice to have a show like that where like The Big Bang Theory, Friends, stuff like that, where you could jump into any episode and really kind of understand what's going on. Every once in a while, there's a plot to the story that lasts a few episodes, but very rarely, and it's more of just like you can sit down at any point, anyone can enjoy it. Like you obviously enjoy it more if you watch it from the beginning, understand the characters, understand how they came to be, like why the way they are, and it makes it more enjoyable, obviously, for any show if you watch it from the beginning. But it's one of those shows you can jump into the middle or any part of it and enjoy an episode or two.
Middle, yeah.
And and Modern Family is one of those shows that
you could just
jump into, and I haven't really given it a chance.
It's a good show.
I might one day, but
it's a good show.
I want them to bring back. I want them to bring 2.5 Men back onto some
that was a good show.
some sort of streaming.
It
whether it's Netflix,
really
Hulu.
Work with Ashton Kutcher.
See, and
unfortunately,
I disagree.
You think it was good?
I liked it with Ashton Kutcher.
Oh, really?
I don't know if I liked it as much as with Charlie Sheen.
Huh.
I know when Ashton Kutcher came on, a lot of people jumped ship. A lot of people were just like, no. Because, and it's not the same. Mm-hmm. It really isn't. Without Charlie Sheen there, it wasn't the same. But it had, like, I really feel like I still back and watch it, some of it when it's on TV from my parents' house or something. But it's just like, there's a lot of stuff in there with Ashton Kutcher that was more, it was honestly edgy. It was stuff that you almost, they played upon that they didn't actually say, but they could really infer, and what's going on. And it's just like, dang, like that, should that really be on television? Like, it's stuff like that, it's not like, full blown nudity, cussing, stuff like that, like, Game of Thrones is, but it's stuff that's, on everyday television. That's just like, what they're talking about.
Yeah.
But, the FCC can't really say anything about it because they're not actually saying stuff and doing stuff. It's just, what they're talking about though. And so I really like the fact that, when they brought Ashton Kutcher in, I like him always,
he's a good actor.
I've liked him since that 70s show. Like, I fucking love Ashton Kutcher. He's awesome. He can do a lot of stuff, and I know a lot of people jumped ship when he came on because he thought he was goofy, or they thought he was goofy and whatever else, but I really liked that show. I thought it was really good all the way through. You can't, for me, it's hard to compare the Charlie Sheen era versus the Ashton Kutcher era because, it's the same, but it's really different at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
The characters in the Ashton Kutcher one, they're older. They have, a broader background, and, he brings in a whole new element to the show than Charlie Sheen ever did.
Yeah.
But I really like both. I really wish that I had actually, that's one of the very few tweets I ever did before I deleted Twitter, where I was just like, whoever brings back 2.5 Men, that's who gets my money. Like, I would love to see 2.5 Men. I love that show.
I feel like it's hard. It's got to be hard as an actor to try to, fill a spot in a TV show or in a movie like that.
Started by such big shoes.
Yeah, because people get attached to that character and the nuances of that person, and then you come in and try to put your own flair on it, or even just trying to bring life back to that character. Like, it's just not the same.
Because there's shows that are like
even with Batman, like all the people that have tried to take Batman, you know what I mean? Like, that's a hard job. Like, some people it's Christian Bale, some people it's oh man, I'm drawing a blank on who was before Christian Bale, but another prominent actor. Like, it's hard to try to win people to your side for that.
And, it's like with some shows, like, obviously 2.5 Men was successful even after Charlie Sheen because they did something right, because it was on for a long time after Charlie Sheen stopped.
Yeah,
like, it was on
a
for
few seasons.
It was on for a long time. It wasn't just like, a season or two, and it canned because it was Mission Charlie Sheen. It did really well on its own after he left. But there's other shows like, when Friends came along, that was obviously, I think
Friends was a movement.
That's like acclaimed to be like the greatest sitcom of all time.
Yeah, I would buy that.
And it was only on for like 10 years. So like it's, acclaimed to be the greatest of all time. But then, you get a spin-off series of Friends. It was called Joey.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, like, see, it was, and
it was just with that character.
Yeah,
Joey?
like that. As far I remember, I like vaguely remember that show being a thing when I was a kid, and it was just called Joey, but it took the Joey character and it went
Matt DeBlanc.
Yeah, and it took him and I don't know if it's in New York, but
I might have just made up that name. I think his name's
it's Matt LeBlanc.
LeBlanc.
Yeah, but it's the character Joey from Friends, and it's taken him. I don't know if it's in New York, it's some other. It's basically just a revamp of Friends because he had a new group of people. He was on his own, if I had to guess, he's probably trying to go after his acting career more. I don't really know. I just vaguely remember
How
it.
crazy is that?
And it's just like, obviously it didn't do very good because people don't even know about it, but everybody knows about Friends.
Yeah.
It's just such a big thing that it was such a big hit that at least if you don't ever watch it, you've heard of it, you know what it is. Whereas a show like that, it's like it canned. I would imagine it can. I don't really know, but I mean, it was only on for a couple of seasons. Or a season or two, however long it was on, people haven't heard of it. So obviously it wasn't very good.
Well, people like actors, I should say at least, it seems like they like to shit on TV. But one of the things I love about like the streaming wars now with like HBO and Hulu and Netflix and Disney Plus, it's like they're pushing the bounds of what it is. I mean, Game of Thrones, like there were some episodes where like you were up in the millions for the budget for one episode. Like that's on par with movies to some extent, and I think that's important because Friends was a cultural revolution. Like that embodied that time.
I think there's people
just like Big Bang or Modern Family kind of does now.
I think that Friends, like they make, like even still just on royalties from that show.
Oh, it's got to be bank.
They make millions a year. Like they don't, obviously people who are in that show are still, some are more successful than others, but some people all of those people cannot do a single thing the rest of their lives, let alone with acting, but, just, with books, with signings, with anything, they could just literally not do a single thing the rest of their lives.
That's crazy.
And it's paid for. I mean, that show makes them huge money. Same thing with the Big Bang Theory. Like they were making, I think it was Leonard, Sheldon, and Penny, the three main people on that show, were making $1 million an episode. And
that's
then
insane.
Some of the other cast members, the other main four, they were, when the show first started, those three were like the main three. They were like, they made the show, but then like when it came on, you brought, obviously Howard and Raj were always there, but if you brought in, Amy and Bernadette, like those people are afterthoughts, but they became a huge part of the show. Like
solid
so
staples.
Those four people, they were taken, like they weren't making nearly as much. They're making like half of what the other three were making. And they were, I want to say they were going to quit. They're just like, if we're not going to get what they're going to get, we're done. Like we deserve as much as they get. And, if all those people are friends, I think, but I think the top three were just like, okay, we'll take a pay cut. What you're going to give to us, cut it and give it to the rest of them so we can all keep doing the show.
I don't get, and this is hard because obviously I'm not an actor, you're not an actor, we don't know what that world is like and we're speculating on it, but like I don't get the sentiment in certain situations like that. Like I've heard John Boyega, who was in Star Wars, you know what I'm talking about? He got upset recently at Disney and was like, you're giving all these good roles to these white people. He was insinuating Daisy Ridley, is that her name? She was the lead in the most recent Star Wars, and the guy that's opposite her, which is a great actor, I can't think of his name.
He was like kind of like the new Darth Vader.
Yeah,
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, he was in a really good role opposite of Scarlett Johansson, and they were married. It was a really, The Marriage or something. It's on Netflix. Really good film. He's a great actor. Daisy Ridley's a great actor. John Boyega's a good actor, but Boyega was getting upset saying that Disney was giving, all this depth and all the nuance to these other two characters, and he was insinuating it's because they were white. And as an outside perspective, as someone who's just watching the film, all I can think of is, well, yeah, they're getting, the most important role because those two characters are the most important in the storyline, right? Like John Boyega, his character is important,
but he's not as important as the main characters.
Daisy Ridley. Yeah, like that's her film. That's
like
the
they
guy's film.
Like they're pretty much carrying the weight of the movie on their backs.
Like that's what we're watching is them.
Being the protagonist and the antagonist. Like they're the ones who are like, good, evil. They're the ones who are like carrying the stuff. Everyone else can be important, but those two are the main people.
That's like saying, in Friends, who's that who's the weird white guy with the white hair that works at the coffee shop?
Oh, fucking.
I can't think of his name.
What's his name?
God. But that's like saying he didn't get, like, his role should have been on par with Jennifer Aniston.
Yeah.
It's like
Gunther. That's his name, Gunther.
Thank you. Oh, that would have driven me crazy. That's like saying Gunther should be on par with Matt LeBlanc, or Jennifer Aniston, or like of the main characters. And it's like, but you're a background character. You're a supporting role. But they're trying to make it. In his case, he was trying to make it a race thing. But it's like that. The story was written with a main protagonist and a main antagonist. Like, you're a supporting character. Like, you can find a role where you're the lead guy, and that's awesome. But yeah, your character doesn't have all this nuance because you're not the main character. Like, you're a supporting role for this. And maybe I don't know enough about his situation in specific, but I heard that and I was like, his role wasn't the focus. Like, he's not one of the main characters.
Yeah.
Like, it's a big role, and kudos to him for getting that, and that's freaking awesome. But, like, the story was Daisy Ridley, and the story was, I want to say, like, David or Dave or something. I can't think of his name.
So, for Star Wars, I've seen all of them except for, like, the spin-off ones, like Rogue One, Han Solo. Like, I haven't seen those.
Han Solo was really good.
But I've seen all of them. I haven't seen the newest one. I saw the one, I saw The Rise of Skywalker, and I'm pretty sure that's the one where Mark Hamill comes back.
Yes.
And I watched him. I watched that one in theaters, and I haven't seen is it The Last Jedi? Or no,
that's the Last Jedi, I think, is the last one.
Or is it?
Oh no, The Last Jedi was the one with Mark Hamill, right? And then
I think The Last Jedi.
Rise of Skywalker is the one that is the most recent one.
I don't know. I am a Star Wars fan, but I'm not a, like, die hard.
Yes.
I mean, some people are just like, Star Wars is like their life. They know every fact, everything. I like Star Wars, but I like the storyline and everything, but I'm not like a die hard fan. So I still get the movies confused. Like, if you tried to show me, like, if you gave me a list of all the movie titles, like Star Wars, The Rise of Skywalker, Star Wars, The Last Jedi, stuff like that, I would not be able to tell you what's
Adam Driver.
Oh, yeah.
Kylo Ren.
Yes.
I had to look that up. I'm sorry. That would have driven me crazy. Kylo Ren. Great really great actor.
But if you gave me the list of people or list of the movie titles and tell me to put them in order, I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I do like Star Wars. I just haven't seen, like, I think it's the very last installment of the main series or of the main
I think it's The Rise of Skywalker.
Because I've seen a couple episodes of The Mandalorian. I haven't
seen that. Is that good?
The 2 episodes I watched was good.
Mm-hmm.
But I haven't seen that. I haven't seen Han Solo. I haven't seen Rogue One. I heard they're gonna make one about, like, Obi-Wan Kenobi, his own story, but I haven't. I don't know if I'll see that. I'm a Star Wars fan, but I'm not a die-hard Star Wars fan.
Han Solo has Amelia. Her name's not Amelia Clark. What is it?
I don't know.
I gotta Google that one next.
That's gonna drive me crazy. Story.
Han Solo is really good. That was a really good standalone. The actress in that, Amelia Clark. Oh, that is her name. She's a really good actress too. But, like, that's like John Boyega's statement is like, I get it, because I can understand you being an actor and you wanting to get recognition that you feel you deserve. But in life, everybody feels like they deserve
more.
Because how do you know if I am working at a company? Of course, if you come ask me what I think I should be making, I'm gonna be telling you what I think I should be making. But if you go ask the CEO, like, you're gonna get a different story. You know, like, how do you? Because obviously, I'm going to want the best for myself. I'm going to want the best for the people that are around me. But, like, in a situation like that, if I'm in a supporting role, like, it's a supporting role. Obviously, your story is not as fleshed out as a leading role because you're not in. Not to say you won't get a leading role, but you're not the leading role in the story. Everyone has played background in something. Like, Brad Pitt was a background actor in Deadpool. I think in the second one, like, he was in a clip for 30 seconds, flew into a telephone pole and died. Like, that's Brad Pitt's role. But Brad Pitt is a great actor.
Mm-hmm.
But in that role, that's all you knew about his character was he flew into a telephone pole and died. Like, but that's the story.
Yeah. All right, pause. I gotta pee.
Oh, thank God, me too, man. Man, I don't know. We have been all over the place with this podcast.
I feel like we've covered a bunch of stuff, and I feel like half of it didn't make sense. But
all I hope is that some person, just one person, I hope one person listens to it and is like, let me go do some research. That's what I hope comes from this.
I feel like that's what comes from, like, and I feel like podcasts in general have really come.
It's weird, right?
They've really taken off. Same thing with documentaries. I feel like,
yes,
for me personally, a lot of documentaries I didn't watch by choice. It was always like, it was a documentary. It's gonna sound stupid, like a choice. It was like a treat because in school you got a break from the teacher yapping his mouth, and you got to watch a movie.
That was the best thing in class.
And that was the best thing. But now you got people watching documentaries by choice. Like, everyone watched Tiger King. Like, that was a documentary. So like everybody watched that. My girlfriend watched a documentary about Taylor Swift. That was like
I saw that too.
That was like 2 or 3 years, I think, of her being.
That was a really good documentary.
I watched it a little bit here and there. Like, I give a shit.
It was
about Taylor
weird,
Swift, but I didn't care.
Yeah, it was weird hearing. Because, man, when you're that famous, like, you don't really think about what that does to a person when everybody knows who you are.
The little bit that I've seen, and I've talked to, Sabrina about it, it's just like, a lot of people, it's really quick to judge celebrities because, they are everywhere. Mm-hmm. Everyone thinks they have it so good. They don't think about, it's like, well, they never have privacy. Once becoming like a big time celebrity, you never have privacy because the second you step out of your house, you got cameras flashing you in your face. You got to know who Miranda Lambert is, right?
Yeah, country
singer.
Yep.
Well, she says, there was an interview that she did, and she said that she loved New York because, she married a ex NYPD officer, but it's she loves New York because she walks down the street and no one recognizes her. She's just an average person at that point. Even if you knew who she was, even if you were like a huge country star, just the fact that, you would recognize her out of, 1,000 people crowding the sidewalk on Times Square, it's slim to none because she's going to blend in because there's thousands of, blonde haired girls that walk down New York City all the time. It's just, you're not going to recognize, it doesn't matter. You're not going to recognize them. You're not going to notice anybody. Like, in Hollywood and LA, it's a little bit easier. There's a lot of people there, but, they know who you are. They take tours of around celebrities' houses and shit. It's like, I sure as hell wouldn't want that. Like, if I had a celebrity, as a celebrity, you have, multiple houses. Probably. You're not just going to have one house in LA. You're going to have one in LA. You're going to have one on the East Coast. You're going to have one maybe in another country. You're going to have one on your island. But it's just like, they may not be there, but it's the fact that they have things like, celebrity tours or like a tour bus that will take you to celebrities' houses. I mean, as a tourist, that's really cool. As a celebrity, I feel like I would not want to be on that list. Like, that'd be miserable.
I think people forget that celebrities, first and foremost, are just people.
Yeah, they're just
like
famous people.
They're not like infallible because they're famous. Like, most of these people, and that's what worries me about today a little bit, is because everyone's getting their information and their ideology and their belief in which way they should go from famous people. And it's like, well, yeah, they're famous, and that means they have, they can reach out and touch way more people than you, but that doesn't mean that they're smarter than you per se, or that they have any better idea about the general direction of anything. It just means that they are a person who is successful in their field. Like, that's why I don't get why people are like, oh, every famous person needs to speak on every political issue. It's like, well,
do they? Because that's not their job.
Yeah.
Their job is, as an actor or a singer, is they're an entertainer.
Yeah. You can put out your input, but
exactly. Like,
it's an input. It's not fact. It's not.
Your job is to entertain. And whatever you do after that is your own personal choice. Like, when you're an actor, when your job is to make movies. Your job is to make movies to entertain people. When you're a singer, your job is to create albums, to create songs, to go to concerts, to create entertainment for people. That's your job. But as a person, if you want to do anything more than that, that's if you want to use your platform as an entertainer to prolong a certain cause or anything like that. That's your own personal choice. That's not,
You can do that.
Yeah.
Just be informed.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's just, celebrity. Yeah, you could always argue, celebrities are great because, they have less money. They can do whatever they want. But then at the same time, it's like, you could argue that they've done, to a certain point, celebrities are going to be able to do anything they want because they have the money to do it. So it's just like, well, now what?
Yeah.
Like, I've done everything else I've done everything on my bucket list. I've done everything that I've ever wanted to do because I've had the money, I've had the time. So what else? What else is next?
That's one of the arguments against Trump is that there's an interview. It's in the Netflix docuseries about him, and there's this woman interviewing him, and she asks, what are you going to do after you build all these businesses and you get all this wealth? Like, what are you going to do? He's like, I don't know. Maybe I'll run for president. And it's like, what?
I remember telling,
like, what?
I remember telling you, I don't know if it was the last podcast or at some point, I'm pretty sure it was you, or it's just like, I think you would ask me, like, what about it? And I'm just like, I remember saying it in Pursue's class too. I was like, he's bored. I was like, I think he's running for president. I told Pursue that straight up. And I remember that in class because he just kind of looked at me funny and he's like, interesting. And I'm just like, yeah, like he's a billionaire. He's done everything. He can do anything under the sun he damn well pleases because he's got the money to do it and he's got the connections to do it. So
why not?
The only thing he really, maybe one thing he hasn't done, he just wants to do for shits and giggles is be, a president. And I honestly still think that because I don't think that he is necessarily in charge. I think it's him as almost a pawn and people behind him are using him to do certain things. And same thing with Biden. Like I could say that, Biden is a pawn. And then I think what's really strong is that when you and Sarah were talking about, her podcast, you said that Kamala Harris worried you. What I think could really happen is, obviously anyone should have to admit that Biden is not all there. He's really estranged. And so,
thank you for saying that because I feel like I'm the only one that's been pushing
Biden
that.
is not all there. Like he is, on his way out. So, but he's established. He's
got credit.
Exactly.
He's got credit in the game of politics.
And I would almost be a safe bet is if he was elected after however long it is, a couple years, couple months, it doesn't matter. He could just say, you know what? This actually isn't for me. I'm going to give the reins to Kamala and she's going to be president.
I think
I've thought of that. And
that's what scares me.
That's actually been brought up to me. And I'm just like, that may not be too far off because it's really hard for me to grasp the fact that anyone would argue that Biden is that he's out of it. He doesn't know where he's at half the time. He doesn't know what he's saying. I mean, you can say the same thing about Trump. Like some of the stuff that Trump says is god awful. Like how he does interviews.
It's off the rails.
Yeah. How he does interviews.
The fact that he said he's not going to peacefully transfer power over to the next president is insane.
Exactly. And I mean, I haven't heard that, but it's just like, there's plenty of other things. He said he'd date his daughter if it wasn't his daughter.
Which what though?
Saying stuff like that, just and whatever else, it's weird. So, but like, I feel like Trump is there mentally. He just is different. Whereas Biden, he's just like, he says things differently because he's not all there.
He's checked out. Trump is there. He's sharp. You might not agree with him. You might not agree with the sentiment, but Trump is cognitive. He recognizes what he's doing, and he's doing it because that's who he is. So denying things that he said or saying things and then changing his opinion, like he is aware that he is doing that regardless of if he tells you he is. Biden, I don't think Biden is, I think I've heard that people throw out that maybe Biden has dementia or Biden has some neurological disease. And I don't know because I'm not, I can kind of try to, I'm a cognitive science major, so I'm trying to piece together some of what I've learned and hopefully grab onto something, but I don't know. I can look at him and I can see him talk and say that is somebody who doesn't he slips up. He doesn't know where he is. He doesn't know what he's running for. Like there are moments where it's like, this guy is not aware of what is happening around him. Like somebody is propping him up.
And that's why I think, it's fair to say that, he, like Trump, I feel, is that he's just a pawn in the politics game. He's just, the front and center person, but there's another person or other people behind the scenes
pulling the strings,
telling him what to do, saying, I'm sure a lot of the stuff that he's like Trump says specifically, or even Biden says is, it's okay. Let me rephrase that. I think a lot of what Trump says is off the rail and not scripted. I think a lot of what Biden says is scripted. He just forgets half the time.
And it's scripted by people behind him.
Yeah.
It's
and
not like he's writing the sentiment.
Think both of them are pawns, and other people or another person is pulling the strings behind them. And I think that it's very plausible, and it's almost fair to say that if Biden becomes president, he could step down at a certain point and just like, you know what, Kamala's the president. And, however you feel about it or not, because that would be a big deal. Because for one, she'd be the first female president. And then for two, she'd be the first, she's not white, So that would be a big deal,
but she's not black, right?
I don't know.
I've heard she's Indian.
I'm not too sure what nationality she is, and that to me doesn't really matter. I don't think
it shouldn't.
No, it doesn't matter to you either.
Shouldn't.
No, it doesn't. But it shouldn't matter. But it's just that in itself would be a big deal. Like what we were saying earlier about Obama being elected. Like whether you agree with him or not, an African American man being elected president for the first time ever is a big deal. Yeah. The first time a female president is elected, it's going to be a big deal. But if Kamala was to actually take over, she'd be the first female and first, other nationality president.
First and foremost, I'm a guy. Like, I'm a man.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're a man. And I think in some part, this was kind of lost on Sarah. I don't want to say it was lost on her, because we had a really great discussion about it, but she's a woman and I'm a man, and we're talking about an issue that relates to both of us differently. So I think I can talk to you about it, and you will kind of get where I'm coming from. Not that she didn't. She's very intelligent. She's very smart. She was a great person. I think she's great. I really like talking with her. But to you, because you are a man and I'm a man, we get the gravity of what it means for somebody to accuse you of sexual assault. Like, as a man, you get that means your life is over. Regardless of how you feel about it, whether you think it's right or wrong or whatever, your life as a man is over. And as someone who does not sexually assault women, or who is not a rapist, or who is not these things, it almost means more to you because you hold it to a higher standard. So when she accused Biden of sexual assault, and then as soon as he picked her as the VP, she instantly backtracked and was like, oh, it's just a debate. That ruined any other discussion that could have been had for me voting for her.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm a man, and I think that sexual assault is wrong.
It's a serious
It
crime.
would end, if I was accused of it, if you were accused of it, it would be the end of our lives. I grasp the gravity of that. And I don't think, talking to Sarah, I don't think she got it because she's a woman and she sees it from the opposite perspective.
No, it's a fair thing to say that if you are, as a man, are accused of sexual assault, usually it's innocent until proven guilty. You are guilty until proven innocent.
Yeah, you are guilty. If you're guilty in the court of public opinion, your life is done.
Yeah.
Like, that is, you're not going to go and run for office. You're not going to go and hold a nice job. Like,
you'll be lucky to deliver pizza.
You'll be lucky if people look at you and want to be your friend. Like, I understand the gravity of that. And so when I see her accuse Biden of that, and then turn around and flip-flop on it, I look at it one of two ways. Either she's full of shit and she thinks that he is someone who sexually assaulted women and she's willing to compromise that for her own goals, which is really bad. Or two, she doesn't think he did that, and she was only saying that to cripple his Democratic standing, which is equally as bad. So either way you look at it, I've been trying to talk to my parents about this and trying to talk to other people about this, because I'm a person where morals matter to me, because I recognize when you disregard morals and you vote for somebody because they're the least of two evils, or they're not as bad as the other person, or whatever, you are co-opting that behavior. You're saying, yeah, I know you did something bad, but I'm still going to vote for you because you're not as bad as this other person. And so the next person that comes along can do bad things because they know you're going to vote for them.
And that can also be an issue in itself, because I know, blatantly, I may have misunderstood it, but I'm pretty sure I didn't, is when, Sarah was just like, herself was like, oh, I'm voting for Biden just to get Trump out of the election. And I personally, like, if she's going to, I mean, obviously I don't think there's any change in her mind. She's going to do it. And, as an American person to person, more power to you. But on the other side, it's just like, I said in the last podcast that we did together, I don't really agree with that. I think that you should vote for someone who you actually truly believe is the best candidate. But I can understand there also isn't really a very, there's a lot of people who believe that there is no best candidate between these two, because
there's not.
A lot of the people, who are anti-Trump, they're just like, okay, well, why are you anti-Trump? Well, he's a racist, he's a rapist, he's, a bigot, all this shit. It's just like, well, yes, you could say all that, but if you accuse Trump of being a rapist and you're saying that, he shouldn't be president because he's accused of rape, it's like, well, but you're going to vote for Biden, who's also been accused of rape and stuff like that.
That's what I don't understand.
But you're going to let him do it just to get Trump out. It's like, well, okay, what makes it okay for him but not for him? Like, why are you going to hold? Why? Because he's, openly not racist? Just like, who said,
Do you know what gaslighting is? Have you heard that expression?
I've heard it. I don't exactly understand it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, when we were talking last night, my girlfriend, she kind of, I told her I cannot remember, my memory's crap, but I can't remember.
Blame it on the alcohol.
I can't remember what her and I were talking about, like, specifically, but like, she told me, she's like, that's gaslighting. She's like, you're, manipulating someone to think in a different way. And I'm like, I don't really think that I am, but I mean, her and I talked about it and it was fine. We had a discussion about it, not an argument, but it was just like, but anyway, gaslighting is.
Well, I'm trying to find the real definition of it. I don't think I even fully understand it. So take what I say with a grain of salt. But I think that gaslighting is, I can kind of understand it in the terms of like a relationship. So it's like if you were dating a girl and she was, doing something that wasn't crazy, but you kept telling her she was crazy for what she was doing, right? You're kind of gaslighting. That's not even that isn't a great.
So is it kind of just another word for manipulation?
It's like, what's a good definition of it is, we've all seen that these protesters, some of them are burning buildings, right? They're burning buildings. They're beating the shit out of innocent people. They're hurting people. But if you watch CNN, they will say, these are peaceful protests. That is gaslighting, because CNN knows that these protests are burning buildings and they're hurting people and they're causing this destruction, but they're telling you something else other than what you're seeing. So they're saying, if you judge what you're seeing and base it on what you're seeing, you're crazy. So that's not what's happening.
So it's basically almost like you're telling the truth, but not the whole truth.
It's like, no, it's like somebody is seeing something and you are lying to them about what they're seeing. You're telling them what they're seeing isn't true.
Okay.
And you're trying to feed them something else. Like if I punch you in the face and then I say, I didn't punch you in the face, you're insane. Like, you imagine that. Like, that's gaslighting, because we both know I punched you in the face. Like, it's something crazy like that. Yeah. I think. I really don't. I'm trying to understand it, but that is my interpretation. But like, I think both sides are being gaslit. I think we're all being fed this BS narrative that we can't really interpret.
Caused by the media. And
are you going to stay in California? What is your plan? I'm always interested in you, man, because I feel like you are grounded. Like, that's why I'm like testing these ideas on you, because I don't know if I'm like too in it. So then I come to you and I'm like, Dustin, what do you think, man? Like, help me figure out the BS and find what is happening here.
My main thing with California is it's just too expensive.
Yeah.
I say, okay, so I don't know if you remember, but when we were like sophomores, remember very specifically, I was in Ag Geo in that class, and we were talking about, at that point, a lot of the main topic in California was splitting the state into the northern part being state of Jefferson, the rest would be in California.
The state of Jefferson.
And as like I was 14, 15, however old I was, probably 15, 16, sophomore year, I thought it was the dumbest thing I ever heard.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, why the hell are we going to split our state in two? I was like, what's wrong with it sleeping in one? Like, and just having another star on the flag was just, 51 states instead of a nice even 50. It was just like, that just seemed weird. And I didn't understand. I didn't look into it at all. And I was just like, that's dumb. But now it seems like it honestly would be kind of nice, because it's just like, you see so much of California, the southern part affects so much of what the northern part does, because everyone seems to think, especially from the East Coast, I'm sure you've, from being from California in New York, you say, oh, I'm from Eureka, I'm from Humboldt. They're like, where's that? They, if I had to assume, they probably think that California stops at San Francisco, and they consider San Francisco the Northern California, when like in reality, we are Northern Humboldt. We are Northern California. San Francisco is like is central, and then like LA, San Diego, that's definitely the south part of California. But it's just like, a lot of what, happens in San Francisco, LA, the bigger areas, that affects us up here and affects us drastically differently than it does down there. Like, you can even go to Sacramento, and like even down there, I'm sure like you have to smog your car every 2 years because there's so many vehicles, there's so many people down there that you have to. Whereas up here, we don't have that yet. It's only a matter of time before we have to, and it's going to go statewide, no matter how rural your area is or not. That's just going to be the way it is. It's just the fact that other populated areas, such as LA, San Francisco, affect us so much that it makes it hard to live here. That even people who move from those areas come up here, and they want to make up here like down there. And we don't want that. We're like, no, the hell with that. We live up here for a reason. We live up here because we don't like the city. We live up here because it's more quiet. It's supposed to be cheaper up here to live because we don't have as many people. We don't have, any huge attractions. And it's really hard for people, when that, like the prices of houses, are up here are
ridiculous,
insanely expensive. It's just like, you can find maybe like a 1,500 to 2,000 square foot house. That's like an average house.
Yeah.
With 2 or 3 bedrooms. Just imagine your average house along those lines. And that's going to be,
outrageous.
$300,000.
You can buy a mansion in Georgia for $100,000.
Oh yeah. I'm like $300,000. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. Cause like you can go to a lot of their states. I know we talked about last time, Texas, here and there, you can find way cheaper housing over there. And it's just like, that comes with housing comes with a price, of course. But up here, it's like, personally, like Humboldt, I love it up here. I love the fact that if we want to go down south and enjoy the city life, it's 5 hours away. Mm-hmm. If we want to go to the snow in the wintertime, it's 30 minutes inland. If we want to go somewhere where it's nice and sunny, that's like 20 to 45 minutes inland. You can go to Fortuna and it's sunnier.
We're in a really good spot.
Yeah, I like, as far as the area goes, I love it here. Because if you want to go to our state, Oregon's right there. I mean, there's so much to enjoy right here. You live in the peace and quiet. You live in somewhere where most of the time it's, the climate never really changes. You have, Eureka is like, it's big enough to where there's some stuff to do here and there. It's nothing crazy. You can do something all the time. Like, I really love it here. It's just the fact that down south affects so much up here that I'm almost thinking like the state of Jefferson thing, where it cuts off, I pretty much like California would stop at San Francisco, and the rest of it would up to Oregon would be the state of Jefferson, which now I'm like, again, I still haven't read too much into it, but just on the sole fact that if we were our own state that was only that size, I feel like we'd be like, us up here would be a lot better off. Just, because we would be more isolated. We would be more smaller to focus and make life better for a smaller community. Whereas the rest of California is just ridiculous. Like, I think our governor's a fucking retard. I think Newsom's stupid.
Newsom is definitely not a genuine person. I think that's a safe assumption. But I think it stems from 2 problems. I think it stems from the fact that, first off, people don't realize how big California is.
No, they don't.
People, especially on the East Coast, they think you can drive
from one end of the state to the
NorCal, in like 5 hours. And it's like, that's not, and they're like, but I could get from, Connecticut or or New Hampshire down south and it's not that bad. And it's like, yeah, but California is this long stretch of land.
You got to
Like,
imagine, like, you know, we're
California is really diverse.
on the East Coast. I mean, I don't know how many states line the East Coast,
That's
but
a lot.
there's only 3 that line the West Coast. There's Washington, Oregon, and California.
And that's the
it.
whole West Coast.
Yeah, that's the whole West Coast.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the same, you know, parameter as the East Coast.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. I think Maine goes up there a little bit farther, but I mean, like, that's almost
But
just
they
as
have a
much
different-
coastline, but
they have
3
a
states.
different
Dude.
perspective because they're. I mean, I'm a little biased because I was in New York, and New York is its own world, and New York City is
It's
even
its own
more
world.
so its own world. But California is interesting. I think we fall into the problem in that we are very democratic. Most of us.
Yeah.
We lean left. But there's this weird issue, and it kind of ties into everything we've been talking about, you know, throughout this whole podcast, and that there's this small minority that has bullied kind of the rest of the left because they're quieter or they're more in the middle, but they're still left. But then there's this far radical branch that kind of dictates everything that happens for the whole state, right? So the fact that you can't, you know, the fact that homeless people can put up tents on the sidewalk and you can't move them, or the fact that, you know, you can go and access these drug sites and get these utensils where most people might not agree with that. But there's one segment that's a minority segment that has the loudest voice. And I think most of us recognize that, but most of us aren't doing anything to stop that.
And that's what's and
It's
that's
scary.
And that's what sucks because, you know, it's just like, you know, the way of life in Southern California or even Central California is
Radically different.
drastically different than up here.
Yeah.
I mean, up here you have ranchers and farmers. I mean, there's farmland that just takes up majority of the state of California, or sorry, the majority of Northern California, I would think. Whereas, you know,
Well, you can
even-
go south and find winelands. You know,
Yeah.
in Central, out in Napa, and it's like that's
Mhm.
what it is. Like it's
just
nothing like
vineyards, you know,
SoCal.
on and on. And
Yeah.
it's crazy. You know, you think of that, and it's just the people down south who are nothing but rolling hills of houses and buildings and everything else pretty much make the decisions as to what's to happens up here, and it's like that shouldn't happen.
And then you get to San Diego, and it's like this is basically Mexico. Like
Yeah.
we're like
it's
you're what I don't know, 30 minutes from the border, and then you're in Mexico, and it's like we just put up this arbitrary line of what? Like it's
the-
the
just-
division is weird,
and that's
it's
what-
a weird thing,
and that's what sucks. And I feel like that's what makes, you know, I'm not gonna say the East Coast is better to live on because I've
Mhm.
never been there and I don't know. But it's just like, you know, and honestly, I don't listen. Like, you know, I pay attention to a lot of the news that happens here because it's here rather than
Yeah.
even the other side of the country because it's the other side of the country. But we have such a bigger state and such a bigger population that what we decide and what happens to our state affects so many different areas of the state than what people like recognize. Like, you know, when you have a small state like Rhode Island, I mean, Rhode Island
Yeah.
is shit to California. I mean, our wildfire area over in Hoopla, like that, like when that fire merged with the other, like some other one, that burned more acres than what even the whole state of Rhode Island had. I'm like, that fire is bigger than the state of Rhode Island, you know, and
Yeah.
Rhode Island's small, but, you know, it's just take that into consideration. That's how big California is. You know, you can fit so many Rhode Islands in California that, you know, it's just, I know it can probably not make sense, but it's just,
no, it makes sense.
we have such a rural area up here that down there affects us up here so much that it really does suck, and it makes harder for life up here because, you know, you go from where we are up here up to Oregon, it's like the land and everything else. It's not
radically different.
Yeah, I mean, well, I was honestly going to say it's not much different
Oh,
because, you know, just, you know, because like when I drive, you know, when you drive around here and you drive
Mhm.
to Oregon, it relatively looks the same and every, you know, stuff like that. You know,
lots of trees,
lots of forests like that.
rivers.
You know, our area is the same. Whereas, you know, you drive from either us or Oregon to San Francisco, where it's all hills and, you know, vineyards. Even worse, you go down south and it's all cities, buildings, you know, stuff like that. It's, you know, for us, it should be easier to live in.
Well, you know what's interesting is it's not so much the land, right? I went to school in Oregon. I went to school in New York. I went to school in Sacramento. Here in Eureka. It's not so much the land that changes when you change where you are. It's the sentiment. It's the people, right? So I don't think the land in Oregon is that much different. The land in New York is, I really liked upstate New York because it kind of felt like home. And the further upstate I went, the more I felt like I was home because you're really surrounded by trees. It's different vegetation. They have a lot of vegetation, whereas we have more like trees and ferns, Theirs is like really, it's a vegetative state, and it's dense. But the biggest difference is the personality in people. Like I noticed in New York, there was one instance, I think it was the first weekend I went out there or something, because I think my dad and sister were out there with me, and I want to say we were moving me in or something. Or maybe they came out to visit for a holiday or something. But, we were around campus and we were kind of just exploring. And this lady's car had broken down at this light. Her car is smoking. It's obvious that she can't drive it.
She needs help.
Yeah. And I'm looking at it, and we pull into the gas station because we were going to get like ice cream or something at the gas station. And I look over at my dad and I'm like, let's go help her. Right. And so I run out there first, and I'm behind the car, and people are honking at her, and I turn around and I looked at her, and I kind of there was one car right directly behind her that was honking, and I kind of looked at the guy like, what the fuck are you doing, man? It was this guy, I'm assuming it was his girlfriend next to him, two people in the car, younger, my age looking, and I'm looking at him like, what the fuck are you doing? Like this girl that was driving the car that was in front of him, I bet she was 25. Like she was scared. She didn't know what was happening. She obviously didn't know what was going on with her car. And so I'm behind it, and he's honking at us, and other cars are honking. And I look at him like, what are you guys doing, man? This is a person that needs help.
What do you expect her to do? That happened to me.
But I feel like in California, like it's not outrageous that like I would have stopped whatever I was doing to go help her. Like I feel like that's not outrageous. But in New York, it's like we're moving. So if you're not moving, you need to get out of the way, because like there are hard people, because the snow out there is real. Like you are in the elements, and if you're not moving, you got to get out of the way, because we're moving. Like I don't have time to wait for you or do whatever you're doing. Like I saw a car slide down a hill, catch like a snow patch, right, or an ice patch, slide, and they just kept moving. Even the car, like after they situated themselves, they just kept going. Like it's just a different feel of that. We're in it. You got to move, or you got to get out of the way.
That same thing, I was honestly shocked, happened to me. It's been a little bit now, but I was off of work. I was coming in through town, on the north end of town. So I was right there by Target, and the red light right there, the Shell and the red line and everything is the first light, and traffic was backed up all the way to Target. And so we're sitting there waiting, and all of a sudden there's a couple, I see like this, this plum of like steam smoke stuff. And I'm like, huh, that's weird. And then all of a sudden I'm seeing cars kind of act weird. And then there's just this girl. I mean, she's shorter, she's heavier, she's pretty young. And it's just like, she's pushing her car off the side, and like, no, like even around here, like no one's stopping. I was like, what the fuck? And I was just like, so I pulled over, like I put my truck in park, and then I just like was offering her to help. And by that time I'd already, I'd gotten over there and everything. Like she was pretty good. I just pretty much like honestly walked with her to the, I walked behind the car, was helping her push it, but I wasn't doing a lot of work. She was doing a lot of it herself, and she got in the parking lot, and I'm just like, I'm sorry. I'm surprised that no one is, I was the only one to stop and help you. Like that's terrible. Like I hope you get this figured out. And, I went on my way, but it was just like, I was just shocked. I was like, even I get it. It's 5:00. Everyone wants to go home. That's her problem. You deal with that. But it's just like, come on. Like all she needs is just for someone to push her.
Yeah.
Just to help her out. Like
takes 5 minutes out of your day.
Yeah. It's like, obviously she didn't even know what was happening. Like she said that she's like, all I knew was that I was at a red light and it just started smoking.
Yeah.
So she had no clue, no idea what was going on. She was freaking out. I'm just like, she just needs help. Like for, like you said, like less than 5 minutes of your day to help someone like that. It's just like, it's just completely selfish for someone not to do that. Especially around here, when it's just like, we are such a small community compared to other places. We are so, interacting with our community and stuff compared to other places.
Yeah.
Sometimes around here, it feels like we're pretty stagnant. We don't communicate with each other, but compared to other places, we communicate and we do things very well together because we are so much smaller than other places.
But even that, I feel like it's just like we get easily complacent. And we forget that people are so unique and people are so dynamic. And where you live and what you're doing really alters who you are as a person. Like, I could talk to somebody from Maine, and yeah, we're Americans and we hold similar ideals and stuff, but you are a completely different person than I am because geographically you were raised in this location that is radically different than where I am. Like, you can talk to somebody from Florida and their ideals and their beliefs and things that are important to them or not important to them are different. I mean, you do share similar things because at the end of the day you are Americans. But then again, you also you hold things in different weights because, like, Northern California is nothing like Southern Florida, and we're nothing like Northern Maine, and we're nothing like Texas.
We're nothing we're nothing like Central California.
We're nothing like
we're nothing even
Washington.
Like our own state. Like that's what's sad, and that's
everything's different,
and that's what's such a big deal is like as to why I originally am kind of coming around to the thought of
Jefferson.
Maybe our own state isn't that bad of an idea because just like we are so much like up here. We are so much different than the rest of our state. It is uncanny. It's just, it's crazy different the way we live versus the way they live down there. And it's just like, we almost need that separation to take care of ourselves because it's just like, this is nuts. Like the way they live down there is changing the way we live up here. And we can't afford to live up here because there's not that much high paying jobs up here than there is down there. It's fucking crazy.
I think California though, I think in our case, and maybe I'm backtracking on what I just said. I don't know. I don't think California is that different. I really think it is a small minority that is dictating things. Like, I really think most people agree that, the homeless issue, the housing issue, these insane taxes that are across the board just ridiculous. I think most people realize that, like, this is ridiculous. Like, what we're doing is retarded. Like, we need to really look at the budget and look at where we want California to go. But I think it's a small minority that is more vocal than the majority that is push these things. Because I think if you ask most people, hey, should we try to help find housing for the homeless? Should we try to get them off the street? Should we try to help them? Most people would say yes. But there's a very small minority that is super loud. They would say, no, you have to let them do what they want to do. You have to let them be on the street if they want. You have to let them, like in San Francisco, you have to let them shit wherever they want on the street. You can't infringe on their rights. But most people are going to recognize that's insane. Like, you can't just have people shitting on the sidewalk while you're trying to go catch the bus. Like that society can't function if we don't have these minimalistic ideals set in place to guide us.
And I get that because that like kind of loops back to the I think her name's Lasara, the girl from Hatcher.
Yeah, when Humboldt Area Center for Harm Reduction.
Yeah, when she was just like
dude, they're in the news. They're having issues.
Really,
real issues right now.
We'll talk about that in a second.
Yeah, okay, yeah, my bad.
There was just kind of coming the homeless thing coming to full kind of a full circle back to what she said when she was just like, well, it's not our choice to tell people what they can and can't do with their bodies because it's their choice. And I'm like, well, yeah, because yes and no, because yeah, like if I'm gonna have a drink, there shouldn't be anyone to tell me that I can't have a drink.
Yeah.
But at the same time, when let's say I was intoxicated wandering the streets on whatever I was on, and let's say I'm by a school or if I'm just walking on the sidewalk, at that point I'm not my own problem.
Yeah.
I am the public's problem. I am whoever, if we're walking by a school, you are the children's problem. You are, you are their problem and everything, stuff like that, where it's just like, that's when like she kind of lost me on that. It was just like, well, to an extent, yes, no one can really tell you what to do, but after a little bit, they can, because you are now infringing on other people. You if you're shitting in this, like you said, you're shitting in the street,
that affects us all.
That affects everybody. That could affect, a 3-year-old tripping and falling and face first into your crap. Like that shouldn't be a thing. You don't get to do that.
Yeah.
So at that point, you don't get to decide, what's, I don't know. It sounds really harsh. It's like you almost don't get to decide what's best for you because even you don't know what's best for you. But at the same time, it's just like, who's to say that you can't make your own choices because you are an American, you are your own person. It's just like, you know, but when you are intoxicated and you're wandering around, right? There's just like,
there's a line.
You're, you know, when you're drunk or high or whatever, and you're just like, you say you wander in the middle of Broadway, you're not your only problem now. Like, you are other people's problem. You could potentially kill yourself or potentially kill someone else if someone swerves to miss you and hits somebody else and kills them instead. Like, that's, you know, is that really on the driver or is that on you because you were intoxicated in the middle of the road?
Yeah.
And, you know, you caused the whole thing wouldn't have happened had you not been there.
I was listening to the Joe Rogan podcast today. Shout out to that podcast. It's a great podcast. Definitely check it out if you're at all interested in challenging your ideas. It's probably one of the reasons why I started the podcast was because of him. But I was listening to it and he made a really good point. The reason why we can walk out and you can go walk around town or walk to the mall and do all these things, like he pointed that out and he was like, the reason why you can do that is because most people are reasonable, right? Most people aren't going to shoot you as you're walking down the street. But that's because of society. Like if we altered things and for some reason made it acceptable that people could just shoot you for whatever reason or do these crazy things, like you wouldn't leave your house. Like the reason you can leave your house and drive to work and live most of your life in a normal way where you're not getting shot at is because most people are reasonable. And I'm paraphrasing, of course, but like that ties back to all this. Like Lazara, really interesting person. Definitely check out the podcast if you haven't heard it. She really made me think about how I view drug use. Because I think she made some good points in the sense that you can use drugs and be a productive member of society. I've seen it. I've seen people smoke weed or do cocaine. That's kind of been the extent from my personal uses. I've seen people use those and be successful and be really, really successful. Like I know people who have used cocaine and gotten really significant awards and accolades and stuff in academia, and they're crushing it and it works for them. And who am I to say, well, clearly it's not functional, right? But I've seen people use heroin, and we all have heard the stories of you use heroin and your life goes down the toilet. You start sucking dick, or you start prostituting yourselves, or you start doing these horrible...
Just to pay for the drugs.
Yeah, like we recognize as a society that there is a limit. But Lazar brought up that she knows people that have used heroin and have lived productive, successful lives. And who am I to tell her that that's not true? Because I haven't seen that.
Right.
But, I mean, there is a line. So yeah, maybe drug use crosses one side, but clearly shooting people crosses the other side. Like there is nuance. Shitting in the street or shitting on the sidewalk, we recognize that's a problem because we all have to deal with that. If you use drugs and you're using drugs at home and it doesn't affect your work life or your home life or your kids
that's
or whatever.
On you.
Yeah, but if you can do it in a productive way, okay.
Yeah, like I said.
But if you do it in a way and it's damaging to you, that's one thing. But to society, that's another thing. Like then we have to address it. Like if you're doing drugs and going on killing sprees, that's it. If you're doing drugs and you're going and shitting in people's front lawns, there are societal boundaries that are there for a reason. Like you can't defecate on the sidewalk because then everyone that uses that sidewalk now has to come across that.
Right.
And it alters the dynamic of our interaction. But if you want to go to the bathroom in your backyard, like who am I to tell you that you can't do that? Like if you want to do things that only affect you, only you, then I agree with her sentiment of I don't have the right to tell you not to do that. If you want to shoot up heroin and your meaning of life, your pursuit in life allows you to do heroin and also achieve your goals, then who am I to tell you not to?
Right.
But if you want to do heroin and now you're living on the street and now taxpayers are funding your life and you're not trying to do anything productive with your life and all you want to do is you're trying to get that next fix, then it crosses a line where it's no longer really about you because you are dependent on the system. And the system can only support so many people who are wholly dependent on the system before it collapses.
You know, and I can get behind that. You know, like I was always like, you know, raised just, you know, like I think a lot of us were just like, you know, drugs are bad.
Yeah.
But like, you know, like you said, I don't really know a whole lot of people who have done like, you know, I know people have done cocaine, but it's more like to party. It was
Yeah.
never more like to get anything done. But like, it's just, I've been really good friends with people who just like, in school, I would struggle with math, but people, the stoners, some of those guys, like they could do math so goddamn easy. And I still think, just cause, like maybe I still think for math, for me, it was like overthinking it and it was never a thing for me. But like, for a good friend of mine, he was a really big stoner and he was just like, he was so good at math. It was just like, maybe you just unwinded him enough to really not overthink it, to really understand it. And it was fine. I know multiple people who could, do anything when they were high,
Yeah.
it just really mellowed them out, but they could function just fine. And that's as far as I know for me. Like even like you said, people who could like function on cocaine. Like I know people who have done it, but like I said, it was more to party, not really to function. So not to the extent I can really say for personal experience, but it's just, like I don't care if someone wants to go in their house and shoot up. That's their own deal. But like I've heard stories of like my mom, she works at a gas station, of her like, someone being in the bathroom for a long time and she knocks on the door and they don't answer and they open up, or she opens it up and she's got some tweaker with blood shooting out of her arm and they're covering it up and it's leaking through her hand, square on the ceiling and everything because they're shooting up. Yeah. And she's like, that's not okay. That's no longer your problem. That is our problem. We need to take care of it for you. And then hopefully you figure it out afterwards. But a lot of the time it doesn't happen and they get so caught up, like you said, dependent on the system, that we end up paying for it regardless. And that's where I have a problem with this. I don't give a shit if you're in your house, you're doing drugs, like, and you're doing it, whatever. But as soon as you come out, like, I don't really like it, but you're in your house, you're doing your own thing. I don't care. But if the second you step out of your house and you're just shut up on heroin and you're just like a zombie and a tweaker walking around the street, then we have an issue.
Well, the problem is weed really threw a curveball for a lot of people, because the drug narrative works that if you do drugs, you're not going to be productive. It works for a lot of drugs. But then you throw weed into the mix and there's a lot of nuance that comes with it, because there are a lot of people that can smoke weed and be productive. They use it like alcohol. There are a lot of people that use alcohol and they're productive members of society. There are a lot of people that use alcohol and it's detrimental to their life and to their goals that they have, and it's crippling. It's all consuming. It depends on who you are as a person and what you can take, right? Because there could be, it's really with anything. I don't want to say the smartest person I've met, but there was a really smart person that I met that I know for a fact did cocaine, and he was a really smart guy. A really, really smart guy. I don't think it's because of the cocaine, but he was really smart. He got good grades. He got a lot of awards for things that he did in academia. But during that, like, he also did cocaine. And it's like, okay, well, how do I tell that person you're not a productive member of society when he's doing a lot more externally than I am? Like, I'm not getting these awards. I'm not getting this recognition from academic institutions for anything that I'm doing. Like, how do I tell him, hey, you can't do cocaine, but he's doing all this? Is it because of the cocaine? I don't know. But both are in play and he's making it work. So how do I say, and Lazar really made me recognize that, and that, yes, because growing up, I was always taught drugs are bad across the board. And then as you get older and you start to form your own opinions, like, things like that are kind of chipped away at, because you see instances of really productive people doing things. But you see the reverse too. You see people whose lives are crippled because of drugs or alcohol, especially, like, that cripples people's lives.
I've looked at it as, before, whereas like weed is like, the gateway drug.
Yes.
But I, now that I'm older and, it's just like, I know, like, I can't smoke weed at all because of my job. I have, I can be subdued to random drug testing whenever they feel free.
Yeah.
So it's really smart to just not touch it at whatsoever. But if I, if it ever was okay, to, smoke weed, like test positive for your job, like, then yeah, like I wouldn't smoke weed all the time, but like every now and then, like if I had a bad day at work, I would go home and like smoke a joint or smoke a bowl or something like that.
But like a glass of alcohol.
Exactly.
What really is the difference?
Exactly. Like I wouldn't put it past myself, and I wouldn't put it past anyone else. Like you're cutting loose after a hard day. And I'm I could never see myself just smoking weed every single day. And, you know, for whatever the reason is, just never that much. Like, you know, I almost look at it as like every time I have a cigar. Like I have a cigar every now and then, but it's not an everyday thing. It's just something I enjoy every now and then. So
Damn, we should have grabbed a few cigars for this
I
podcast.
have one in my truck.
Really?
Yeah. But
I haven't had
anyway,
a cigar since my 21st birthday, man.
but it was, you know, I would think of myself, I would treat it as that. It would
Yes.
just be an every once in a while thing. And as long as I'm not under the influence of driving, as long as I'm not under the influence at work, and I'm at home, who cares?
Yeah.
So like it's the same, you know, it's the same thing. Like I don't really care. If someone wants to stay home and smoke weed, I don't really care. But if someone like is going home and like doing heroin, I don't care, but I care a little bit more than I do with weed, just because it is such more of a potent drug. But then who am I to say that it's more of a potent drug?
Yeah.
So it's kind of a catch-22,
Yeah.
you know. So I get it, but it's just when you are under the influence of anything and you are going into the public, it's no longer just your problem. It's the
really
public's
is.
problem. So that really bugs me
Yeah.
when I see a bunch of these tweakers and, you know, essentially zombies at this point. Like there's so many people that I've, you know, and that's where I can be kind of harsh on like homeless topics and not helping people as much as other people would like, you know, to believe to help them, is because I've seen, you know, from ever since I'm old enough to remember and pay attention to, something as serious as homelessness or, you know, even tweakers, stuff like that, is just like you see the same people for years, the same thing, the same routine. They're walking around town with, you know, mismatched clothes, no, like one shoe on or no shoes on, and they're like just everywhere. You know, just everyone has seen a tweaker. They know what they do, and so they don't change. And whether if it's because they are so mentally out of it and fried because of all the drugs they've done, which I believe is a lot of it, or they just, you know, they really don't care and they just want to care about the next fix and that's all they care about. It's just like,
Yeah.
that's what makes me honestly, is just like, you know, I've seen so many examples of how long drug use can just destroy a person and how they're not going to recover, that I can be I can be definitely harsh about helping homelessness, about helping people on drugs. It's just like, you got to earn it. You got to deserve it. And a lot of the people I personally feel like just don't deserve the help.
Yeah.
Cause it's just like, you know, I definitely believe in chances. Like if you put in some kind of rule of like, you know, even like a 3-chance program or something like that, you know, it's just like, I fully support, you know, people who like homeless people and drug users who are in, you know, safe houses, people who are in, you know, even just one night houses where you can first come, first serve, sleep in a bedroom where you're nice, dry, you know, you have at least a bed to sleep in, you know, not the sidewalk, and it's, you know, safe for you for at least one night. I believe in that. You know, I believe in, you know, supporting people. Like I agree with paying tax money to people who are trying to pull themselves back on their feet. But if I'm paying for the same douchebag to be on the system for 10 years to not do a damn bit of difference when he first got on it,
Yeah.
I'm going to be pretty pissed off because I'm paying for him to do absolutely nothing when I'm working my ass off at work to do, you know, what's good for me when he's not doing what's good for him. And that really pisses me off.
Yeah.
And that's what's just like, you know, it really makes it hard for me to want to take care of other people if I feel like they don't deserve it. You know, it's just like, I got no problem with, you know, paying taxes to people who actually need help. And once they get help, they get a job, they become a decent member of society. But it's the same people who just get over and over and over a chance to just get money and then not do anything with it.
Well,
that
they have
really
to,
pisses me off.
They have to want to help themselves.
Exactly. And that's just like, you know, at what point is it enough? At what point do you be like, you know what, you don't get a choice. We're choosing for you. But at the same time, is that, you know, that could be considered crossing a humane line.
Yeah.
You're taking away someone's choice, and that could honestly be, the word could be used as slavery because you're not using their choice. So it's a slippery slope, or it's dicey, as you guys like to say on the
Man,
podcast.
I've been saying that so much. I'm waiting for somebody
Yeah.
to call me out and be like, dude, you need to stop.
Oh
saying
no,
that.
dude, it's a catchphrase. But I mean, it's a slippery slope because just like, you know, how much is enough, and who gets to decide how, like, what is too much.
Well, that is something I personally have been struggling with a lot. It's because I really do care. I care, like, whether that's a fault or a positive. Like, I really do care, and I want to help the homeless people. and I've been struggling to realize that like we can do more, but there are a lot of resources already available, and a lot of them aren't taken advantage of because a lot of the homeless population can't take advantage of them because they do drugs, and they don't want to sacrifice drug use to try to raise their circumstances.
And
so then where do you go with that?
And that's what's frustrating, because I feel like there's, plenty of programs out there who are just like, hey, we have a place to stay.
You just can't do heroin.
We'll give you a free meal. You have a place to shower. We'll give you a change of clothes. But like, you need to be sober in order to stay here. Like, you can stay here, for so long as you need it, as long as you abide by our rules. And there's just too many people out there who just refuse to do it.
It kind of makes you wonder, man.
With those people who are willing to say, okay, I'm done. I want help. I am fine with helping people like that because they want to better themselves. They want to not be them anymore. They want to be someone better. But when you got the same assholes who are just like, over and over, just taking advantage of it, they'll go there for a night and they're like, oh, I'm sober. And they're clearly intoxicated and they'll sleep there anyway. It's just like, no, get out of here. You can go sleep under the bridge for all I care. We've given you chances. You've been coming back here for, however long, and you're not changed. Get out. We're done. We're not helping you anymore. That's it. You get 0 more chances. Like, we are so done with your shit. And that doesn't happen. And I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, honestly. Like, it's one thing I struggle with too, because it's just like, I want to help people, but I only want to help people who want to help themselves.
There's a line.
People who don't want to help themselves, just see you later. I don't even care what you do. As long as you just stay out of the way of the public and stay out of sight, out of mind, I don't really care. And that can be harsh, that can be,
well, yeah.
A lot of people are just like, oh, you're a monster, or, say, terrible things. But it's just like, well, I get it. It's not the nice thing to say, but it's the truth. For me, it's the truth. I'm just like, if you don't want to help yourself, I don't want to help you. I don't ever want to see you. I don't want to hear anything about you. You're done.
Yeah.
I don't care. And that can be harsh, but to me, that's just how I feel about it.
There's a reality that comes to, because you can only try to help someone for so long. And then it's like, clearly you don't want help, but we as a society, we don't have anything in place for those people, for the ones that don't want help and want to just keep on doing what they're doing. So they're lumped in with the people that do want help, and then we get these populations of 80,000 people that are homeless living in LA or living in New York. Like, that's where we get.
And I can agree, I can understand that, if someone comes into you, like if you ran a safe place for an ex-drug user to come or whatever, I understand that, once or twice, like once, it's probably a fair chance that they're going to relapse and get back on it. Twice, you got to be like on their ass, be like, listen, if this happens again, you're done. You're not coming back here, and we're not helping you anymore. Like, I agree with, if there's programs out there like that, I'm sure there are. I agree with that. I agree that if someone's going to be on drugs for so long, that you almost have to expect they're going to have a relapse. You hope they don't, but you almost have to expect that they will.
Yeah.
And they need help to get through it when they relapse. But there's only so many times that they get back into it that we're supposed to help them.
You almost have to have a consequence.
Yeah.
There's a finite limit of time you can try this.
Exactly. And it's just like, after so many times, it's obviously proven that they don't care enough about what you're trying to do, what you're trying to accomplish.
Yeah.
That they don't care about you. They just care about getting their neck. They will sober up for a little bit and be good, but as soon as they get back into it, they'll get back into it, obviously, even deeper. And it's harder for them to come back. And it's just like, what? We're done. We've tried to help you multiple times. We're done.
It kind of makes you wonder a little bit, like, how good heroin must be, where these people are willing to just throw everything away.
I think, I don't know if anyone else has really done it, but I've imagined, just multiple times, especially throughout the years of just, as a kid to being an adult now, it's just, what has to go so wrong into someone's life to sit there and literally inject yourself with something that damn well is bad for you? Because I think almost every kid ever was taught that drugs are bad, heroin, cocaine, all that shit is bad. And it's just like, it's poisonous and it's dangerous, but it's just like, you do it anyway because you got to escape it. And it's just, I haven't gone through all that kind of trauma.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I feel like that's what it would take, is a lot of trauma as a kid, or as a person in general, to go through that, to really slip into drugs and everything. So to coming from the, you know, perspective of someone who's never really experienced any of that, it's hard for me to understand
Mm-hmm.
and really grasp of how someone would do that and how like just stupid of a choice that is. But, you know, it could be in their head like, this is the only way to escape. This is the only way to really make myself feel better because my sober life is just terrible. But when I'm, you know, high, it just takes me to a whole nother place that's better. It takes me to a better place. It's just, it's hard for me to grasp that because I've never, you know, had to worry about that.
I don't know if it's a trauma issue. I think you really hit the nail on the head when you said it's an escapism. Like, you were so unhappy with your life that doing this, it takes you to, because drugs take you to a different place. Even drinking alcohol, like it takes you to a place where you
Are different.
currently are not.
Mhm.
Yeah, it lowers your inhibitions. It makes you more friendly, more talkative. All these things, like it alters your state a
Mhm.
little bit, for better or worse. And I think that we need to start having a real conversation about why people want to escape their current reality. I think that is tied to a lot of drug use. And the simple fact of the matter is a lot of Americans and a lot of people in general use drugs. So we should be asking the question not how do we stop people from using drugs, but why? Why are these kids, why are these adults, why do these people feel like their only turning point or the only option they have is to go to drugs?
And that could be, you know, issued to,
It could be trauma. It definitely could be
Yeah.
trauma. I'm sure some of it is attributed to that.
you know, and so, and that could be issued to the mental health problem that we have in America that, you know, it seems to be gaining maybe a little bit of traction, like more, it seems to be mental health, especially like out of the past couple of years, has been brought up more and more and more rather than just a physical, you know, like, you know, it's than like your physical health.
Yeah.
Like your mental health is becoming more of a, it slowly is, but I think it's getting traction as to it's just as much of a, it's, I'm trying to think of the word. It's just as important as your physical health.
Yeah.
They are equal. Like they are, you know, because if you're not mentally all there, you're mentally healthy, you're definitely not going to be physically there.
Yeah.
So I mean, it all, you know, they're pretty equal with that in that aspect.
What do you think about therapy?
I think I've never done it.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely don't think it's a bad thing. As
Yeah.
someone, you know, ever, you know, has, you know, I have people who have told me, you know, that, you know, hey, I've gone into therapy, and it's just like, well, okay. So, I mean, good for you. Like you're trying to get the help you need. You're not, you know, you're I think you're trying to go about it the right way.
Yeah.
Like I fully support therapy. I think it's, you know, it's a good thing if you need it, you know. I don't think everyone needs it.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's definitely, it's a good thing. I think it's there for, it should be there for people who are going through hard times, through people who just need someone who's unbiased to talk to, someone
Yeah.
who's maybe, you know, your parents are going to be someone who you feel like if you're asked them about a decision you've already made, they're going to, you know, you're afraid they're going to grill you for the decision you've made. Or if you talk about your friends, they're going to, you know, do the same thing, or they may not be there for you at all. Like they may, you know,
Yeah.
it's someone who's there to actually listen to you and give you an unbiased opinion as to how you feel, why you feel these things. And I think that's good. I think therapy can definitely be a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like I definitely support something, you know, it's just, that's part of a mental health thing where it's, you know, who's to argue that mental therapy isn't as good as, you know, physical therapy. You know, they're both very important.
That's an interesting perspective. I think therapy is, I definitely think you're right. I think it really is important. But I think, like, affirmative therapy, I think that's dangerous. I think affirming people's beliefs.
Like telling them if they're right or wrong.
No, affirmative
Or-
therapy, again, tying back into transgenderism, I only know of affirmative therapy in the context of that, which is essentially, if you feel you are transgender, you can go into a therapist, and if you say,
They'll convince you otherwise.
What?
And they'll convince you otherwise.
No. If you go in and you say, I'm transgender, they legally cannot challenge that at all. They have to go along with it. In the state of California, at least, they legally can't, like, they can't question it. They can't say, well, maybe this is going on. Like, they can't ask you questions. It's a weird weird realm of therapy that somehow got ushered in. And I implore people to go look at it because it's scary. Not that transgender is scary, but affirmative therapy. Reinforcing people's... There's no other profession where somebody comes in and says, you know, I've got cancer. And the doctor's like, okay, let's get you chemo. They're like, no, let's run some tests. Let's see. Maybe you do have cancer, but maybe not. Like, there's no other thing where they just believe what the patient says.
Just being paid to agree with somebody is just
wild.
That's wild. That's crazy. Like, I had, you know, it's been a little bit now, you know, not less than a year ago, but I had a female who was very close to me, and she was, you know, she's under the age of 18, and she was just like, you know, I'm bisexual. Mm-hmm. I'm just like, okay, well, I was like, are you sure? I was like, you know, you're still pretty young. Like, do you know for certain? And she's like, yeah, I've known for a while. And I was like, okay, well, cool. I was like, well, that's good for you. Like, have you told anyone else? Like, you know, because like, I appreciate you telling me. Like, I'm really proud of you for telling me. Like, that can be a pretty big step for a lot of people. So like, I appreciate you telling me. Like, that's really good. And I can't remember if she had, you know, telling anyone else or not. I know she's told other people, but like any, you know, like her parents, stuff like that. Like, I don't know if she, you know, broke the news to yet. And I was just like, well, thank you. You know, regardless of whether you told anyone else or not, like, thank you for telling me. Yeah. I appreciate the fact that you trust me enough to, you know, talk to me about it. And like, I fully support your decision. And like, if you, you know, are, you know, then more power to you. Like, good for you. I'm really happy for you. Thank you for telling me. And like, just try and be supportive as much as I can, you know, because I feel like that's the right thing to do. I couldn't imagine, you know, someone like telling me like, oh, you know, I'm gay or I'm bi. It's just like, okay, well, that's wrong.
Yeah.
Like, that's pretty crazy.
Well, I think that, I mean, going back to therapy, I think that therapy is good, but like I said, like, affirmative therapy is dangerous.
Yeah, that seems crazy. Like, to sit there and agree with somebody.
It's a problem is what it is. It's a real problem.
Yeah.
But it's a problem that we have implemented by trying to be so, I guess, PC, for lack of a better word, or so accepting, like, our decisions and the decisions of adults above us who make laws and legislation, like, they have real world consequences and they really impact people. But I think therapy overall is good. I think we need to really have a conversation about the direction we want therapy to go, like most things. But I also worry, and it's a worry that has slowly become apparent with like the current climate and stuff. I worry that therapy might be a crutch. And I don't know, I'm not attached to this idea, but I'm worried that more people, instead of being faced with a challenge and saying, okay, this is hard. Like, what I'm facing is hard. I got to find a way to get through this. Like, I have to get through this because on the other side, I'm going to be a better person. I'm worried that most people now, because therapy is normalized, and it should be, and it's good that it is, but most people now, you know, they hit a wall or they hit a challenge in their life and they instantly rush to therapy instead of help. Yeah, instead of trying to process it and work through it.
I've pondered that too, because like,
what do you think about it then?
Well, like I said myself, it's just like, I've never gone to therapy. Yeah. Like, every time I've come across something that I'm really unsure about, or even like, you know, just even deeper than that, trying to find out who I am and how I actually feel about certain things, it's like, I just get through it.
Yeah.
You know, I don't have, personally, like, I don't suffer from anxiety. I don't suffer from depression. I never have. You know, like, yeah, I've been sad and stuff. And like, there's been times I've questioned and it's like, am I depressed? And I've always just come to the conclusion, just like, no, I'm sad because this happened and I'm grieving. Like, I have a reason to be sad. And I've, you know, you could argue that I just haven't gone through anything that traumatic, or you could say that, you know, I just deal with it better than others. I definitely could see how the argument could be that, you know, therapy is a crutch, because, you know, you look back on, like, even as a kid, you know, again, like, you're a kid, you don't recognize a lot of stuff, but it's just, I don't remember a lot of people are just like, you know, oh, I have anxiety, I have depression, but like, ever since, you know, high school, you notice that a lot.
It's kind of made a jump.
And now, is it because it's always been a thing and it's just now starting to get traction, or is it because people's actual everyday life or everyday situations and everyday problems that is just called life, you know, people are just saying, I can't deal with it. And they're being lazy and they want a crutch like therapy to be on.
Yeah.
And I've definitely thought about that because I'm just like, well, what is, you know, what's good enough to be on therapy and what's not? Who's really to say? You know, if you think you need therapy, by all means, you should get therapy.
Yeah.
But it's just, I think it's also fair to look at yourself in the mirror and just be like, hey, do I actually have a more genuine, deeper problem? Or am I just being crazy?
Or is this problem not as bad as I'm making it out to be?
Exactly. And I think, I think a lot of people will think, would think that, it's just, it is a crutch. I think therapy is necessary. Like I said, I think that if you think you need therapy, you should go get it. But it's just personally, like every time I've dealt with something, I've always just gone through it myself, or I've talked to people that I know. I've trusted them enough to talk to them, either on a deeper level than some other people. Some other people may not have the comfort of friends or family like that to really sit down and talk and like get to the root of a situation they feel uncomfortable with, or they think there's a problem with. So maybe it's just, I've been really lucky to have that in my life. But I just have noticed a lot in the past few years that there's been a lot of anxiety, depression, and just, stuff like that that's just come to surface for so many people. And I just don't know if that's always been a thing and people have just dealt with it.
Mm-hmm.
And then now that it's more accessible, people are getting more help, or if it's literally just a bunch of people being babies about the way they feel.
Well, there's a weird aspect of human nature, and I think it's like a real syndrome that they have a name for, that when you add a name to something like depression or like anxiety or ADHD or any of these things that, you have a name and you have symptoms for it, when you do that, when you create a name and a spot for this, people will attribute things that they have, regardless of if they fit or not, they will attribute it to that. So they'll start to latch onto this name thing because there's a name for it. So instead of being like, oh man, I'm just going through a hard time, they'll be like, no,
and that makes
I have
sense.
depression.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like it's a real...
And that makes sense.
And I just wonder how much that plays...
into today's society?
Yeah, because, without a doubt, when we were kids, like, nobody was talking about depression or ADHD
and
or
obviously
bipolar
we were
disorder.
kids and maybe we just didn't notice, but
could have been.
But
it really
but
could have been.
But it also could have been, just it wasn't as big of a deal. It wasn't as accessible to some people, or just a lot of people just dealt with it instead of going to seek professional help. They're just like,
There's a consequence and a benefit to normalizing things in society.
Right, because
I think that's just...
you hear, a lot of people are just like, don't be normal, be yourself.
Yeah.
But then there's a lot of things just like, okay, well, if yourself is a serial killer, don't be it yourself.
Yeah, that's probably not a good thing to be.
So yeah, so it's just that's a pretty far stretch for an example, but
still,
that's just what
I get where you're going with it.
Just came to mind. It's just the principle of it. It's just it's a fine line. It's just whether you think you need it or whether you don't.
Yeah.
Like I said, therapy. I think if you think you need help, I full on support it. Like you should get professional help. Like there's been a few different people. Like I've always tried to tell them like if you're going through a hard time, you can always talk to me. Like I don't care if it's 3 a.m. and you wake me up and I gotta be up in 3 hours. Like talk to me about it. Like I'm here. Because sometimes because therapy can be expensive too. So it's just like if you
really expensive.
Yeah, so it's just like if all you need is like a simple friend to be there for you, whether if you barely know them or not. Like I've let people know that who I don't even like we went to high school with that I don't see on a day-to-day basis. I sure as hell don't talk to them on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah.
But it's just like, hey, if you ever need me, like if you need a ride or if you need anything, let me know. And like I will do that. Like I just like I've known this other guy since we were like kids, but like we see each other and like whenever we see each other, it's like small talk and stuff like that, and we're not really close, but we are friends. I'm just like, hey, like his car broke down, dude. I was like, I doubt you need my help, but I was just like, if you need any help at all, like you need a ride, like and I'm available, like just send me a text and I'll be there for you. Like I'll give you a ride. It's not a problem.
Yeah.
So it's just like a lot of people, I'm sure, don't have people
Yeah.
like that in their lives. So they turn to therapy, or they turn to even, worse things like drugs to get, out of reality. So
I was thinking maybe, I mean, I'm no economist. I don't know how the world economy functions. Like I'm 22, man. I don't have jack shit figured out. But I was thinking, what if, because you know how universal basic income has been thrown around a little bit. Have you heard of that term?
mm,
It's basically, with technology and with the displacement of jobs, people are saying like we need to start providing people with some basic form of cash, so like paying everybody $1,000 a month, so that they can live some quality of life. Because people are going to be losing jobs. Like we can do things like that to some extent, And I was thinking, because universal basic income has a lot of pushback. People are like, why are we just going to pay people money? And more importantly, why are we going to give people money and then maybe they go buy drugs or something with it? Right? Is the thought process.
I mean, we're kind of already doing that, aren't we, with the stimulus
To some extent,
checks?
absolutely.
Or like with the stimulus checks, or even like unemployment people who didn't work for months.
But what if we took that? What if instead of a universal basic income, what if we did like a universal basic food program? Kind of like food stamps, but instead of that, you got $1,000 a month for food. Like it's attached to your social security number. It's just $1,000 a month. Maybe it increases by X amount or something if you have kids, but like that's it. Like we're not giving you money. You just get this money for food. Like it's not like a finite amount on a credit card that you can just go buy some TV with, but you get food money. So then at least there's no reason for you to starve. Like at least everybody has food. You might be homeless. It's not going to solve all your problems, but at least you can get food and nobody is starving.
Right.
And I was thinking about that and I was like, man, that would be, because everyone's pushing back for basic income because, who knows what they're going to spend the money on, or who knows what they're going to blow it on and do all this crazy stuff. But if you dedicated it towards food, and you could go, if you wanted to, you could go eat at a 5-star restaurant and blow it all in one night. Like that's your choice, but it's just for food. Anywhere that they sell food, you can go get food, and it's on you to budget that for the month. And it doesn't have to be $1,000 because that's a lot for food, but maybe $500.
And that could be, that could be really good until, the people who are going to have a problem with it are, including myself maybe, is, okay, well, how's that money going to be accumulated? It's going to be all the people who are working put in the money to fund that. And then the people who aren't working just get free money for food.
But what if we didn't
then
have
on
to
the
tax
flip,
them?
I say, but on the flip side of the coin, it's just like, okay, well, they're people, they deserve food, they deserve basic human rights. Yeah. But at the same time, it's just like, well, I work for everything I have.
Damn straight.
This guy isn't working for anything, but it's getting the same amount of stuff that I'm getting. Like that, how is that fair? How is that cool? Like that's bullshit.
Yeah. But what if everybody got it? Like what if you got it?
Right.
So you're getting it. I'm getting it. Like people who are paying taxes are getting it. But then what if that came from,
that's the thing. Like, even if it wasn't a tax, like where would we come from? Where would it come from? Like I don't know.
Well, Bernie threw out some really interesting ideas of taxing Wall Street trades, taxing the trading of these stocks and of under the table business deals and things like that, where there's a lot. The stock market is really fascinating, and it is a really powerful tool to build wealth, and it is also a really powerful deficit in the loss of wealth, because you can go into it and not know anything overnight, but you can also make a lot of money with it. Like it is a tool, and we could treat it as such. But even if we just taxed these, I'm not ignoring the fact that programs like that, like people have to pay for that. So who's going to pay for it? Well, what if we tax these really wealthy corporations like Amazon and like Apple that are not really paying taxes? I mean, it's really lucrative how they're getting business without paying for their business.
That could be interesting. Just like if that ever was to come, like that would be. Because obviously, like people, companies like Amazon, Google, stuff like, they have
copious amounts of wealth.
Yeah, just, I mean, crazy amounts of
I
money.
don't know if copious is a real word. I don't know where I just pulled that
I
from.
don't
But
know.
large amounts of wealth.
Yeah, but just,
We're just pulling. Dude, we're 4 hours in. We're just pulling shit out right
but
now.
just crazy amounts of wealth. And it's
Yeah.
just like, well, that's all fine for the rest of us. But then, on the flip side of the coin, you're going to have the people who, like Jeff Bezos, he almost pretty much built Amazon from the ground up. And he's just like, I made my way.
Yeah.
I paid
Why
my
can't
way.
you make it?
Yeah. Why the hell do you
That's
have? Why the hell do
problem.
I have to help you?
That's the real problem.
And there's a certain amount of selfishness that goes in there, but at the same time, it's just like I can totally understand where he's coming from.
Yeah.
It's just like, someone tried telling me that he was, he was born from wealth, that he was, had everything handed to him, his life was very easy. And that isn't the case. Like, he was just like, he started Amazon from the ground up. Like, he was
He built it in his garage.
Yeah, he was by himself. He was out shipping stuff in his own like personal vehicle, taking stuff to people, and that hard blue collar work turned into him becoming a white collar billionaire.
Yeah.
It's just, so if he can do it in his mind, he's just like, well, I would imagine in his mind, he's just like, well, I did it.
Yeah.
I was the average Joe. He could even argue that I was below the average Joe. He's like, but I did it.
Yeah.
I became the richest person in the world, from a sole, idea that I had and fought for and worked for, and the rest of you can do the same.
Yeah.
He's like, I shouldn't have to pay for your guys' stuff because no one paid for mine.
Yeah.
And that, so, everyone's fine and dandy with it except for the people who are higher up, So, I mean, that could be interesting to see how that would go. I would be really interested in to see how that would play out. Like right now, the only people I see having the problem with it are the,
people paying for it.
Yeah,
which
people
is
paying
how
for
it goes.
So, I mean,
there has to come a point. Listen, I identify as an entrepreneur. I definitely am not Bezos by any means, but like I identify with that demographic of
you invest to get money back.
Yes, and I invest in myself. More importantly, I would rather try and fail at building something myself than sacrificing my life to build wealth for somebody else. But I recognize, and I only recently learned this talking to somebody who has accumulated wealth far more than I have. I hope to accumulate more wealth in the future. Like, my goal is to be wealthy as a person. I think all of our goals align with that. But I was talking to someone who is more wealthy than I am, and they made a really valid point. They said that the role of government is regulation. Because as a business person, if I'm an entrepreneur and I make, timber my business, right? My goal is to cut down as many trees as I can. Because the more trees I cut down, the more wealth I'm making. So I don't care how I desecrate the earth. Because I'm only going to be here for 50 years, say.
Yeah.
Say I'm 20, say I got 70 years. I'm only going to be here for 50 years. I'm not going to cut down every tree on earth in my 50 years, but I can cut down a lot. So my goal is to build wealth for me. And I only do that by cutting down more and more trees and getting more efficient at cutting down trees and doing it better and better. But
that could be a problem for the rest of the world.
That is a detriment for the rest of the world, because the more trees I cut down, the more it's going to hurt everybody that comes after me and is currently here with me. But I'm going to be rich. I'm going to be making, I almost said copious again. I'm going to be making insane amounts of money, but it is going to hurt literally every other person.
For generations,
for the current time. But my only goal is to build wealth for myself. And that's the role of government, is to come in and put checks and say, yes, you should be able to make wealth. You should be able to reach heights that you set for yourself. Like the sky is the limit. But I mean, I will argue for Jeff Bezos's right to make billions. I think he built that. Like, he deserves that. But after talking to this person, I recognize the need
to get back.
Yes. And if he maybe it's not necessarily his goal to, which I could recognize, but I recognize the role of government to step in and say, you have made this money off of people. Like he's not pulling money out of the air. Like he's making money off of people buying his products. So there comes a point where you have to, I'm not saying give all your money away, but dude, if you're making $20 billion, I mean, $1 billion doesn't seem that
A lot.
radical to give back. Like
Now-
the government has, it's just, you have to weigh the benefits of the people against the benefits of the individual. And there's a strong argument that what's crazy to me is the people that ride the hardest for, the government shouldn't be taxing us this much and like all this stuff, which is valid. They are saying, well, the government shouldn't tax Bezos because of all he's doing and da 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 da. And it's like, well, Bezos doesn't care about you getting taxed. Like who are you or me?
Compared to him.
Who are we to us? He would rather us be taxed than him. But it's like what we can be taxed is nothing compared to what he could be taxed. He could be taxed once and pay for a lot for everybody else. But you and I, we could be taxed for the rest of our lives and not even provide enough for one person to buy a hot meal.
There's a lot of people out there who I've seen on social media and, stuff like, it's been probably a couple weeks now since I've seen anything, but there for a hot minute, there was a bunch of people sharing stuff on like Instagram stories, stuff like that were saying, there should be no such thing as a billionaire. And, that's a bold statement because that could be true. Like, no one ever needs that amount of wealth. No one ever needs, they could, if someone became, like if Jeff Bezos right now, like he's on set, I think he's within the next 10 years supposed to be is supposed to be, if things keep going the way they are, he's on track to become the world's first trillionaire.
Damn.
And it's like, if that happens, like, obviously he's never going to use it. I mean, generations of his family bloodline could never use that much money, could never work a day in their lives and be fine for a very, very long time. But, he could give back to, they could, he could put money to any number of organizations, just, like cancer research or even just, something that, kind of goes under the radar more is like, helping, like homeless pets and stuff out. He could do stuff like that. But, who's to say that he can't become a billionaire?
Yeah.
Because like you said, like we've already mentioned, he built it from the ground up. Okay. And then so for him, for you to like cap his hard work as a person, that's not really fair either for him.
Yeah.
And it's just like, it's funny because the same people who, bitch and moan about all the money he has, all the money that he will accumulate over time, they're still buying stuff off Amazon.
Yeah.
They're still giving him their money. So it's just like, okay, well, if you're going to sit there and complain about it, why are you still supporting them? Why are you not going and buying the same thing? I understand it's cheaper on Amazon than it would be somewhere local. Like, I can definitely understand that. But if you feel that strongly to make a bold statement as to say that he cannot become, that no one should ever become a billionaire, that there should be a cap on how much a person should make, you should put your money elsewhere. You should spend your money somewhere else. You should spend a few more dollars and buy something else if you feel that strongly about it.
Mm-hmm.
Like because I'd be pretty pissed off if someone was just like, like, yeah, like I, think it's crazy that someone could have that much money. And I would think that, if I had that much money, I would be giving money out to charities left and right because that's just who I am. But, at the same time, you also got to recognize that, if you got that amount of money, would you actually do it? Because at that point you have it and you're just like, I earned this. No one else earned this. I did. So why should I give it to somebody else?
And you know how you get to be a billionaire? By not giving away your money.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's no billionaire on the earth who's like, yeah, I made $1 billion and I just give everything away.
Well, I think we've discussed, like, and it's been a long time, but like even Bill Gates, like he's like said, he's like, I'm not giving, I think it was Braden who said this to us. He's like, I'm not giving my kids any of my money.
Yeah.
He's like, I built my own path. He's like, I created my own stuff. He's like, they can do the same thing.
Yeah.
Now whether if he's, if they have an idea and he's investing his own money into that, that's a different story. That's not a handout. But yeah, it's helping them, and you can maybe consider that a handout, but you're getting your money back. So are you really?
Well, that's the same thing that could be said about Trump. and his $1 million
right.
loan, you know?
So, I mean, it's just like, a lot of people say, like, oh, he wouldn't have been nothing without, his dad loaned him the money, right?
Yep.
I was like, well, if that was true, if that isn't true, then we will never know. But you have to give the guy credit because he took $1 million and turned it into $1 billion.
That's a good point.
And that's, that's not, that takes some sort of business
You can't
smarts
be an idiot
and become a billionaire.
Build wealth.
No, it just doesn't
I mean,
happen.
you don't have to be a genius, but you can't be an idiot.
Right. So it's just like, I don't know, like I fully understand, I get, just to have, wads of money just to, sit there and wipe your ass with $100 bills. I mean, that really just makes me sick thinking about it. But if I was that person,
I would love it.
I would be.
I'd be swimming in a bathtub full of $100 bills.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'd be like,
I think that the problem is not billionaires. The problem is who we are taxing. Because here in America, I mean, we place so much of our taxation on the middle class that
it's crippling us.
They can't bear that much. Like, you can't tax the middle class and expect them to pay for everything.
Mm-hmm.
They just don't make enough money, and that's why we're seeing the middle class
become
crumble. And again, we're not, neither of us are economists, but like, it doesn't take a
rocket scientist to figure it out.
Like
it's pretty easy. It's written on the wall. It's just like, hey, if we stay on this path, we're up here, but here in a few years, we're going to be down here.
Yeah.
And then some people are just like, oh, we'll just raise the minimum wage. Okay, that doesn't do shit.
That doesn't
do a damn thing.
Taxing people that have a lot, and not taxing them to the point where they don't have a lot, but like, if you're making $20 billion pure cash, like that's what he's coming out with at the end of each year, he's got 20 billion, and you tax $1 billion, that is not going to make a dent. I mean, the difference between 19 and 20 billion
is insane.
But it's insignificant for someone that has 19 billion. But the difference between $1 billion and
someone like you and like me
is
mind blowing.
I mean, I can't even fathom what $1 million looks like. But on the flip side, I mean, even I struggle with the idea of paying cash through taxation to someone that is on their ass and has no ambition and has no goals. But as a human being, I recognize that
they need help too.
Some people do. And some people, there's no reason for anyone in this country to starve to death. We have too much wealth.
Right.
And that's why I was thinking maybe the food program would be better, because you're not just giving people money that they can go blow on whatever they want. Like, they have to buy food with it. That's all you can buy.
And I don't think, like food stamps is almost just like that, because
yes.
It's just like you can go, like, I know plenty of people who have food stamps. It's just like, okay, well, yeah, you need help.
Here you go.
Yeah, here's your help. And then when you don't need help anymore, you hand that help to somebody else who needs help. I mean, but the problem is, like, you have people who have that and then they become dependent on it, which, I mean, some people have no control over that. If they have a low income job, but a low income full-time job, and that's all they can afford, but they still need that because, they need to feed their family, then yeah. But like, at this, the moment you don't need that anymore, the moment you can make enough, if you ever do make enough to not need that anymore, you shouldn't use it anymore. But a lot of people are, they use it as much as they can, which I really don't blame them. But at the same time, it's just like, I do, because like, you can't be selfish about it. But then, there's been some things I've said already that, could be classified as selfish. So like, you just need to recognize that also. And it's because I know with food stamps, you can't buy hot food. Like, you can go Papa, with food stamps, you can go to Papa Murphy's and buy a pizza.
It just can't be hot?
Because it's not cooked. But if you want to go to Winco and buy some chicken strips, you can't buy it with food stamps because it's hot food. You can't.
That seems weird. Why?
You can't go to Taco Bell and buy a taco with a food stamp card because it's hot. You can't go to Winco and buy a bottle of alcohol with it because it's alcohol. It can, you can use it for anything else.
I mean, yeah, if you're on food stamps,
but
why are you buying alcohol in the first place?
Right.
Like,
but it's just like, as long as, I don't think food stamps is a bad program in the end, because, everyone deserves to have food. Everyone should not, nobody should be starving. Like you said, we have enough money in this country that no one should starve. Buying, hot food is like, it's not a necessity. It's an accessory. Like, having something that's a hot meal that's already ready to go for you, like fast food.
Yes.
Like, that's that's not
That's a good point.
that's not really necessity. It's handy and it's really nice, and it's, you know, some people could say, well, it is necessity because it's cheap hot food for someone to eat. And I'm like, well, yeah, but you can buy, a pallet of mac and cheese that's going to be way cheaper than, buying a much supply of fast food. But at the same time, you got to have a plate, you got to have a spot to heat it up and cook it and everything like that. And it's just like, not everyone has that. So the shitty thing is, like, everything we've talked about today is like, there's an argument for everything, and there's two sides to every coin. So it's just like, no matter what topic, almost any topic I can think of, there's almost two sides to every story.
But that's life.
Yeah.
The point is not to get to one side. The point is to start the discussion from whatever side you choose to see it, but just talk about it. And the real thing with this is, everybody wants financial independence, and everybody talks about that, and everybody says that, I want to be financially independent someday. But the real tangible problem behind that is nobody wants to save money. Nobody wants to eat shit for 10 years and live at home with your parents, or not have a cell phone, or not have Wi-Fi, or not pay for a new Xbox, or not pay for a new PS4, or not buy that brand new TV or that brand new computer to save money or to invest money. Nobody wants to make the personal sacrifice because, man, if I'm rocking around in these clothes that I got from Goodwill for $5, people are going to rag on me. But man, if I go buy these $100 Nikes or Jordans, or I go get this watch, or I go get this gold chain, or these Ray-Bans, and people might like me and I can fit in and my life might be better. But you're spending money that you don't have on things that you don't need to impress people that you don't even like. And I'm not the original author of anything that I just said. Like, this is a statement that people are saying, but nobody's really getting it. If you just save money, if you make 20 grand, live like you make 10 and save the other 10. Like,
when I first started my job, my mom was obviously I was living at home. Like, I was 16 when I first got hired, my first job. And she was just like, spend half of it, save half of it. It's pretty simple. She was just like, especially when you live here with us for rent free, at that point I didn't have a car. I didn't have any bills at all. My first bill was my cell phone bill. I paid for it myself. And she was just like, you spend half of it, you save half of it. Because then you have plenty of money to have fun with, and you have plenty of money to save up. But then it got to the point, there was so many times, like when it came to buy my first car, if I actually had stuck with, save half, spend half, I would have had a way better first car that, could have had a much better first car. My first car was like $500, and I was like, trying to scrape together the money. And it was just like, looking back on it, it's like, I really shouldn't have had to, because if I was at that point, I was still living at home and I didn't have any bill other than my cell phone bill. So it was just like, there was no reason for me to have to struggle that long just to make up that little amount of money. But then just spending on different stuff and unnecessary stuff, it was just like, it crippled me.
Yeah. People don't realize that. And this is all coming from a kid who really didn't know that. Like, you knew me growing up. I mean, I was buying vehicles, especially like my vice was buying cars. Like, I was very fortunate in that my parents helped me get my first car, and it was a little single cab Mazda, but that wasn't enough for me, and I didn't really realize why. And so then I bought a lifted Dodge and dumped a bunch of money into it, and then I bought a 75 Camaro and dumped a bunch of money into it, and then I finally bought my current truck that's a little Ranger, and I realized, man, I could have an insane amount of money saved up that I could be investing, that could be making a difference for my future, but I wasn't paying attention to, where I would be in 5 years or where I would be in 10 years. I was paying attention to where I would be the next week. What's going to make me feel good in this moment and carry me through the next week? man, this car is going to make me look cool, and I'm going to get the girl, and I'm going to be the guy that's got this car, and, I'm going to be throwing these parties. Like, we do these things for the moment, for this momentary satisfaction. And I really didn't realize this until, I talked to Haley Lamb, and then I talked to somebody else who was well off, and they tried to instill this intelligence in me, and I finally was receptive and willing to listen. And we're doing these things for this momentary gratification because we're looking at our lives on a day-to-day basis or a weekly basis or a monthly basis. But worst case, you're going to be here for another 20 years. Best case, you're going to be here for another 80 years. I don't know about you, but I would rather eat shit and work my ass off for the next 10 years while I'm in my 20s and build a decent amount of savings and invest it so that when I'm 40,
you can enjoy it.
I can retire and I can live off that and live a comfortable life and be happy and do these things and travel and be secure rather than be blowing all my cash and doing all these cool things and taking these vacations and living this lifestyle that's not manageable and doing these things that are only bringing me momentarily satisfying me because I'm trying to impress these people or I'm trying to fill some void in myself that I haven't really recognized yet. Like, what is your end game? And that's not to say you can live a lifestyle where you're buying, like Haley Lamb was a perfect example. She had a new truck. She had been buying property, but she wasn't living outside of her means. She was taking vacations. She was traveling. She was doing things, but it was all within her current means. She wasn't living larger than she was my understanding. And you could do that, but most people aren't in that position. So most people are going to have to eat shit for 10 years. And I'm choosing the phrase eat shit intentionally because that's what you have to do. Like you really have to mentally prepare yourself to live a harder life in the moment and for the next few years because you recognize that when you're older, you don't want to do that. I mean, I don't know about you. Well, I do know about you because we're friends and I know you, but like, I don't want to be 40 and have debt or be paying these, be indebted to somebody and be having to pay money and have these monthly bills and, be trying to afford this lifestyle that I really can't afford and be stressing about money and be worrying about, crap, man, I got to send my kid to college and I don't have anything saved up and I've got $50,000 in debt for this truck and I've got $150,000 in debt for this house and I've got my wife's wedding ring that I'm still trying to pay off and I've got all this crap and I'm just constantly stressing about money and that freaks me the fuck out because I want to get to a place where I'm 40 and I'm sitting back and like, yeah, I can buy this house and build a family there and it's not going to break the bank. Or I can take this trip to Mexico and we can take a week off because we have put these steps in place so that when we're at this age, we can reach the gratification that we've been wanting for so long.
Exactly. I have a coworker of mine, he's going to, unofficially, but he's going to retire in May. And, he just bought a truck, that was like 80 grand. And he's going to, buy a new trailer and he's going to sell his house and everything. And they're going to just travel the country and see everything they've ever wanted to see. Mm-hmm. And it's just like for him, he kind of did it right. It seems like, because, he did a lot of work. He seems like, he went out and, had a lot of fun, chasing girls and all that stuff. But, before him and his wife even got together, he had already had a house and it was almost paid off, in McKinneyville. Like, it's pretty impressive. That was back in, in the day where it's like compared to now, like, you're not going to be able to do that on a single income unless you just make lots and lots of money. And because, I would like the same thing. It's just like, when, like, even as of my job right now at the county, it's just like, to get a lot of my retirement, I'd have to work till I'm in my 60s. And I'm like, no, I'm not doing it. I'm not, like, I would rather do the same thing I'm doing now, but do it somewhere else out of state and be able to retire when I'm in, like, I would like to retire by the time I'm 55.
Yeah.
But honestly, I was just whatever age the earliest I could, while still being in good health. Because you don't. What's the point of retirement and doing all this stuff and breaking your back every day at work if you retire at 60, but then you're too crippled to go do anything.
You can't enjoy it.
You can't enjoy
what
it.
was the point?
Yeah, so it's just like, and it's not just California, it's everywhere, it's getting harder and harder, and that's going to be that's a whole other issue, but it's just like, I would like the same thing for myself too. It's just like,
I think everybody does.
And it's just, and it should be a thing. I don't want, I want a little more than just enough, like anyone does. Cause
you want to live a comfortable life.
Exactly. I want to have, I'm not saying I want like a mansion. So I want a decent house. I want to have a decent amount of money to, do some extra things. Like as of right now, it's just like if I had 2 kids or if I had a kid, like it would be a struggle it's already a struggle to get by with just me and my girlfriend. And it's just like, if we had a kid or if we had, a family to take care of, like it'd be a lot harder. Like it would just be like almost impossible just on our own. Cause it's just like everything's just too much.
Do you have any credit cards?
I have about like 5.
But you have 5 credit cards?
I think I only have 2 that have stuff on it.
How do you have 5? Oh man. Listen, I love you, and I'm gonna say this because I love you. Credit cards scare the fuck out of me because
people like go. That's how they get in.
I didn't know that.
Debt.
I've only recently started to been presented the world of what I've had a credit card for a long time, but I've paid it off each month. I've never, it was never instilled in me to roll it over to, put copious. I don't know why I keep going back to copious to put insane amounts of money on it, but like you want to build wealth and you want to have a good life.
You're not going to do
overall.
Credit cards.
Dude, credit card debt is credit in and of itself is the biggest scam of our lifetime, of the lifetime of everyone that has come after it, because a 25% interest rate for your credit line, which is, I mean, I don't know what yours are, but like the ones that they've been trying to get me on, it's all been like 24, 23%. That is crippling debt that you will carry forever. I mean, people don't seem to understand, and I know I didn't, like credit and debt. There's this weird idea that debt is beneficial, that like there are good debts. And I got suckered into that with like student debt. That student debt's good. You're benefiting yourself. But no debt's good. The only good debt is a debt that you are making money off of. Mm-hmm. And the only debt that I've recognized that does that is debt that you are using like for a rental. Like if you buy a house and you are renting that house out as you are making the mortgage payments, that's the only good kind of debt, because the people renting the house from you
are paying your mortgage.
Are paying that. So it's not really debt. It's almost like
you're building money because you're getting more from the rent than you are the mortgage.
But that's the only one. I haven't come across any other one that's a good debt, because your car, you buy a car,
you're paying on it. You're not getting anything back.
But you're paying more than you bought it for. Because if you've got 5% interest on a $100,000 car, you are paying an insane amount. Oh, even student loans, which the rate is so low, it's like 4.5%. Scares the fuck out of me, because I'm not just paying the amount that I have to pay. I'm paying you every single day that I don't have that paid off. Like, you want to talk about why so many people are poor? Look at what they've bought and look at the debt that they have. No millionaire is $50,000 in debt because he bought some car or went on a shopping spree and has $12,000 in credit card debt. Like this, the credit is a joke.
Yeah.
It is a real joke, but people don't seem to realize that, because everybody wants that momentary satisfaction of getting what they wanted in that moment.
Yeah, I mean,
it scares the fuck out of me. It really scares me.
One of the, like I said, I only have 2 that actually have money on them.
Yeah.
But one is one one was like I almost had to, because I have a Napa Care card, which is good for like so many thousands of places around the U.S. But when my old truck, when it was acting up, I had to pay for it, and I didn't have the money to pay for it. So I got this credit card, and then I used it, paid for the bill, sold the truck, paid for the bill, and then had it. And then for my new truck, I got a set of wheels for it, and then I just used their credit card, and now I have it like paid off. And it's just like, well, I have like half of it paid off, I meant to say, is, but it's just like, I didn't need to do that. Like the wheels were on it, were fine. They weren't my favorite, but they mounted on the truck and they got me down the road. Like it didn't affect me any way other than I didn't like them. So, I mean, that, you know, isn't like the greatest move, you know, and it's just,
but it's that weird part of human nature where we want the thing that makes us feel good.
And it's just like compared to like my Target card, like I have a red card. I never use that damn thing. Like we had it, I used it at first when my girlfriend and I first moved into our apartment because we bought stuff for it and we were both making payments on it. But then she got her own card, and I haven't had anything on my red card since she got her own. It's just like I feel no need to buy stuff from Target if I don't need it. Like if I need something, I'll buy it with my money. But you know, for me, my exception is kind of my truck. But that's kind of, other than that, like I don't really have an exception for spending stuff on my credit cards just because I don't need to.
Yeah.
It's just like the couple of things I need, it's not, or the couple of the cards I have, it's for specific things in specific places. So unless I need to use it, I'm not going to. So that's what's nice about that, is like the 5 or however many that I have are, you know, one is through my bank, so it can use for anything, you know, but everything else is for a specific place.
Yeah.
So that's really nice too, is that if I ever am in a pinch, I need to go here to get something done or something, you know, I have that. But if I don't need to have it done, I'm not going to use it.
Yeah.
So it's nice to have it there.
It's
but
weird. And credit's weird because it makes you feel like you have more money than realistically you do.
Oh, I don't feel like I have money.
Oh, I fell into that.
Oh, no, I don't feel like I have more money at all. I know for a fact that I was just like, you know, because there for a while, I was probably doing, like when I had, there was times where I had like, you know, 4 credit cards.
I can't believe you have 5, dude. That blows my mind.
That I had stuff on that I was making, and I would always make more than the minimum payment because I wanted my credit score to go up. I wanted it to be paid off faster. But then in the process of paying off the cards faster, I'm not being able to pay for the stuff that I have to have. And so I go ahead and use the credit card again to pay for the stuff that I need to actually have.
Vicious cycle.
I finally got out of the cycle where it's just like once I got 2 or 3 paid off, it was like a just release, because
it's a weight on you.
It was a weight that was just taken off because I'm like, wow, I actually have all my extra money that I had after I paid all my bills that I had to pay. A lot of it went to my credit cards because I bought shit that I didn't actually need, and now I'm paying for it down the road. It's just it's there's doing it and there's recognizing it and there's like, you know, making progress on it and realizing that I'm not going to do that again.
Yes.
Like, I'm just not going to put myself through that because that was way too much emotional stress and financial stress on me to go and do that again.
But I mean, could you imagine, like, there are people that have, you know, $30,000 on their credit card and they've got, you know, say 20% interest. Like, if you're paying the minimum payment on that, you are going to be making payments for decades.
And that's how they get you, is just like if you use just the minimum payments, you're gonna be paying on it for a long time. If you make more than the minimum payments, it's, you know, it knocks it down, you know, your interest rate down, it knocks it down, but it's just like but then you're spending more on that and you're spending less on the stuff that you need, so then you end up using it again. Like that's what happened to me for a minute. It was just like, it's a vicious cycle. It's just need to finally sit there and plan out what is essential and what isn't. And then at that point, you just need to look at yourself in the mirror and find out what kind of game plan you need to get,
where you want to be,
to figure it out. And like, what do you want to do and what do you want to be? Because like, hopefully by the time I retire, it's just like, I don't want to be in any debt. By the time I retire, I want my house to be paid off. I want my vehicle to be paid off. Like, I want to have some money to go on a vacation when I feel like going on vacation. Like, I don't want to, you know, I feel like a lot of people when they retire, they have to get a part-time job just to, you know, make it by, because the retirement plan they have through their work or whoever they have it through isn't good enough to like live on. So they have to have a part-time job. I mean, granted, there's a lot of people out there who have a part-time job just because they're bored of retirement. You know, they want to go out and work. That's all. done it their whole life. So they just, want to stay busy. And I get that, but but the fact of having to work is just sickens me when I'm old.
Yeah. Well, one of the biggest realizations that I've had, especially doing this podcast, is if you are in debt, someone can always come and pull the rug out from under you and you are fucked. Like if I owe you 10 grand and I lose my job, that $10,000 payment doesn't just go away. Like at least if I'm floating above water and I don't owe anybody anything and I lose my job, well, at least I don't have this hanging over me.
Mm-hmm.
Like you are always subservient. You want to talk about like tangible slavery? Talk about the people that are in debt incredible sums to organizations, to people who know fully well that they're never going to be able to pay off that sum in their lifetime. There are people with student loans that in their life will never be able to pay off the debt that they owe.
A lot of people, I feel like, are just lazy about it too. 'Cause I know people who, would get a speeding ticket, or they would, have a certain credit card that they wouldn't pay off, and they get sent to collections, and their situation is so much worse because either they didn't have the money to afford it, or they just flat out ignored it. They're like, I'll deal with it later.
Doesn't just
and
go
no,
away.
it doesn't go away. It follows you.
Yeah.
And let's say if you die, like I'm not sure how certain things are, but like let's say for my truck payment example, when I was signing the paperwork on it, the loan officer was just like, now, do you want to put your truck on a plan for if you die that your family doesn't have to pay for it? Because like you can do that. Like, you can pay a little bit extra a month, and if you die, your truck is paid for. We eat the rest of it. Like it doesn't have to be taken into it's just done at that point. And I'm like, well, I don't really plan on dying, so no. But I mean, so I didn't get it. But it's just.
But how crazy is that?
Yeah,
that they can make money on you even after you're dead.
It's just like, well, and even at that point, like it wouldn't. My present problem of having a truck payment if I died would later become my family's problem.
Yeah.
And I still think this way. It's just like if they sold it, they could just pay off the loan. So that's why I didn't do it. But I mean, that's where my head was in there. But on other things, it's not that simple.
Yeah.
Like
well, what's sickening is to my understanding, the only debt that you can't get rid of is student loan debt. You can declare bankruptcy and scrub pretty much everything else, but your student loan debt is the debt that is going to follow you well beyond the grave. And how sick is that on top of everything else, the one thing that you're really going to stick to people is the fact that they are trying to better themselves through education.
And that's rough because, like, I don't know if, like, how does that work after you die? Is it your family who takes on the bill?
I think so.
Like your next of kin or something?
I think so. But bro, I don't know how much. I don't really know what it looks like when you die. But I know that, like, if I had X amount and I declared bankruptcy and I had $100,000 in credit card debt and all this other stuff, the other debt is you can wash it away. Maybe you pay 30 cents on the dollar, or you give them X amount and they just wipe it clean. It washes away. But that student loan debt, that's going to follow you. Like you just can't get away from it. And it's like, you want to talk about generational poverty and institutions that are keeping certain classes below the poverty line. Like, you want to have a real conversation about that? Well, it goes back to credit, and it goes back to loans and student loans and buying shit that you really don't need for reasons that you think are going to make you happy in the moment. And we all, dude, I have succumbed to that a lot in my life. And that's why I'm trying to talk about it more now, is because if I could stop somebody else from making my mistakes, I would definitely do that. And I'm fortunate that my mistakes weren't super severe, grand scheme, big picture thinking. They weren't super severe. And I made my mistakes when I was younger and could kind of afford to make it more, I guess. But, I mean, we're in our 20s now. Like, life is rolling for you and me, and life is rolling for a lot of other people. And now's the time where it's like, you can't really fuck up. Because you fuck up once, and there's going to be consequences that are really going to follow you for the rest of your life. And the sad part in that is that you and I could do everything right. We could save our money. We could pool it. We could invest it. We could be making cash. But dude, if you get sick or I get sick, if one of us gets cancer, God forbid, knock on wood, but something like that happens, it's a wrap. Like, that's the real scary thing. On top of credit and on top of everything else, you could do everything right and
still end up on the bottom.
And still end up where you're 65 and you're like, life is looking horrid because of everything. All right, we can just leave it there. Dude, we did 5 hours. A really solid 5 hours, if I might add, but I'm looking at this like I'm gonna have to be the one looking at all the video for this.
It's gonna be 2 months before it even goes up.
I bet you have 10 hours worth of editing I got to do now for all the previous podcasts.
Is this the longest one too?
I think you set the record. You achieved your subliminal goal. I think Soraya was 4.
I think she was just over
and
4.
change. Yeah,
I watched
410.
her whole thing.
I think she was 410. And I know I haven't done one longer than Soraya up until this point, and we're pushing 5:02 right now. You got the record, man.
Got the record for the longest.
We made
the
an
first time
accomplishment
second
today.
comer.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much for coming on, man. Do you want to plug your social or anything again?
I'm not gonna do the social, but
Smart man.
I did it last time, but
Sport it.
I want to do the thing where it's like the ballotpedia.org again.
Yeah, shout it out and then send it to me, and I'll put it up.
I'll send it to Nick, and then it's called ballotpedia.org. It's all lowercase, all there's no spaces, but it's just like, again, it has all the presidential candidates, personal information, stuff that how they stand on certain things. Pretty much coming into this, that's the only thing that I really wanted to get across, and like really leave anything. If you didn't learn anything this whole situation or this whole podcast, I really want you to try and do that, because like I really believe like an educated vote is whether if it turns out in your favor or not, is a good vote. So
there you go. All right, well, thanks so much for coming on, man. That was awesome.
Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, guys.